Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A bright lightning struck the city building, on the eve of 2076 suddenly became a reality. Various monsters opened their mouths. A horde of terrible monsters directly from the most dangerous dungeons invaded the human world. Powerful creatures mercilessly killed people, putting humanity on the brink of extinction. A bright beam cut through the body of the monster, but along with the destruction came divine talents. A group of people settled on the ruins. People began to awaken as powerful hunters and eventually saved the world and defeated the monsters. Since then a new order reigned in the world. Hunters fought monsters surrounded by banknotes. The strongest were revered, the most adapted became the leaders, so the hunters had to constantly become stronger to strengthen their position. The stairs led to a high tower in the hunter's square. In pursuit of greater power and wealth, the strongest hunters delved into the dungeons, challenging the most dangerous bosses, obtaining treasures, leveling up, which marked the beginning of the era of global hunters. The man took a step inside. The brunette walked with his hands in his pockets, and said that although it was possible to get a rare profession, he certainly did not expect it. An information window appeared, which said that his strength was 12, and his speed and spirit were 10. The hero continued that he eventually awakened in the most ordinary warrior class. The guy imagined the monster's attack and thought that in the early stages he encountered difficulties in close combat, and was constantly defeated. After long training and efforts, the results remained the same. In this world, compared to other professions, warrior professions were and remain the most mediocre and common. The guy behind him mockingly said that he heard he awakened in the most trashy warrior class. He is perfect for someone like him. The hero thought it was him again. The bully threw his hand on the hero's shoulder, asking how it was to be a newly awakened warrior with strength slightly greater than an ordinary person. He is an orphan with no money and no family. He won't even have a guild to accept him. He will just be a servant for people like them. The brunette clapped his hands, asking where did this annoying fly come from. Then he turned to the guy with a smile, saying that it was his classmate Finn. He heard he awakened in the Ice Mage class. Pointing his finger sullenly, Yang said that he also heard that newly awakened mages have weak physical strength. How about testing it right now? Finn adjusted his jacket with a smile, saying that even after awakening in such a trashy clan, he still dared to be so arrogant. The guy was surprised when his threat was interrupted by a shout, "Look quickly." The brunette looked back. A group of people were walking up the steps. Someone shouted that this was a raiding team from the Spirit Hunter Guild. Looking ahead, the hero thought that this was one of the strongest level guilds in the entire city. A long-haired brunette in armor, the fourth hunter of level 95, an assault archer approached the guy and told him to move out of the way, because he was in a hurry. Yang frowned at him, thinking that this man was the vice president of the Spirit Hunter Guild. He had only seen him on advertising flyers before. With an obsequious smile, Finn approached the hunter and asked, "Is he here to recruit? He has always admired the Spirit Hunter Guild. Can he join?" The girl put her palms out, saying that the person in charge of recruiting was downstairs. They were a raiding team. Let them get out of the way. The guy asked what his profession was. The hero stood on the steps, hearing Finn answer that he was an ice mage, a very rare profession. He specialized in control, and the vice president told him to give him a business card. The girl put her hand on her waist and said that she would come down later and give them her business card. The hero thought that he doubted that everything would go so smoothly for other professions. The girl turned around, hearing people shouting at each other if they could join too. They were an archer and a thief. The blonde closed her eyes, telling the archers to contact the branch, and she did not have time for the thieves. Looking at her back, Yang asked, "What about the warriors?" Frowning at him, the girl told him to wait. Yang, watching them leave, thought that they simply ignored everyone. This is the reality in this world where strength is revered. Only their status matters. The guys stretched their hands towards the guild. The hero thought that usually the chosen profession determines the future potential of a person. That is why from the moment he became a warrior, his fate was already predetermined. The brunette looked at the people, thinking that even the lower-level guilds are reluctant to accept warriors, not to mention elite hunters like those gathered in the Spirit Hunter Guild. One guy said that he was very jealous of them, that he also wanted to join this guild and become a powerful hunter like him. The second told him to remember this. They easily that from the fourth assault archers. The guy sat on the steps, saying that he was very surprised to see the vice president here. The second asked, "Didn't he hear? Today the spirit hunters are planning to raid the Black Dragon's lair, and need to use the teleportation gate to get to the entrance of the dungeons." Yang turned around in surprise, repeating, "The Black Dragon's lair, maybe they can do it." A shadow fell on Yang's eyes, who thought that the Black Dragon, this world is only for the strongest and most courageous, to be the lowest in this life, trampled under the feet of these powerful creatures. Suddenly, a blue information window appeared in front of the hero, informing him that the ideal soul carrier has been found, and the part-time system 8055 will soon be connected. A bright glow emanated from the hero's body. In front of him was a system window stating that the part-time boss system was attached, and the guy was surprised. He read with a shocked expression about loading the system, which requires the host to act as a boss, preventing players from passing in the dungeon. After the host kills the player, the player will share experience and equipment. Does he want to activate this role? Jan thought that he can't believe it. The system wants him to confront players as a boss. He imagined a red monster, thinking that as a rule, players going to raid with dungeon bosses form a team of 4 to 24 people, and there are even mass raids of 100 people. If he can defeat them, he will receive a lot of experience and equipment, which will instantly raise him from level 1 to the maximum. If so, then even the most worthless warrior can quickly level up. The brunette imagined a battle with a monster, thinking that what could await him if he still suffers defeat from the players. His mouth dropped open in surprise when he saw that the tail was temporarily unavailable. The system would soon be turned off. The countdown was starting, and he exclaimed how this was possible. He reached his finger to the selection window, thinking that it seemed that getting such benefits also had a huge risk. At this time the countdown was counting down to 4. Yang frowned forward, thinking that instead of living as a loser, becoming a boss was much more promising. He did not want to be trampled into the dirt all his life. The countdown showed 3. His finger reached for the window with the inscription open. The hero continued the thought that this was the only way to become stronger. The whirlwind surrounded the determined Yang, who exclaimed that he was starting his work as a part-time boss. The glow around became even brighter. The system reported that the carrier chose the role, and the system was activated, which means teleportation to the location. The hero thought that he would be given a powerful boss. Among the ruins were stone monsters. The bright eye had a vertical pupil. The hero thought that this was the place. The part-time boss had already activated. There were various monsters around. The system reported their names and levels. The guy thought that they were all dragon monsters. But why did they look so tiny then? They should be much bigger. The creature in the long cloak turned to his noble king, asking if he had awakened from a long sleep. Yang thought that he meant him, the dragons and the king? The eyes of the huge black dragon were glowing. The hero thought that there was no way. Could it be that the part-time boss was the dragon boss of the 99th level, the Black Flame Wing? The system congratulated on the successful transfer and confirmed that the current boss was the 99th level, the Black Flame Wing. Smoke was coming out of the dragon's mouth. The hero thought that he had really become a black dragon. The information window was reflected in his eye. It said level 99, boss Black Flame Wings, Black Dragon Athos, initial stage. Then the characteristics were listed. Talents: Dragon Blood, immunity to 80% of physical and magical damage, Dragon Suppression, reducing all attributes of creatures below its level by 20%, Absolute Suppression, only the dragon can do. Skills: Dragon Explosion and Dragon Eye, which allows you to see through space within the territory. The hero thought that the dragon's skills were so strong. The huge dragon looked at the information window, thinking that a player with level 99 and level 4 transformation can destroy one attribute at most, and the black dragon, in addition to destroying all attributes, has a terrifying power of 3000 points. It is simply a treasure. Double immunity to damage 80%, a constant decrease in the enemy's attributes by 20. All this together makes it invincible. The dragon opened its mouth and roared, thinking that it seemed to have accidentally used the dragon roar. Proudly raising his head, Athos ordered the useless creatures to rise and thought that this is what a boss should be like. The cloaked creature trembled, saying that without a doubt, only he is his king. Even in his youth he already has monstrous strength. In the future, he will crush all of humanity. It is only a matter of time. The red-eyed dragon repeated in his mind. This was mentioned in the characteristics when he was young. But couldn't bosses have a certain level, so he could become even stronger? The hero looked to the side. On the floor of the cage lay a gray-haired elf, who said that the evil dragon had awakened again. Frowning, she asked him to let her go if he had any common sense, otherwise he would pay the entire elf race in full. Jan thought, the elf race, she is an NPC? He touched the cage with a huge claw, thinking that with the advent of the game, many races have appeared, but this is the first time he sees a living elf. The girl's eyes became frightened. The red-eyed dragon also felt something, thinking that it was a shaking of space. What was happening? The elf looked to the side, saying that these are finally the players. The hero will save her. The dragon eye approached the cage. The girl asked why it was looking at her, and thought that the dragon usually ignored her insults. But today it was not itself. I wonder why. Yang imagined the warriors in armor, thinking that this was the guild of spirit hunters. They got there so quickly. She always studied the aura of invulnerability. Maybe this time they will succeed. The black dragon, the green guild is not easy. They probably carefully prepared for the raid. A spark appeared in the eye. The hero thought that he needed to be careful and decided to use his dragon class. The sky above the gorge was red. A cry was heard that today they had no right to make a mistake. The guys walked along the gorge. He thought he found them. Seeing the information about the levels of the hunters, it was Den, the master of the sacred shield, Yuan, the paladin healer, Ming, the storm archer, and Shan, the master of the destroyer. The boss realized that this was the leading team of the guild of spirit hunters. The guy raised his hand, shouting that today they must penetrate the black dragon's lair and win. His death will give them the opportunity to perform a complete transformation, not a step back. The dragon thought that they were confident in their strength. A red wyvern with the wind attribute appeared nearby. a cry was heard that several large monsters were found, 8 flying wolves of an average level of 80 and the wind attribute. The warrior clenched his fist, saying not to waste time on low-level ones, tanks would demolish them. He stretched out his palms together with his attacking comrades and said that the rest should increase the return of the fire attribute. Athos watched what was happening with his skill and thought that the Spirit Hunter Guild cannot be confused with anyone else. Whether it is firepower or discipline, they are strictly maintained everywhere. They will not fight such monsters with full force. He glanced at the black creatures bowing and decided that he had an idea. Lowering his gaze, he watched what was happening, thinking that since they are a pro team. The boy opened his mouth in surprise when the boss decided to make things more difficult. A huge red monster appeared in front of the guild. A cry was heard that it fell from the sky. Let them look at its characteristics. Sean exclaimed in shock that it was an elite monster when he saw a level 99 elite dragon warrior. The monster swung its red paw. The scarred man looked away, asking, did he teleport? Swift movement. A bright beam crashed into the man's shield, saying that his life had come to an end. The system reported a protective dome of divine light, block damage for 10 seconds, recovery time 300 seconds. Ming took the shining bow and told them to calm down. The archers retreat, the melee fighters go first, they must focus fire on the target. A bright beam of lightning arrow crashed into the monster. The hero in the boss's body watched, thinking that this was really not bad. A dragon warrior couldn't stand alone against the guild. The elf said that he sent his subordinates to certain death. Although what can you expect from him, he's just a useless dragon. The boss grabbed a few more monsters by the scruff of the neck, saying that one was not enough. More monsters appeared in the gorge, an indignant cry was heard, while the boss thought that he would add 6 more. The guild members looked scared, exclaiming that these were all elites. The scarred man sullenly heard the cry that these were 6 elite monsters. This was too many. Ming looked at the leader worriedly and asked what the plan of action was. Because they had never encountered anything like this before, he said that today was nothing but strange. The guys glanced sideways at the determined leader, who shouted that these elite monsters were nothing. They were a guild of spirit hunters, their specialty was elite, they were moving only forward. There were bright flashes of attacks. The man ordered to regroup and focus on the wounded support, and not let the monsters attack in a group. It was necessary to protect the healers and heal the tanks. The huge black dragon watched, thinking that the elite monsters would scare them, but they continued to stand until the end, rejoiced, saying that they were great. His tricks would not work. Today was his last day. Sean resolutely clenched his teeth. Their level was not enough to defeat him. The bodies of dead dragons lay on the ground. The hero wondered if they still had any trump cards. Watching the dot on the map, Yang in the dragon's body thought, why are they not going to him? Where are they going? He touched the red window with his finger, asking if there was something there. He saw a cave called the Tomb of the Dragon Slayer. There was something shining brightly in the skeleton's chest. It was the Dragon Slayer's heart, a quest item that allowed the owner to ignore dragon's talents. The huge monster's eye was glowing. The servant asked what was wrong with it. Athos with the red eye thought that of course this was a strategy game. To defeat the invincible dragon, they needed to weaken its abilities. They could ignore its talents. They might have a chance then. The cage shook, and the elf screamed. She closed one eye, saying that he didn't care before, but it seemed like he was going to leave the lair now. The monsters cheered as the leader flew up, shouting that Lord Athos was confronting them personally. Long live their king. The dragon took to the air, thinking that they already knew about the item. He flew forward quickly, thinking that he couldn't let them get it. The armored man said that they didn't expect so many surprises. The troubles started almost as soon as they entered the lair. Ming walked behind, asking the leader that the consumption of materials and weapons exceeded their reserves. Is the heavenly pavilion reliable? Sean held a book, turning around, saying that he certainly proved himself well. He exchanged it for the universe ring, and the heavenly pavilion cannot deceive them. Yuan stood behind, asking the leader, they are far from the black dragon's lair. Can the boss interfere with them? To which he heard that he should not. The black dragon is a boss with strength but not intelligence. As long as they do not touch his lair, he does not touch them. Frowning, the guild captain said that the dragon is just a stepping stone, and the guild, no, pays in full for all the suffering and losses. The guy raised his fingers with a satisfied smile, saying that the black dragon was his. But he had long noticed that elf. They would complete the elf maiden Easter egg mission and receive the elf herself along with the elf palace pass. She would be forced to obey all their commands. If he understood what he meant, Sean shouted that the dragon slayer's heart was the key to their triumph. They would do anything for it. The guy looked to the side and told the leader that it seemed like monsters were approaching. Scratching his chin, the leader said they can fly. He had only seen small dragons with wings. Flying dragons only guard. Why are they here? Ming looked up in alarm, shouting that this was no ordinary flying dragon. Yuan was shocked, saying how big it was. A huge dragon with red eyes towered in front of them. He said that it was the boss Black Flame Wings. The guy's eyes widened in shock. He said that this was impossible. Where did he come from? The archer gritted his teeth, saying that the sky pavilion had deceived them. He opened his mouth, asking what they should do. They would fight, What should they do without the dragon's slayer heart? He raised his hand in fear, telling the leader to quickly give orders, but he remained silent. The black dragon looked down on them, thinking that they were afraid to fight without a heart. He didn't think that he would ever catch the Spirit Hunter Guild off guard, much less raise their level more easily. The huge dragon's body glowed red. The boy exclaimed that he was going to use the skills. A bright blue lightning struck the dragon's head. The guild leader's body glowed with blue lightning. He said that no one avoids and demanded everyone to return to their positions. Is there really something they can handle? His guild is powerful, but it is only a beast, and they are hunters. Gritting his teeth determinedly, the man said, kill the black dragon. They will get everything they want, women, money, equipment, anything. The dragon lowered his head, hearing the war cries, and thought that they ran one after another, inspired by the sweet words. He towered over the people, thinking that they would try to attack him under the cry, about a volley from all guns. The guild leader held the weapon, shouting to the others for Den to immediately activate the protective shield and use hatred. The healers should send all the mana to protect Den, and Yuan should help him. The support should direct all single target buffs to him and Ming. He stood in front of the archer, saying that according to the map, they are not far from the tomb of the dragon slayer. They can. A huge dragon tail moved. A shout was heard to duck. Dust flew up from the impact. The dragon looked down, saying that it will not give them a break. A bright spark appeared in the smoke. Bright beams flew towards the boss, who asked, are these skills? He stood next to Den, using triple holy shield and divine blessing, said that the most damage he could do with his tail once. Now they must unite to reduce the damage and heal the wounds. The boss thought that he did not expect so many to survive. Shan, with glowing eyes, shouted that who else can fight, attack. The man stood in front of the archer, who shouted to direct all the amplifiers at him and the guild master. The boss thought, this is the strength of the guild level 8+, got ambushed, and immediately went on the counterattack. Too late. Athos put out a wing, thinking that the attacks are strong. Just in case, he will focus on defense. Shan opened his mouth, shouting the order to attack. Bright beams flew towards the dragon. A bright flash of an explosion rushed upward. The leader's cloak fluttered. He shouted to prepare for the second wave and take off at least 5% of his health. His eye was shocked. Above the enraged dragon was a health bar with a value of 4.99 million. A cry was heard that with the strongest attacks they only dealt 10,000 points of damage. Yang in the dragon's body thought that this is exactly it. They do not even have equipment. They could not break through his defense. Ming, who was standing behind, shouted to the captain that the dragon's talents were crazy. They couldn't hurt him, and heard that everything was under control. They had to trust him and keep attacking. The dragon's health hadn't dropped to 3/4 yet. He wasn't using any more skills. They had to keep shooting. The bright attacks hit the boss's body, who said it was boring, as if a swarm of mosquitoes had attacked. The guild members were standing surrounded by a glow. He thought that despite the plan being disrupted, they weren't at a loss. They had a lot of faith. Smoke was coming out of the dragon's mouth. He thought that even though it wasn't the end. He flew up, breaking the ground. The guild members' bodies were surrounded by flames. They eventually disappeared into the fire. Standing next to the defeated people, Athos said that even with Guild A's level, he had won. Shan leaned on one knee, thinking about the skills, why they had recovered now, and shouted to get up quickly. However, his children were lying on the ground, heard a scream that the boss had used up his skills. They must continue. He turned around, looking at the huge monster, and said that it was a failure. The man opened his mouth wide, screaming why he was moving. He had used up his skills. The dragon opened its mouth, in which a fireball appeared. He attacked with a bright flame. Surrounded by fire, Shan shouted insults, saying that he was not finished with him yet. The system reported that the intruders were eliminated. He was delivering the master and processing the transfer of experience. The hero in the dragon's body saw many notifications that he had killed high-level heroes, and thought that these were all experience points. The bar above his head began to fill up rapidly and ring, increasing the level. The hero said that the notifications would now burst from updates. System windows appeared next to the huge dragon, stating that the experience gain had reached the maximum level before the first transformation. 40% was lost due to overspending. 430,000 experience points had been gained at the moment. Let him complete the operation as soon as possible. Yang's characteristics were also level 20, strength 12, speed and soul 10, unallocated attribute points 200. The guy thought about the overflow of points. His level was growing further after the transfer changes. With this move he would be able to reach level 140 of the second transformation today. There were shining sparks on the ground nearby. He asked, is this all equipment? A high-level guild, so the items should be cool, maybe even something rare will come across. The black dragon saw weapons and equipment, a bow calling storm, an accessory calling elven wind, boots of the heavenly flow, a staff of ritual dust and a two-handed fire sword. He said in surprise that 3 weapons are diamond level and there are even platinum ones. The bow fell on the red ground. Yan thought that the bow seemed to be owned by Ming. He must be tearing and throwing now. Warriors can't use it, but at the auction, he can get billions. The claw touched the information window. The dragon said that the basic series of agility and medium strength potions, skill scrolls and baptism of flame, stone barrier, this happiness has piled up. He made a surprised sound with his red eye. In front of him was a purple crystal. This is a broken boundless gem, a special item that, when embedded in equipment, can eliminate level restrictions. He exclaimed that this is mind-blowing. With this stone, a first-level beginner with platinum equipment will easily fail level 61. He looked at the sword engulfed in flames, which was the weapon of the fire giant, who had mastered more than 100 enemies. The flame of the sword is hotter than lava, capable of consuming any creature that dared to stand in its way. Yang said that among other things, only platinum weapons are suitable for him for now. He wants to use a gem. It is simply incredible. With this he rarely wants. The system reported that fire spells consume his mana. To obtain them, 40% of the attribute power is added as flame damage. The attack of the remains of the fire giant consumes mana to cause flames for 10 minutes. The body of the dragon was surrounded by smoke. He heard that the current time of work in dual task mode is coming to an end. 5 minutes left. The copies will be reset soon. He can make an immediate return by pressing the yes button. And said that he did not think about it. And I came back. If I looked at the clock and said that it was too late to go anywhere now, tomorrow he would do the quest. And now he wanted to rest. Confidently snapping his fingers, Yang said that he needed to restore strength. A question was heard in the building with the tower of the Guild of Spirit Hunters. He returned so quickly. Did the mana run out? The girl covered her mouth with her hands in fear, saying, could it be that the leader's level had dropped? How could this be? The battered level 90 leader was clenching his teeth. A scream was heard. The entire squad had died. How could it be? They had used the instructions of the Heavenly Pavilion and ordered them to shut up. The damned pavilion had set them up for the sake of their strategy. He had lost the ring of the universe. The beaten Ming was lying on the stretcher. A scream was heard. What happened to him? Where was his diamond bow? He had serious injuries, and besides, he was not coming to his senses. Tears were flowing from Yuan's eyes. He was shouting about his diamond boots and the elf palace. An angry Shan clenched his fist, saying that a respected pavilion from the level dared to sell them cheap strategies. He would shake the soul out of them. They would not get away with it. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he would not calm down until he got answers. A shout was heard from the orphanage asking the grandfather to look and an answer about how much there was. An old man with a cane asked the courier if he had the wrong address, and he replied that it was impossible. The address was correct. A man named Yang paid for the delivery. The man was surprised at how rich he had become. The girl ran past many boxes. They staggered, and a shout was heard warning to be careful. Xiao Tao turned around in shock. A palm moved forward. Yan stopped the boxes with one hand, telling the girl that they had not seen each other for a long time. A group of children surrounded the guy, shouting that he was back. They missed him a lot, and then he noticed how much energy they had. The old man with the cane said how mature he had become, and asked him if he probably had his own business, and he replied that no, he just made some money. He thought that selling weapons and items brings in a good profit. There was a balance of 60 million on his card. The guy awkwardly looked away, imagining the dragon, and heard a question about whether he was thinking of joining the Demon Hunters Guild. He heard that the monsters they encountered were terribly ferocious. You need to be careful, and he thought that he seemed to know this enraged monster. The old man closed his eyes, saying that if he was not careful, he would lose his level and experience. Confidently touching his forehead with his fingers, Yang said that everything was fine. No monsters were scary to him. Today he needed to make a move, so he went. The man scratched his beard in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Had he woken up? A cry was heard in the Golden Walled Temple. Had they heard that the Black Dragon boss had defeated the Spirit Hunter Guild? And the answer was that they had. The man with the sword stood next to his comrade, telling out loud that there were some problems in the branches of the Heavenly Pavilion, something with the strategies. An inspection was already heading to them. The comrade said that he did not think that the pavilion would be in such a situation. He looked away, thinking that it was clear, the failure was already on everyone's lips. He imagined the crest with the image of an eye and a person and thought that it turned out that the guild bought a strategy from the Heavenly Pavilion. That was why they were confident of their victory. The Heavenly Pavilion is the best rating organization in the world. For this reason they are given such close attention. Next time he will encounter them. With a confident grin, he imagined the dragon, thinking that they probably have so many cool things in their arsenal. It would be great to kill them. A bully appeared behind him, asking the hero what he forgot in the temple. The guy standing opposite confidently said that he wanted to ask the same thing. Finn replied that he understood. He was wandering around here looking for a guild and probably asking for help from everyone. A blue whirlwind appeared around. The enemy said that yesterday he could not teach him a lesson. But today fate itself speaks for him for everything. Thought about how much self-confidence he has. Let her show him. Creating a ball, he threatened that today the guild will not save him like yesterday. Now he is also a member of the organization and has cool skills. However, his speech was interrupted by a fist that flew into his face. A bright flash remained from the blow. Yang said that he had something on his face. The guy fell upside down, and his health level dropped to 5%. Confident Yang put out his palm, saying that judging by his face, he was already a dead man, to say nothing of theirs. The henchmen ran away, shouting that there was no need, they would rather go themselves. Someone clapped their hands behind them. There was a girl in a priestess uniform. This was the tower guide. She said how strong he was. Did he have any questions? Yang waved his hand. He said that he wanted to go into the portal, and she asked him to follow her. Thoughtfully waking up, the girl thought that he looked like a newbie, but he had the aura of a seasoned professional of level 20. Maybe he inherited his strength. She had never seen anything like it before. The hero was surrounded by red flashes. The girl stopped, saying that this was a statue of movement. The sculpture itself determines their professions, level, then issues a quest, the rewards of which will be what he needs. In front of the hero was a huge statue of a four-armed girl. The guide explained that the task is divided into 4 levels. Before he starts, she would like to give him advice. Based on the results, let him take the task for 3 stars. Pulling his hand to the book on the pedestal, Yang asked, why not 4? The girl, smiling, waved her hand and said that 4 was too much for him. Maybe the words would sound rude, but his profession is a relatively weak warrior. The task requires completing alone. He takes this task for a long time, and choosing the difficulty of 4 stars, he risks dooming himself to failure. Lightning appeared in the guy's palm. The system reported that the transfer process is starting. The profession is a warrior. Level 20 corresponds to the level of transfer. The task is being selected. An information window with tasks from 1 to 5 stars appeared in front of the hero. The information said that the location was an icy jungle and a 5-star quest. To make 100 kills at level 20, a normal wild wolf, 10 level 20 objects, and 1 level 20 object. Bonus, opening a special translation of a magical warrior, an additional 100 attribute points. The quest cannot be completed in a team. Attributes and items, and gifted or sold, cannot be used. After completing the 5-star quest, he can use some of the temple's privileges. Standing at the pedestal, Yang asked, she said that there is only a 4-star quest. Where did it come from for 5? And what kind of privileges? The girl explained that it really exists, but it is extremely difficult. For a year in the whole country no one has dared to take it on. She does not know what privileges are being talked about here. Only the abbot knows about this. For this reason she kept silent about the quest and asked to forgive her. The guide raised her finger, introducing the warriors, and said that at the present time, the strength of a country is determined by the strength of its inhabitants. In order to allow potential professionals to maintain level 20, they prevent the wrong choice of quest. The country and the temple need as many high-level professionals as possible. The guy imagined himself standing in front of huge monsters, and thought that the difficulty of the 5-star quest was off the charts. You need to kill not only a bunch of monsters, but also hunt the boss alone. No one will help, and the equipment is not really used. Without the help of the supreme powers, he is doomed to failure. Putting his hands in his pockets, Yang thought that soul points are not lying on the road. Magical warriors can also help, and this is the privilege of the temple. The girl tilted her head and asked what he thought. The 4-star quest looked attractive, but she still thought that a 3-star quest would be suitable for his profession. The hero thanked her for her help. The tower guide smiled, saying that this was her job. Her smile became a little nervous when she heard that he took the 5-star quest. The guy's body was surrounded by a golden glow. The system reported that a 5-star quest was received. The time limit is 72 hours. He must return before the specified time. She screamed. Why did he take this quest? Confidently clenching his fist, Yang said that he thought it suited him the most, and heard that he would lose. Passing by the girl, he reassured her that there was no need to worry so much. He would return earlier than now, and he was also very interested in learning about the privilege. The tower employee turned to him in surprise. She looked extremely shocked. The guide exclaimed that he took the 5-star quest. She must report everything to the abbot. A voice was heard in the round room of the teleportation center, saying that due to the fluctuation of energy, the gate of the center will be opened a few minutes later. Everyone should remain calm. Yang said with a displeased look that this was quite unexpected, but he was in no hurry until he figured out how to navigate the moon jungle. 2 pairs of shoes appeared. The girl in the hat waved her hand. It was Yen, a member of the Ghost Rain Guild. She said that this kind of thing happens in small towns, even teleportation has delays, and told Yen to stay closer. The embarrassed blonde noticed the hero standing in line and recognized him. The red-haired girl immediately approached, asking if she knew him, and Yen said that they were classmates. Both received a profession yesterday. The girl said that this was strange. This portal opens in the moon jungle. There are level 20 monsters there. What is a newbie doing here? The blonde turned around in surprise when she heard the teleporter working again, and exclaimed that Yang went there by mistake. It was too dangerous, she should warn him. She was horrified when she saw the guy entering the portal and said that he had already entered. Yang landed on the ground under the full moon in the lunar jungle, recommended level 20, 30, and said that this is what they are like. A huge wolf appeared behind him. Just when the guy was saying that probably no one was visible, everyone was hunting monsters, he should too. The wolf's jump interrupted him, forcing him to jump back. Next to the hero was an azure wolf of level 20. He said that these were the same monsters. He did not expect to see them so soon. It is very dangerous to fight them without equipment, relying only on yourself. The monster jumped, opening its mouth. The brunette said that fortunately he had equipment. A black sword appeared next to him. Jan held it in his hand, saying that he carefully collected it. It was a giant platinum-level flame sword. There was a broken boundless gem shining on the handle. The guy said that at his level it was impossible to use such a weapon, but the spirit hunters dropped this miracle, so he was lucky. He remembered how he was furiously knocking next to the open inventory window, and thought that he accidentally broke a bunch of gems while drilling, sold the loot for $1 billion, and now he had a little more than 60 million left. In front of him was the inventory window. The hero thought that as long as he sold this bow, the cost did not matter. Maybe Ming would buy it himself, then he would be a complete loser. There was a blue protective shield around the brunette. He said that low-level monsters also have low intelligence. They do not give up even when their defeat becomes obvious. The bodies of the wolves disappeared in a bright flame. The hero held a bright stone in his hand, saying that it was good that the Azure Wolves themselves came to look for them. It would be difficult on his own. The system reported that 15 Azure Wolves of level 20 out of 100 were killed. Jan threw forward a monster summoning stone that can summon monsters of different classes, and called the wolves to him. 5 minutes later, he was surrounded by many beasts. He said that this is it, an amazing effect. Holding the scroll with his other hand, he opened the bottle and decided that he would use it to remove them all at once. It was a one-time scroll of baptism of flame, which creates a firestorm, killing all enemies in the area of use, and an intermediate potion that adds 150 to the spirit for 2 hours. A bright flame whirlwind appeared around the guy. The system repeatedly reported killing the Azure Wolf and gaining experience. Yang spread his arms, surrounded by wolves, and asked that there are probably more than 100 of them. Did he summon everyone in this forest? He resolutely squeezed the scroll, saying that he will also hit with numbers. The man took a step, asking what is it? There are usually many monsters here for 2 kilometers, that they have already wandered, did not meet a single one. The blonde raised his finger, saying that the monster he met didn't even look at him, but immediately ran away in another direction. The second one replied that the monsters here are quite aggressive. Why did he run away? The hunter turned around with displeasure, saying that he understood. Someone was using a wave, a stone that summons monsters. That's why everyone came running. It's not fair. How can you be so greedy? The 3 hunters walked forward. The hero said that they would teach him a lesson, as if he was the only one with this mission. The second one confirmed, saying that using a stone of such a place is simply disrespectful to their brothers and sisters. Suddenly, a huge fire tornado appeared from behind the trees. The shock wave ruffled the hair of the shocked heroes. One asked if a third-level mage was capable of such a thing. The second one asked what kind of experienced person would set foot on low-level land. He would just clear everything here? A bright flame blazed from behind the forest. The hero said that he remembered that he needed to go home. The others confirmed, deciding that they would come back here later. The guy stood in front of the progress information window, saying that the hard work was done. Only the boss remained. Confidently walking forward, Yang said that this mission was quite easy, although he cheated. Among the trees was a cave, the habitat of the Moon Jungle boss, the Alpha Wolf, suitable for a team of 3 or more players. The recommended level is 20. The entrance was visible through the trees. 3 hunters were peeking out from behind a tree. The mage Zhang said that they had reached the cave. Were they ready? The protector San told him not to worry and said that he bought him a strength potion so he could last longer. The archer Wu added that he had just received a profession. He had not tried the skills yet, so he did not know how strong they were. The hunter smiled slyly, saying that something very cool would probably drop from the Alpha Wolf. He would be able to replenish his stock of silver equipment and use it until level 40. He would be the first. He and Wu would cover the rear. The archer stopped them, stretching out his hand, and said that someone was coming. They looked at the giggling hero with a sword. The bald one said that he would now take everything for himself, but Wu objected that it looked like he was a newbie. Maybe he just got lost. A question was heard. Will they not help him? Zhang gave his comrade a slap on the back of the head, saying that he was a fool. He could serve them as a living creature. The boss would be distracted by him, and they would quickly take everything. The hunters sat, hiding behind a tree. A question was heard. What was happening? Is it an earthquake? Yang confidently walked along the shaking ground. The giant wolf surrounded by lightning opened its mouth. The many deaths of wolves made the Alpha angry. The boss of the Moon Jungle, the Alpha Wolf, is in a state of rage. All stats increased by 30%. The spectators looked at him in shock, asking what made him so angry. Should they still fight him? Zhang walked forward, saying that they would get nothing even if they did not try. It was unknown when they would have the next chance to deal with the boss. When the boss began to eat this guy, he would grab everything in an instant. However, their mouths were open in amazement. Yang swung his sword, creating a fiery whirlwind. The system reported that he had killed the boss. 30,000 EXP gained. The hero held the sword in his hand. Seeing that the task was completed, he said that it was too easy. Yang stood surrounded by information windows. Zhang said that the items were not so cool. They were only good for sale. It was the Alpha Wolf's crystal core. which contained all of his magic power. It could be used to enhance the effect of silver weapons. The hero threw the core in his hand, saying that it was very simple, and now it was time to go home. At this time, the fat man came up from behind and apologized, saying that if he did not need the crystal core, could he take it? Swift movement. Yang turned around, holding the sword, and said that he was going to use it as bait. The fat man exclaimed that it was not him. He did not even think about it. The hero clenched his fist, breaking the core, and said that if he needed it, let him get it himself. The hunter sat next to the body of the defeated wolf, while the brunette left. Wu asked if he was crazy or sleeping, and San added that it was impossible. He knocked out the boss with one blow. Who was he? Under the clear sky, there was a high tower, in which words were heard that he was early. Were there any questions? And the answer that he came to say that he had completed the task. The tower guide opened her mouth in surprise, staring at the guy, and asked again, did he complete the task? She opened the information window confirming this, and said that it was impossible. He only received it this morning. Only a few hours had passed. How did he finish it so quickly? Worriedly touching her face with her hand, she thought that it was simply impossible. She could assume that he cheated. But the system did not show anything, which meant that he did it himself. Yang waved his hand, attracting her attention, and asked if he could now inquire about the privilege. The girl said to follow her. Thoughtfully lowering her gaze, she thought that fortunately, she reported to the abbot, they should use such talent for the benefit of the temple. She glanced sheepishly at the guy behind her, and thought that he was very cute. Would she be able to get his number? The heroes approached the huge statue. The girl ordered to take one step forward, then the statue would do everything automatically. Bright drops flew from above. The system reported checking the task that was completed. Bright rays crashed into the chest of the guy, who thought that he was being endowed with powerful energy. Yang clenched a shining fist. The system reported that the aura of promotion by class is a special reward for those who completed the promotion task. The color of the aura and bonuses can change depending on the level of the task. He presented colored rings. A white aura for completing a task by 1 star gives a bonus of 2%, green 2 stars and 4%, blue 3 stars 6%, purple for completing a task by 4 stars a bonus of 8%. There were orange rings around the guy's hand. This is a top-level orange aura, a 25% bonus. Player Yang now becomes a warrior mage. This is a special class of warriors with unrivaled close combat skills, powerful magical power, and enormous physical endurance. The system repeatedly reported a level increase. The guy's body was surrounded by a blinding light. The system reported gaining experience and increasing the level to 34th. 210 attribute points distributed. Yang said that the soul and strength indicators were increased by 90, and speed by another 30. There was an information window in front of the guy, and he thought that he instantly went to level 34. In addition, he also received an orange aura with bonuses. This is not at all what he expected. This is even cooler. The system reported that he would receive a reward for completing the quest, a book of winter spells for a mage. A red book appeared above the palm. A shining blade appeared nearby. This is an epic-level magic blade. It transforms magic into a weapon, dealing full magic damage that grows in direct proportion to the soul's indicators. The entire space was filled with purple light. Yang said that this is an incredible skill. He can create any weapon with the power of thought. This will be useful in many places. The most important thing is that this skill can also be pumped up, just like a family heirloom weapon that nothing will outshine. With a confident smile, he clenched his fist and thought that it was worth taking a 5-star quest. From now on he would only take 5-star quests, and with the quest completed, his name would forever be engraved on the temple walls, and he would become their special guest. Turning around, Yang asked the girl what privileges he had, and she asked to let him tell her. The man in red shoes said that it was not necessary. The girl in the crown with a staff said that she would tell him about the special privileges. Her name was Ling. She was the abbot of this temple. The tower guide bowed, greeting the abbot, and said that she honored them with her presence. Ling said that she wanted to escort such an important guest personally. She was free. Yang thought that someone of such a high rank decided to meet him in person. The girl humbly agreed, but was mentally upset that she never got his number. The abbess waved her hand, saying that it was rather inconvenient to talk here, and suggested that they continue in the special guest room. Shaking hands, the hero agreed. A blue portal appeared above his head. A moment later, they found themselves in a room with a large red sofa. He thought that this was a spatial transfer. The abbess was so powerful. It was not for nothing that they say that the temple of class advancement is unimaginably strong. Ling touched his hand, saying that she was not that powerful. She just redirected the energy of the statue. But he was really powerful. In the past 10 years, no one before him could complete the 5-star quest. Yang turned and looked at her. While she thought that this was the first time in 10 years, the quality and difficulty level of the quest was higher than she expected. The girl spread her hands and said that the rules of the temple stated that he was entitled to the following: a monthly allowance of 10 million, a discount in the store of 80%. The hero thought that the privileges were very good. This was crazy money. Still, leave and go ahead. He thought that such privileges were worth all the effort, and heard that the allowance and discount were automatically connected to his identity. He did not need to confirm anything. In addition to all that, he could also join a Tier A guild. The abbess standing opposite heard the question whether it was necessary, and answered that no, but by joining a guild, he could not only get additional experience and strength, but also reliable protection from his team. Why not join? Looking ahead, Yang thought that indeed, loners are easy prey, especially for someone who leveled up easily and quickly like him. His normal strength is enough to defeat players of his level, but someone of a higher level is a threat. In such a situation, protection from the guild will not hurt. He imagined himself as a king with a sword and thought that this will not interfere with his plans, joining a guild or the first step on the path to becoming the king of an entire region. He waved his hand and asked which guild he could choose, and heard that there were currently 2 A-rank guilds. Considering the circumstances, she thought the most suitable for him would be the Spirit Hunter Guild. The hero was shocked, presenting the crest of the team he had just defeated. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked if there was another one. Presenting a brown crest, the girl replied that it was Phantom Cloud, the Spirit Hunter's main rival. They were relatively strong but a little short. The brunette gave a thumbs up, saying that he wanted to join. Ling smiled, opening the information window, and said that she was formalizing his membership in Phantom Cloud. But before that, he should know one thing. Raising her finger, she stated that Phantom Cloud only had women. The tall building of the Phantom Cloud Guild. The girl picked up the book, saying that she was bored and had nothing to do here. It was Yu, the B-rank leader of Phantom Cloud. The girl sitting at the table said that she wasn't even in her guild, she was just hanging around every weekend and still had the nerve to complain. It was Yuyun, the A-rank leader of Phantom Cloud, and she heard the words that the guild had been very troublesome lately, and she didn't want to be there. The girl in the hat opened the doors, saying that she couldn't just ignore her duties and should at least welcome the newcomer. The blonde next to her bowed and said hello. The girl stopped in front of her and greeted the leader, saying that she was Chien, an ice specialist, and Yu asked again, saying that it might come in handy and that she was also cute, so she was glad to welcome her to the team. Suddenly, Yoon exclaimed in shock, looking at the information window, and heard a question, what happened? The brunette quickly ran up, hearing that a guy had joined their guild. The whole guild was in shock. Now everyone was discussing his sudden arrival. The finger touched the screen with messages. Yoon sadly touched her forehead with her hand, hearing, maybe this is some kind of mistake, they have a strict limitation on men, and replied that he applied to them through the temple, completed a 5-star quest, and you consider him a special guest and allow him to choose any guild, she cannot reject his application. Chien covered her mouth with her hand, exclaimed, a 5-star quest, someone finally completed this madness. The girl standing opposite asked why he chose the Spirit Hunters. The blonde repeated in surprise and heard that it was unknown. She would have to meet this Yang anyway, but if he started to bring trouble, she would find a way to exclude him. Yuyun asked with her arms crossed, she knew him, and then remembered that they were from the same school. The girl said that she had a friend named Yang. He had just awakened yesterday, and should also be at level 1. She said that it meant he was just a namesake. Everyone turned to the girl who entered, who told the leader that the rumors were true and the Spirit Hunters were defeated in the Black Dragon dungeon. Shue put her hand on her hip, saying that she didn't know what the Spirit Hunters' plan was, but it failed. Yuyun sat at the table, saying that since the Spirit Hunters were defeated, they needed to be especially careful when choosing a strategy for the giant forest raid. Something happened to Ming's weapon. She was at the auction house and the call would be put up there. It turns out that there was only one bidder in the entire city, and he was most likely one of the Spirit Hunters. Let him guess what she did. The girl smiled slyly, asking, did she raise the price too high? The blonde replied that she did. She raised the price so high that the Spirit Hunters had to spend a lot. The man exhaled. With tears in his eyes, he said that the Black Dragon was his sworn enemy. Shan covered his face with his hand, saying that the seller could not contact through private messages. 14 billion is a serious amount for the guild, and he said that the price must have been set because of the rumors about the Ming weapon. The leader kicked the archer in the butt and shouted at him to get up. They headed to the entrance of the Heavenly Pavilion. The man said that the equipment was returned. It was time to get down to business again. The heroes gathered at a long table. The man at the head asked, if the tactics had failed, this could not happen. The Thai Heavenly Pavilion strategy group raised a finger, saying that they had cleared the Black Dragon's fortress. The 5 races had made a strategy based on this. Every step had been discussed. There could be no mistakes. Maybe they were the ones who didn't stick to it. Shan, who was sitting next to him, replied that they had followed the plan and had strictly adhered to it. But the Black Dragon's behavior was completely different from what was described in the strategy. He didn't question its professionalism. He was willing to swear that he was telling the truth. He would never sacrifice his fellow soldiers just to frame him. The blade spun in the air. Shadow Slayer Ci twirled the blade on his finger with a grin, and said that they were just fools, so carefully making a strategy, so that they would be taken out by some level 99 bastard, and now they were blaming each other like the last cowards. The man looked at him sternly and told him to watch his words. However, the boy pointed his finger with a smile and told him to train a little harder so as not to lose, and if he lost, he should accept it with dignity. An order to shut up was heard. Tai looked at him, saying that the Heavenly Pavilion had always attached great importance to accuracy, would never sell false information, so he would personally ensure that the exploration team walked up the steps of the Black Dragon Fortress. If there were really mistakes in the strategy, then all the losses suffered by the spirit hunters would be borne by them. However, if the strategy was correct, then it meant that the leader and the group made a mistake, and it was not their fault. Do they agree? Then tomorrow the 4 of them will go to explore the dungeon. Kurson folded his fingers in agreement. Sheng also confirmed. Ci indifferently said that he had no objections. A green mist spread from the dark figure. The guild members summoned strength and asked, "Who is he?" Stepping forward, Tai said not to panic. It was Mr. Lewin from the Heavenly Pavilion headquarters. The man in the skull hood said that Tai should let him know if he was going to the Black Dragon Fortress. The man bowed and apologized, saying that only his exploration team was going, so he didn't want to bother him. The old man said that there was no need for an explanation, and he would go with them tomorrow. He held a shining ball in his palm, said that such delicious souls would only make his treasures stronger. Even 1,000 deaths would not be enough. The Black Dragon would belong to him. The man in armor thought that the 5-star professionals and experts of the Heavenly Pavilion headquarters, with such a team, going into the dungeons was not scary, they were safe. Shan had a predatory smile on his face. He thought that if they killed the Black Dragon then fine, but if they died, that was how it should be. Good strategy or bad, they should pay for their mistakes. The Black Dragon and the exploration team would kill each other. The moon was shining in the sky. Yam was lying by the information window, thinking that it was very cool to be in a female guild. This chat never stopped, and these conversations were only about him. It's good that he put it on silent, otherwise he would have gone crazy. The system notified that someone would be interested in him. Touching the window above him, the hero thought, a new bidder, he would take a look. In front of him were messages of the bidding between a modest elf and an ice witch. The guy exclaimed, "What is this? This is an auction. They are racing for 14 billion. His finger touched the yes button. When the system reported that the original price had increased by 40%, did he want to sell? And said that of course he did. Many thanks to the ice witch for raising the price. Looking at the notification with a grin, the guy read that the system has detected that he is an outstanding member of the Alliance. He is exempt from all auction house transactions and receives a bonus of 5%, and the auction prices. The current account amount is 15,515, and thought how nice it is to be an outstanding member of the Alliance. Yang closed his eyes, saying that he will rest for a while and look for a task tomorrow. This feeling of power is intoxicating. After such bliss, who would want to just kill monsters alone like he did before? The clock was 7:00. Yang sat up in bed, hearing the notification that the break was over. It was discovered that 5 members of the A-level guild's research team went to the dungeon to establish a connection. The guy put on the slippers that were by the bed. In front of him was a system window with a skull and blades. He said that this was a famous research group. They are known as dungeon killers because they have gone through countless dungeons and based on them they make tactics. And there are also a lot of 5-star professionals above level 100. They should have cleared it already. But this is a dungeon. Such a sudden visit has something to do with spirit hunters? With a sly smile, the hero said that no man was. Athos thought that the smoked black dragon thought of this hotel as a funny pet. But then again, how was this elf kidnapped? The black dragon acts according to the established rules. He turned his head to the red screen, saying that he would see who was in the research team. There were figures of men exclaiming that of course, the 5th level professionals, even Lewin from the spirit hunters are here. They are probably here to clean up all the mess. The research team is impressive. The dragon imagined breathing fire, thinking that the combat power was much higher than last time. But until they reached the heart of the dragon slayer, he had nothing to fear, until he studied their strengths and weaknesses. You cannot underestimate the professionals. He looked at his subordinates, telling them to take the soldiers and deal with the violators. One of the monsters pointed at himself with his paw when he heard that he asked him to stay. The heroes attacked the monsters. A question was heard. There were no excesses on the way here. Maybe that spirit hunter told the truth. And the answer was that they themselves got into trouble. The bald one ordered to be more serious, maintain the barrier and deal with the boss. The man looked ahead carefully. The view into the gorge was hidden by thick dust. A lot of monsters burst out of it, and the hunter cursed. Where did so many of them come from? The leader shouted, "Leave no one alive and kill everyone." The warrior standing behind said that it was the same last time, but now there were more of them. Tai said that this was really unexpected. It was not so easy to defeat the research team. He shouted to gather and promised to remove the elite monsters, and they should focus on their goals. The warriors used their skills, see, he said that they spent a few minutes, then they are worthy of being called experts. Their strength is unimaginable. It is scary to imagine what this strange magician is capable of. The elf in the cage covered her head with her hands, when the hero decided that he thought he should also take part. He flew up and grinned at the dust. The monster exclaimed that Lord Athos was entering the game again. The second asked, has he ever seen the Lord himself enter the battle? No, but why does it seem so familiar? The girl looked ahead carefully, asking what happened to this black dragon. He was completely different when she was first captured. Shan walked forward, saying that he had seen the power of the research team, but this situation was not included in the strategy. Tai replied that he would think about it later when everything was over. There was a green flame next to Luen. He said that they could not handle small monsters, but they called themselves professionals. This was ridiculous. Another batch of dragon corpses for his collection. The red-haired man waved his hand, saying that maybe the guild was not that powerful in their eyes, but it was all about strategy. As the leader of the Heavenly Pavilion, shouldn't he speak honestly? His eyes were shining as he laughed, saying that he dared to argue with him. Let him continue, he would have another piece of his collection. Tai, who was walking in front, told the master not to joke like that. He was scaring people. Shan thought that his gaze would give her nightmares, and the leader thought that he was just an old pervert who did not need to be afraid. The scarred man chuckled, thinking that he was so brave, and they would see his reaction when they met the black dragon. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above him. He asked the black dragon, and then shouted that it was him. The white-haired man said that he was acting outside the rules. How is this possible? The warrior asked. Is this a bug? Did the spirit hunter deceive them? A flame appeared next to the man from the use of a mad blood song. Everyone gathered, maintained the barrier and did not lower his health below 30%. Bright flashes of attacks dealt physical, shadow and magic damage to the dragon. The dragon looked at them indifferently, thinking that even professionals cannot cope with him. The men jumped, preparing to attack. One said that the black dragon has fast regeneration, they must continue. The second said that he knew that this attack would come now. With a shining class, Athos wondered if they would guess his next move. One of the warriors saw the movement and cursed, saying that the boss had changed his attention from the front to them. The dust smiled from the attack. The hero thought that there was such a chance to eliminate the rest. A warrior appeared behind him, taking the form of a shadow, and shouted that his weakness was right behind him. Let him follow, feel his blow. After the attack, Ci gritted his teeth, saying that a shadow blow dealt with all bosses at once. Is the black dragon's fast regeneration so fast? The monster attacked him, leaving only 1% of his health, saying that now it was his turn to show weakness. Let him go to hell. He thought that today he was very lucky to survive. But how many more times can he be lucky? His comrades ran to the fallen warrior. One shouted that it was close. He managed to conjure a shield for him. He needed to heal him quickly. Curson looked ahead carefully. A fireball formed in the dragon's mouth. He asked if it was the breath of annihilation. The leader said that he couldn't ult if his health was less than 70%. Why was he using it? Everything was covered in bright flames. A huge dragon stood in the fire, thinking that he was still alive. The breath of annihilation would finish him off. At this time the warrior asked why the boss didn't play by the rules. The second one answered that it was as if he had gained intelligence. He had studied their weakest points, developed his own tactics. The leader shouted at him not to talk nonsense. Where would the boss get his consciousness from? Luen was floating in the red sky, saying that they were absolutely useless. He would do it himself. Green swirls condensed above the man. He said that the endless songs of the underworld, let him awaken the ancient soul, follow his will and obey his call, and use his majesty and strength to sow chaos and destruction. Black shadows appeared as he summoned the bone dragon Marzus. Looking at the purple glowing bone dragon, the hero thought, is he really a necromancer? Looking at the bone dragon, the hero thought that necromancers are an extremely rare profession. It is said that a high-level necromancer can even summon deceased bosses. Is this bone dragon as strong as him? Holding the staff, Luen ordered to tear his enemies apart. Athos held back Mars's attack with his paws, thinking what power, seemingly such fragile bones, but great strength. Rays of energy spread from the attack. The white dragon was thrown back. Mars's opened its mouth, spewing out a bright beam. In response, the hero sent out a stream of fire, thinking, is this all he can do? The bright flames spread high up. Shan covered himself with his hand, saying that he had never seen this before. Tai thought that this old pervert Luen was very powerful. The eye with a vertical pupil was shining. The dragon thought that he had a powerful breath, but he had not yet shown his full potential. He released a huge ball of flame. It spread everywhere like a whirlwind. Athos turned his head, thinking, is this all? Suddenly, a bone paw grabbed him. The gaze of the red eye lowered. The lying Marzus held his paw. Yang in the dragon's body thought, how can he still be alive? Luen held the staff with a smile, saying that his fresh corpses are good. The white dragon began to rise, and then attacked, inflicting great physical damage. From the dragon's attack, soaring upward, the black dragon Athos's health began to fall. He thought that this was too much damage if this continues. He hit the enemy with his black tail. The hero rose into the air, thinking that even his breath was lost. And then he saw the enemy roar and realized that he could not fly. Luen frowned, saying that this was a problem, even if Mars's attacked from a distance. The bone dragon spat balls of power. The black dragon dodged in the air, mentally laughing, and said that he could not be defeated like that. The red eye looked down. He thought that at such a height, yes, all this necromancer was defenseless. The man looked at him gloomily. The white dragon turned around when he told him to go back and protect him. Suddenly, a boss appeared next to the bone dragon, thinking that he was fooled. He powerfully attacked the enemy. Lorent flew down, while his health was rapidly decreasing. A bright flash appeared between the mountains. The hero thought that he still had health left. He thought this magician would die in a second. The black dragon looked down. His comrades were holding the magic shield. When the leader ordered to build a protective barrier and start healing, they retreat to a safe zone. The hero thought that it was Tai again. He always helps his teammates in a timely manner. If not for him, they would already be dead. Looking back, Lorent asked if CI had not returned yet. Tai asked him to be patient. According to his calculations, he would return any minute. The dragon tensed up when he heard this, and realized that he was the killer. He did not notice that he was missing. He was walking along the side of the dragon. Den waved his hand, telling the captain that CI had returned. Quickly, I have no movement. Yang thought that they should not hope. Is it too early to rejoice? The blue monster jumped up, telling Lord Athos that he had returned. He handed the boss a shining crystal, saying that he had found the dragon's heart, and had not failed the mission, but that he had praised him. The golden heart-shaped pendant glowed brightly. Tai was shocked to see this, asking how this was possible. Athos reached out his paw to the pendant, saying that he was a schemer. With his plan, with the dragon's heart in his hands, victory would be his. Suddenly, the crystal glowed as the claws touched it. A bright glow engulfed the surprised dragon, who did not understand what it was. The system reported an unforeseen circumstance. The change in the level of the Black Dragon Fortress is imminent. The level has been increased from diamond to star. A scream was heard in the tall white tower. What was happening? An earthquake. The girls walked along the corridor. The guide asked. There was a surge of spiritual energy. What could it be? Ling said that she felt a powerful aura coming from some hidden realm. She never thought that it could affect the world. They looked at the bright beam rising into the sky. The Supreme said that something big was coming. The sky above the mountains was red. Words were heard that it was impossible. The hunters were extremely shocked. The man asked, Star level, what do you mean? Didn't know that the hidden realm could improve like this. In front of them was a huge black dragon with red eyes, Athos, a wing of black flame. In the red eye there was a vertical pupil. The hero thought, did he increase the level? In front of him was a message that he had reached level 100. All stats were increased. A new star level skill was unlocked. The hero in the dragon's body saw his stats and the new skill information of the fire tongue, the purifying hell prison, which creates a hell prison with an incredibly powerful black flame, destroying all who dare to resist, dealing 1000% magic damage. The hero thought that all the stats had improved greatly, and a star level skill had also appeared. The skill even has a resurrection band function in their time. When he does not die until the level is reset, this skill is like a scam. The system reported a note that this skill can completely destroy the soul of professionals, preventing them from being reborn. He can choose to destroy their souls or not. The dragon raised his head to look at the system window that due to the host finding the key item, the heart of the dragon slayer, an improvement was achieved. The hero thought what was going on. There was a shining crystal in his paw. He thought, this black dragon should have had the power of a star level from the beginning, but due to the existence of the dragon slayer heart, the traits of the black dragon were ignored in it, causing the intensity of the hidden realm to be lowered to the diamond level, and now losing the mechanism of the dragon slayer heart, the difficulty naturally increases. The body of the huge dragon was surrounded by a yellow glow. He thought that it was still unclear what the early stage meant. Now the situation had completely changed. The man quickly ran. Athos looked back. It was the man in the cloak, saying that he searched all the tombs but did not find the dragon slayer heart. Did he misunderstand something? CI looked forward in surprise, asking, is this boss? How come this is it? He looked at the bright glow in the dragon's paw and said, this is the dragon slayer heart. Tai anxiously stretched out his palm, shouting at him not to do anything stupid and to go back, and thought that this fool did not notice the system notification. The hooded guy quickly took off, telling him not to worry, he was too fast for this dragon. The boss extended a huge paw. He slammed it into the ground, raising dust. The system reported that their partner CI had died. Sean, surprised, asked the captain what to do. The captain thought that usually the boss of a hidden star level realm would need a team of 20 players to defeat. With so many people there was no hope of winning. The only way out was now. The man quickly ran away, saying that they could not defeat him. They had to leave. The team members ran after him. The man confirmed that he wanted to escape. It was too reckless to engage in battle under these conditions. The dragon raised its wings, thinking that this was a wise decision, but he would not let them go. A trace was left from the rapid movement. The man saw a glow ahead and shouted that he saw a portal. Sean turned around. Athos blocked their way. A scream was heard. Here again, he blocked the exit. They must use all their defenses and attack with all their might. All they need is to survive. The dragon breathed out a huge stream of flame, using the breath of extermination. Tai stood next to his fallen comrades and heard that the damage from the star level was terrible. His strongest defensive barrier was destroyed in just one hit. The second one's mana was also running out. If the boss used another skill, they were finished. The man leaned on his weapon, saying that everyone must put their valuables in the endless ring to avoid losing forever. They will not survive. There was green smoke around Lorent. He shouted that he will not give up. He has killed him 1,000 times and knows all his abilities. Even if he reached the star level, he will kill him again. Throwing off his hood, he shouted like a madman to the non-dead souls sleeping in the long river of time. Use his power as a mediator to destroy the boundary between life and death, and allow his existence to reappear in the world of the living. Behind him, many green figures appeared, the Cloudwater Legion. The system reported that this was a summoning of all the dead creatures on the battlefield to fight by his side. The duration is infinite. It will continuously drain the caster's mana. The green spirits rushed towards the boss, hearing the order to smash the enemy to pieces. Smoke rose around the black dragon. He thought that they should die. Marza sent a bright flame towards the boss. He thought that it could not even leave a scratch on his skin. The figure of the dragon was hidden behind the glow. With a powerful blow of his paw, Athos smashed the bone dragon into the ground. With a clawed paw, he held its head. With a crazy smile, Lorent said that even if he failed this time, he would come back to torture him again until he completely absorbed his soul. The necromancer spread his arms to the side, shouting that it was a pity, but the dungeon of a certain level could not be repeated. He wanted to torture him a little more. Looking with a red eye, the hero thought that since they had come this far, he could not let him go so easily. He would try out his new skill. The dragon flew up, covering his body with wings. A huge fireball appeared among the mountains. The bodies of creatures were hidden in the flames. A roar was heard among the fire. The man put out his palm, continuing to shout that he was hot. Next time he would make him feel the pain 100 times stronger, he swears. And he heard that there would be no next time. A man's surprised eye was visible among the fire. A figure of a warrior was visible in the fire, asking what was happening. His health had reached 0, why the reincarnation process had not started, why his body was falling apart. The answer was heard that it was because he would not be reborn again and would disappear forever. A majestic dragon stood in the high flames. The system reported the warriors killed and a large amount of experience gained. The information window showed information about the total experience gained, 9.91 million. The current level was 40. The maximum level of preliminary preparation had been reached. All requirements were met. He must transform as soon as possible. Excess experience. 40% loss of experience. The current rate of experience gained was 599 million. Tai sat with his hands clasped next to his head. Someone pushed the door open with their hand, indicating that he had returned. Curson entered the room, and the man asked if there was any news from the master. The bald guy opened his mouth wide and said that he had no news, and all the information about the master had disappeared from the heavenly pavilion, so it could be either a mistake, or he was dead. These words shocked the people present. It was as if a black dragon was looming over them, and Tai wondered who it was, especially considering the master's level of protection. He began to tremble at the realization that they could not solve this problem. There was no need to compensate for the losses first, and the decision should be made by the headquarters. His eyes became smaller from fear at the thought that the boss had let them go on purpose, because only the master had died. The sun shone on the walls of the house. The guy took a sip, then leaned back on the sofa, saying that he was very tired, because the research team was much cooler than ghost hunters, and it took a lot of effort. The hero looked at the equipment and items window, noting that hard work always pays off, because this is an S-class guild, and it is incredibly rich. A blade appeared above his hand when he said that there is something he likes the most. So the system showed a window describing the Shadow Bloodlust. The next window described the legendary skill scroll. Jan clenched his fist in satisfaction, saying that he was really lucky, because last time he got a diamond level weapon, and this time he also got a star level one, and unlike the fight for Granny, now he can also use a dagger, and this skill scroll is very heavy. It can instantly destroy a 4-stage transformation, and it has no restrictions on use. The guy put on his jacket, noting that he raised his level to 40. But he remembered the man on fire, wondering if this necromancer mage really died and will not be resurrected, and the system notified that this was true. Another notification from her appeared, noting that the decision was correct. The system analysis showed that he had once killed the dragon, obtaining its heart, and if the master was killed when he was in the role of the boss, then the boss and the master would die, so he had to be careful. The hero frowned, saying that he was glad that he had killed him, because if he had not been so smart, he would have been dead himself. He, having washed himself, thought that the research team would not show up to them anytime soon. Jan was heading for the exit, when the system noted that the bosses that were arranged would have a direct influence on their consciousness regardless of the level, and when the master was not connected, they would act in accordance with the established rules and behavior patterns. In addition, if the master killed a level 1 boss, he would automatically switch to another boss of a higher level with stronger abilities. Holding the amulet in his hand, the boy said that this is how he should slay the dragon. When it comes to killing it, he will use this thing, and he felt like everything fell into place. A window appeared with a description of the dragon heart, giving attributes of plus 50% to the spirit and plus 100% to the strength. He imagined the warriors in armor, reasoning that this bloody soul of a heroic spirit most likely refers to a hero who slayed dragons, someone who can be given this title definitely has super strong combat power, which is even greater than that of a level 5 professional, and killing the Black Dragon is his next goal. Without leaving the room, he decided that it was time to begin the second transformation. People looked at Ling standing next to them, thinking that she might be waiting for someone, which means it must be a person of high status. Opening her eyes, the girl spoke about the blessing of the statue. Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise when she greeted him as a brave warrior, and wondered how she knew he was coming. He averted his eyes with a smile, and heard that the Transfiguration statue had just released a guiding light, which was a signal that a temple VIP was coming. There was only one VIP in the entire Eastern Spirit City, and that was him. And as for the address, it was a requirement of the temple, so he could ignore it. The system notified that the 5-star quest had been completed, and now he needed to clear 2 silver tier dungeons alone, killing the boss within 3 minutes of meeting him. A bright light surrounded the hero. This light was inserted into his clenched hand, and he thought that to complete a quest of this level, it was usually necessary to team up, but this task required solo completion, although he didn't care. Yang turned around when Ling said that as expected, he had accepted another 5-star quest. Calling him a worthy brave man, he asked if she had a map of the silver tier dungeon, to which she asked him to wait for a while. Ling handed over the map, saying that in addition to silver dungeons, it also contained information about bronze and gold dungeons, to which he thanked her. Yang walked past, saying that in that case he was leaving, but the girl asked him to wait. Turning around, she said that not long ago, an incident occurred in the dungeon, and the difficulty increased, and many professionals were missing, and in addition, the low-level wilderness areas are overcrowded recently. This often leads to bloody conflicts due to the high competition, so he must be careful. The hero smiled at her, thanking her again for her understanding and saying that he would be careful, thinking that there were many low-level dungeons around, but he still had to find 2 silver ones. He had been to many different places, but there were many people and closed passages everywhere. Then he wondered if the silver dungeons were worth it. Yang breathed heavily, saying that after going through 7 or 8 dungeons in a row, they were all captured by someone else, and maybe it was because he had been too lucky with equipment lately. Looking at the map, he saw that there should be an entrance to the Cave of Suffering ahead. At this entrance, the guy noticed several people. Among them was a guy and 2 girls. One of them raised her hand to her face, telling the other man that they came here first, so he should leave this dungeon to them. Faye pointed to himself, saying that the dungeon didn't say that it belonged to their guild, which meant that might makes right. The hero put his hand on his head, thinking that it might be a coincidence. But did the girl also join this guild, saying that since they were all acquaintances, it would be easier for them to negotiate when it came to a fight. Yang jumped off the cliff. As he fell, he said that he would not leave this dungeon. Qian turned away from the 2 guys, one of whom said that the dungeon had caught the eye of their leader, so she should disappear, and the other offered to play with them. A blade appeared in front of his face. Lan held a sword in her hand, saying that he should watch his tongue, otherwise it would be cut off. Faye peeked over the man's shoulder, noticing that she was a Transformation Class 3, said that there was nothing to be afraid of, since they were also Transformation Class 3. Li, gritting his teeth, told the woman to know her place. He threatened her with his fist. When the girl called him a pig who had no manners, he replied that he was taught that the one with the biggest fist is right, and that his comrades would not be spared by their girlfriends. Lan, looking at Qian, thought that they were all low levels, and if they really entered the battle, they would lose, but if they retreated, they could do something to them. The girl lowered the blade. Both looked away when someone noted the words about the size of the fists. Yan put his hand on his chest, saying that if it was important, he would start first, and someone asked who he was. Qian worriedly folded her hands, thinking that the last time she saw him was in the teleportation center, and it was good that he was okay, but it was unclear why he was here. Faye pointed at the hero with his hand, indignant that it was him again. He then pointed at Li, asking if he knew who was being provoked since he himself was at Transformation 3, so he could easily sweat him like a mosquito. The brute added that it was better to start begging for mercy right now. Yang waved at Qian, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but the threatener was outraged that the hero was not even listening to them. Lan leaned towards her friend, asking if they knew each other, and she replied that they were classmates, to which the girl assumed that this meant that they were at the same transformation level. The hero looked away when she said that this was a silver level dungeon, meaning he could get lost, and replied that the Transformation 2 quest required exactly that level. Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise, thinking that this guy had transformed with Qian, but still managed to reach level 40 in a couple of days, although it could be. A crystal appeared in Faye's hand as he told the hero that he was just pretending. If he was so capable, then why wouldn't he reveal his personal information so that everyone could see his level? But he wouldn't dare to do that, so he should stop pretending to be someone he's not, so he should kneel in front of their boss. Yang smiled confidently, telling him that it looked like he was level 10, if he was level 1 then he wouldn't even move now. A system window appeared describing the deadly punishment for players below level 10. The hero raised 2 fingers. A powerful stream pushed Faye away, telling him to return to the city. He opened his mouth wide, His health dropped to 0%. The system notified that a level 10 ice mage had been defeated, and 100 experience points had been earned. His comrades ran up to him, but Li struck in front of Yang, to which he noted that it was without warning. The man raised his hand, saying that he would not let him live after killing Fei. Then a sword appeared in the hero's hand. He looked at the girl and read, offering to join if they wanted. Smiling ominously, Lan grabbed the sword, saying that the hero was provoking 2 players at once with 3 transformations, and that he was too arrogant, and she would not let him go just like that, and would not care that he was friends with Qian. The girl approached Li, offering to put off their problems with the hunchback pavilion, because they needed to be taught a lesson, to which he replied that he would deal with her later. Together, they pounced on Yang. The hero avoided the fast attacks, wondering where he got such speed from. His fist surrounded the silhouette of the beast as he used the Thunder Tiger strike. The blow was delivered along with a bright flash, but Yang blocked it with his blade. The hero threw it back, making a wide swing. Lan also tried to strike from behind. Yang noted that they also did not warn when they attacked, and that this group of professionals lacked morality. The system showed the description of a one-time crystal barrier scroll. The girl looked towards the hero, noticing that the sword strike barely reduced the strength count by half, and this was definitely an advanced weapon scroll. It seemed to be silver or even platinum level, and the way he instantly killed the ice mage was so fast that she barely had time to notice it, because who would have thought that he really knew how to fight like that? A pile of rocks flew off the cliff. Li spread his arms wide, shouting that the hero could not escape, and he would not rest until he was dead. Yang, surrounding himself with flames, reminded him that he was in a hurry. The man gritted his teeth. A stream of fire broke part of the cliff with words for him to disappear, and the system notified about the victory over the level 60 martial artist. He put the sword on his shoulder and asked the others if they still wanted to fight him. Fei just smiled confusedly, thinking that no one would fight him after this. The guy walked forward, saying that they were still guild friends and it would be rude, while the girl was surprised. Standing near the portal, he turned around, asking to convey his apologies to the leader, but this dungeon was his. System messages appeared, saying that he entered the Cave of Pain, starting the transformation quest, with a party level of 20 to 40 and participants from 1 to 8. Huge crystals were growing inside the dungeon. Yan said that except for the Black Dragon Fortress, this was his first time officially entering a dungeon, and it was quite refreshing, but he remembered that this should be a goblin lair. Noticing someone ahead, the guy was surprised by only one monster at the entrance. The goblin pulled back his bowstring. Yan blocked the arrow, noticing that this was his first opponent in the dungeon. He even felt a bit unsure of himself. Another goblin pounced on him from behind. The hero grabbed it by the throat. Then he threw it at the archer. The swing of the blade left a bright mark, and both monsters were toppled. He looked into the depths of the cave, saying that the evil goblin butcher was preparing to appear, and this dungeon was more dangerous, because if he was not fast enough, he could fall into a trap. Then he remembered Li's attack, saying that in previous battles, he relied mainly on his abilities to defeat enemies, but if he faced a stronger opponent, he would have to rely on skills to determine the outcome. A bright light appeared in the hero's hand. He decided that this was a unique opportunity to try his new demonic blade skill on them. 2 goblins roared in the darkness. From the ceiling, they pounced on the guy, but the shield protected him. Now a magic hammer appeared in the hero's hand. Yang dealt a powerful blow with it. Several archers simultaneously fired arrows. The guy managed to jump back from the place where they hit. A crossbow appeared in his hands. The enemies were stunned. Yang landed, leaning on his hand, saying that he was already tired of them with their hidden attacks. The rustling of stones was heard under his foot. There were many different monsters behind him, and he said that they almost reached the boss, and he wanted to finish them all at once. The hero put his hands behind his back. He directed a stream of energy forward, offering to try his 40-meter sword. The defeated monsters fell around Yang when he said that this weapon is so versatile and used both at long and close range, and he is increasingly anticipating what new skills the 5-star mission will bring him. He felt someone's furious gaze. A giant ice tiger level 40 dungeon boss appeared in front of him, and the guy said that the final boss was actually a tiger, and he was surprised at how big it became, how incredible its size was. The hero looked calmly, hearing that he was a stupid person who dared to invade his territory. The boss began to run around the guy, saying that he would not be able to keep up with him, but he noted that his words seemed to be written, and apparently, bosses below the star level do not have consciousness, deciding to try one technique on him. The tiger pounced on the guy, screaming that he was a corpse. Traces of many blows appeared on his paw. So many cuts were visible all over his body. The system notified that he was defeated and experience was awarded, and also that the boss was killed within 3 minutes of meeting him. The hero noted that it was an instant death, and even 3 minutes were not needed. Yang approached the portal, deciding to move on to the next dungeon. He noticed the girl behind the rock, wondering why she was hiding, but she told him to ignore her and just pass by. Frowning, Lon said that he had only had 5 minutes to clear the dungeon known as the Cave of Pain, and did not understand what kind of monster it was. Qian noted that it was not then, but they went to the same school, and now it was as if they were from different worlds. Later, a hole remained in the monster's body. The system notified that the dungeon boss, the blood-boiling orc, was defeated. New messages said that the 5-star task was completed and the completion of the mission to overcome the 5-star barrier was marked. A notification about the unlocking of a hidden mission and a window appeared in front of him, offering to accept it. Yang opened the map in front of him, seeing that in the indicated place on it there was a terrible beast hiding something. As a reward for completing all attributes would improve by 5%. The next message from the system showed a note about the hidden mission. The guy smiled widely and said that even just one increase in all attributes was already very tempting, not to mention the legendary skill book, and judging by the quest description, there should be a second phase, so he will take on this mission. The silhouette of a huge monster appeared behind him. He also said that the mission area is the wild nature of the city, where the average level of monsters is over 40, but this scary beast should not be higher than level 50, because if this is not a deception, then in his opinion, no one will be able to complete this mission. Then a blade appeared in his hand and said that it was time to unlock a star-grade weapon. Yes, to use a diamond-grade weapon or higher, not only a full set of limitless gems is required, but also a grandmaster blacksmith to process them, and there are no such things in the valley. At this point, he remembered Tai and the others' faces, thinking that there was a branch of the Heavenly Pavilion in the city, and he remembered that they not only sold dungeon-clearing strategies, but also other important information, which meant that it was time to visit those subordinates who had failed. So a bright card appeared in his hand. Thinking that he had heard that the Heavenly Pavilion was one of the X-Alliance members, he wondered how they would react when they saw it. Yang stood at the tall stairs, surprised at how many people wanted to buy the strategy, which really showed the merits of the strategy group, and that he was a little nervous. A card with a description of the complete set appeared in his hand, and he thought that after all, having just sold the thing, a person officially joined the ranks of innovators, which was a little embarrassing. A small line had formed at the counter. People in it were indignant. Someone asked them to keep their calm. The hero was surprised at what he saw. He saw Tai and Ci standing next to him, mentally surprised that they met again so quickly. The one-eyed man asked if it was possible to compensate for the loss of his weapon, because it was still a star level. He, closing his eyes, answered that because of the fall, the headquarters was lenient and did not bother them. He kicked the chair, cursing that he would have to work long again. Yang caught him. Frowning, he demanded that the man behave decently. Surrounded by a dark aura, Ci asked what the hero did not like. The guy answered that just because he was a high level, it did not mean that he could freak out, throwing everything around. The man grabbed his shirt, saying that a mere level 40 newbie dared to contradict him, although he could really do whatever he wanted, and even send him back to the fountain. Many heroes only thought that the next time he went to the Black Dragon, he would kill him. Tai stepped between them, telling his comrade to think about his reputation. After all, it was just a trifle, and there was no need to react so violently. The hero adjusted his clothes, indignant at such an attitude. After all, would such a respected pavilion treat its guests like this? And he was disappointed. Both looked at him, and Tai replied that they were a high-level strategy group and did not sell strategies for passing a dungeon of his level. He was surprised that he was wasting his time explaining anything. Then the guy showed his golden card. But Ci knocked it out of his hands, saying that it would not scare him. He was surprised at his lack of understanding. The card landed at someone's feet. Everyone looked at the man who appeared in front of them, wondering why the head manager was there. Another said that he had been looking forward to his arrival. You picked up the card. He suddenly struck Ci. The man fell to the ground, asking what he was doing. The manager handed the card to Yang along with an apology for all the trouble his subordinates had caused. The hero replied that there was no problem. You put one hand behind his back, wondering how the hero was so young but already had a Black Alliance membership card, asking if it could be that he had completed the mission to promote to the 5-star class and received special privileges in the Transformation Temple. The boy replied that it was. He turned to his subordinates, demanding that they treat the hero properly, to which they agreed. Then he took Ci by the cloak, saying that he would now leave them and tell the subordinate about the next dungeon, although the latter asked him to let him go and threatened the guy that he would return, who thought that this pavilion had some more. Yang looked at the man who asked him if he could do anything else for him, and replied that he would like to know where the master-level blacksmith was in the city, and also, do they have any precious stones here? Since the pavilion had all run out of treasures, he would like to buy some more, to which the man replied that information was not a problem, and they did have an unlimited amount of precious stones, but they were quite expensive. Yang snapped his fingers, saying that anything that could be solved with money was not a problem for him. A bag of gold fell in front of the man. He replied that he understood everything, at first wanting to look for someone, but still decided that he would bring everything himself, and the guy thought about how his face quickly changed. The hero smiled, thinking that the local capital of their chief manager was very polite. Now he was even more interested in learning about the past of this temple. Opening the map in front of him, he saw the forge of the old wolf, saying that this master-level blacksmith was actually hiding in such an inconspicuous place that it would be right to entrust him with this pavilion. The guy looked behind him, hearing that the research group was going to the Black Dragon again. 2 people were walking behind him, saying that people died there, but they were still heading there again. His comrade replied that these were just rumors, because everyone was too scared to give an intelligible answer, to which the first noted that he thought so, because he himself would never go. Frowning, the hero thought that Luan's death had dealt a huge blow to the research team's morale, and they would probably hesitate to come again for a while, but it was better to defeat the Black Dragon as soon as possible to avoid any complications. There was a sign above the entrance. The guy looked inside, saying that he was looking for Gan. The 2 girls turned to look at him. He smiled at them, asking them that they were here to make equipment. You immediately approached him, asking him that he had just joined, how old he was, and whether he liked older girls. Someone's hand fell on her face. You pushed her friend away, saying that the hero thought it was too early to come here, and that it would be better to go to a regular forge on Commercial Street. Jan put his hand behind his head, answering that it was not the first time he heard such things, and he was tired of explaining. Then he raised his hand, saying that his weapon was of a high enough level for him to be here. The girls looked at the items that appeared in confusion, surprised that this was a star-level weapon and a real gem that was worth a fortune. The blacksmith raised his head. Also looking surprised, he noted that he had not seen such a weapon for a long time. The blacksmith took it in his hand when the guy told him that he was entrusting it to him. The man's clothes immediately tore, saying that he would put his life's work into strengthening this weapon and would not disappoint. He raised a hammer in his hands. Then he hit the anvil with it. Shue looked at the sparks with admiration, saying that this was a special effect of strengthening a star-level weapon. She had never seen such a miracle before. Yu extended her hand to them, saying that it was magnificent. Yan was sitting to the side, and she noted that he seemed too familiar with such a sight. Then she walked up to her friend, noticing that she was staring at him intently, and perhaps she liked him, but she denied it. Yan looked annoyed, thinking that maybe he chose the wrong guild. The blacksmith raised the dagger above his head. A few hours later said that everything was ready. The boy thought that it was truly a masterful approach, finishing it in one go, because the last time he tried, he just wasted a lot of materials. Yan extended his hand to the weapon, asking how much he owed. The man replied that he had put a lot of effort into this weapon. Usually he would ask for 1 billion, but today, feeling a surge of strength, he did everything absolutely for free. Yu was surprised that the master was working for free. The hero looked at him with a smile, saying that he did not even think of using his services for free. Besides, money is easy to get, but the master is not, and asked to accept his usual 1 billion, promising to visit him often. Giving him a thumbs up, he accepted this offer and looked forward to the next visit. Yu looked at him lovingly, saying that not only did he miss out on a free opportunity, but he also spent 1 billion, and yet he still smiled, calling it the cold-bloodedness of a tycoon. The second girl wondered if perhaps he really was in S rank. Later, the boy stood on a tree branch, looking around the area, saying that this was the location of the second mission, a map for those who had completed the second transformation. A bright aura swirled around him as he thought about the attribute requirements, including the Shadow's bloodlust of 300 points of speed and fortitude, and for this, it is enough to stock up on attribute potions, then distribute the remaining points so that with his current strength, he can rival a master of the fourth transformation. Vials of used elixirs fell under his feet. Then, he jumped into the abyss. He fell down rapidly. Along the way, he managed to hit a bat and an offended soldier. His lightning-fast movements left a bright trace when using a double strike. The hero landed on the ground, thinking that this is the most basic warrior skill, reinforced by a star-level weapon, demonstrating such power. Many eyes were looking at him from the darkness. Yan surrounded himself with scrolls saying that he did not plan to go through the map, so he would use the old method and break through in one fell swoop. A powerful explosion sounded. The guy continued to go deeper, saying that this was a cave of a terrifying beast, and given the mission plan, he assumed that its level would be at least 50, so he wondered how many hits it would take. The monsters tried to remain unnoticed. When he thought that there were fewer and fewer monsters on the way, when a light appeared ahead, he realized that he was in place. He covered his eyes from the bright light. But he frowned when he saw something in front of him. The road led to a lying monster. The monster was lying on the ground. The system showed its description. The hero thought that, except for the level and name, there was no information, which meant he needed to buy a high-level skill book for clairvoyance. Rushing forward, Yang remembered that he should never underestimate a boss about whom nothing is known. They need to prepare for a tough fight. Jumping on him, the hero struck. Then he landed on the ground, saying that it would not work in one fell swoop. The monster released spikes from its mouth. The spikes dug into the ground next to the hero. Yan looked at him carefully. Such bright traces remained near the boss. Pushing off, the guy rushed towards him again. He hit him through and through, deciding not to give him the opportunity to breathe, destroying his health in one go. The assistant notified about the murder of the mutated beast. The hero turned around, seeing a notification that he received an ancient key. Looking up, he saw a key and an unknown rotting piece of flesh that was not a symbol of decay, noting that the key was mentioned in the mission but not this flesh. But from the description, it hinted that its previous owner was incredibly powerful. Even after this power disappeared, the beast changed. Taking it all in his hand, he decided to put it aside for now and return to the class transfer mission. Several new system windows appeared, informing that the verification was complete, and the class transfer mission was completed, as well as the 5-star mission was completed, increasing the base attributes by 25%. Jan was surrounded by a bright light, deciding to distribute everything equally between strength and spirit, thinking that this terrifying basic attribute increase had already completely suppressed the supporters of the third transformation, and if you add in the attributes of the equipment, he is quite capable of fighting the spirit hunters. And that the thought of the second transformation defeating the fourth was simply mesmerizing. The blade appeared in his hand again, saying that the double mixed damage for attributes, coupled with the ghost mark, so his strike will be too strong even for the Platinum Dungeon boss, and this is a truly legendary skill. Later, he was standing at the altar, and a girl came up to him, congratulating him on completing the second 5-star transformation, telling him about his privileges of 50 million per month and the size of the Alliance membership discount, which has now been increased from 20% to 30%. The guy thought that these benefits seemed quite ordinary. Raising his hand, Ling asked him how he was doing and what his next plan was. Jan replied that he was a bit tired these past few days, so he planned to rest for a few days, as it was important to maintain a balance between work and rest, to which the other party agreed. Imagining the dragon's powers, he thought that resting did not mean doing nothing at all, and he would find time to visit the pavilion and buy some things to prepare for killing the dragon. Tai and Ci stood in front of Yu's desk, who said that this time, the expedition to the secret realm would be Tai's responsibility, and that 30 members of the research team should be enough to pass, to which he agreed, noting that the realm had a strict limitation that soul transfer after death would no longer be possible. Then an item appeared in his interlocutor's hand, saying that the headquarters had already taken countermeasures and prepared 2 rings of life that would activate the resurrection. Seeing the green ring in front of him, Tai called it a valuable treasure and thanked it. Sitting at the table, Yu said that he relied on them, and if he had a little more time, he would gladly spend it with them, moving his old bones. Someone's hand pushed the door, saying that it was not their turn to deal with the dragon. Everyone present looked at the entrance in surprise, asking why the girl had come. Luo, moving her hand to the side, noted that they could have greeted her. Yu knelt down, saying that the subordinates did not know that she was planning to visit them, and he was very sorry that the greeting was so improper, to which she replied that she did not inform anyone of her intention to visit, so as not to let the news leak out. One of the assistants noticed that the girl was about to sit down. She quickly moved the chair to Luo, who said that from now on, no one was allowed to enter the Black Dragon Fortress without her consent, and that he would become hers, to which one of the people present asked if she was allowed to do so. She opened her eyes wide, surprised that the other person dared to challenge her father, but the man replied that he did not dare. Luo demanded that all known information about the Black Dragon be prepared, as well as a rest room. Taking a deep breath, Yu said that he did not expect the lady to decide to pay such a sudden visit, and Ci was shocked that this was the daughter of the owner of the Heaven Pavilion, as well as the World Beast Association. The rays of the sun illuminated the wall of the house. The other person said that this was true, and that the World Beast Association was the largest, which specializes in collecting exotic species, and the lady was very talented, having joined the association at a very young age. He introduced various beasts behind her, telling her that today she came here to defeat the Black Dragon, and if everything goes well, she will become the best beast master in the entire continent, and the prestige of the Heaven Pavilion will reach a new level. Yu turned to the interlocutors, telling them to take her seriously, to carry out any order, and not to dare to contradict, and when they capture the Black Dragon, they must not take it away, since it will belong to her. Tai agreed, deciding to show the manual on the basics of training dragons, and Ci shouted that they would not dare to go against the daughter of such a great man. A system window appeared in front of the man. He noticed that this manual had already been bought by Yang. He did not understand why the hero chose this particular product. Yu looked at the photo of the guy, suggesting that it could be a coincidence, because he did not know about the mistress's arrival, but he suddenly needed this manual. His comrades wanted to know what to do, because they could ask for the book back. But he closed his eyes and replied that this would only cause unnecessary noise again, and there must be other sources of information. He just needed to look for them. The sunlight entered Yang's house through the open window. The guy flipped through the manual, saying that the book cost him 5.1 billion gold, and he hoped that it would justify its inflated price. An image and description of a black dragon appeared in front of him. Frowning, the hero noticed that the talent introduced by reducing damage by 80% was not mentioned. Given the professionalism of the Heaven Pavilion, this should not be missed, and perhaps the search team was unable to see further characteristics, which means that they may not know all the information. He saw an image of a blue dragon, opening the research report of the secret realm of the Black Dragon, and that this is a young period, which corresponds to the diamond period. Then the dragon acquired a greener color, it was a teenager, which corresponded to the shining moon period. After that, the dragon turned black, this is its adult age, corresponding to the scorching sun period. Swiping his finger, the hero said that only 3 black dragons were found in the entire territory, 2 of which had already fallen, but no one had yet managed to defeat the boss. But the information about the one already killed was incorrect, because it mixed up the periods of his growth. After zooming in on the green dragon, he decided to take a closer look and saw a description that this period was classified as the shining moon period. The dragon was in its teens, but after killing it, it became clear that it was a preteen, and apparently, the black dragon accidentally swallowed an unknown piece of meat during its life, which led to its ascension. Then he saw an image of an unknown piece of meat and a note that any such attribute was ready to be purchased by the Heaven Pavilion for a large sum of money, happy that he had found a treasure. Yang smiled, saying that even if the Heaven Pavilion designated this meat as precious, it really was quite a valuable treasure. With a confident smile on his face, he noted that he would let the dragon swallow this meat, and it would become even stronger. So even people with the 5th transformation would not be his rivals, and after swallowing it, he would be able to reach the 4th transformation, becoming incredibly strong. The guy lay down on the bed, saying that this couldn't go on for long, because eventually all bosses are defeated and move on to the next one, so he was still a little hesitant. But he opened his eyes when the system said that once he was killed in the form of a boss, he would receive a dragon as a pet. Yang jumped out of bed, asking if he had heard wrong, but the system replied that it was a fairly simple procedure, so there was no need to worry. The guy imagined himself standing on the dragon's head, saying that he was very happy about it, because it was synonymous with strength and absolute power. Even the World Beast Association would not be able to afford such a thing, because it was already SSS rank, and if he summoned such a pet right in front of the guild, everyone would be shocked. But still, imagining himself attacking a dragon, he decided that with his current strength, something like this would not happen anytime soon, and if he thought about it, his upgrade would depend only on the boss, because if no one stood up to him, his development speed would slow down, so, as a low-level hero, he would lose a large amount of money every time, which meant there was a chance of being left homeless. Lowering his head, the guy knew he had to take action, deciding to try something new and notice new messages in the guild. A message window opened in front of him, and he said that this forest was a secret kingdom of the Diamond Age, which meant he shouldn't miss this opportunity. He sent a message that he understood. Yuyun and Shui were also looking at the chat window. Their exclamation was heard throughout the area. Yan was watching their communication in the public chat. Yuyun, looking at the window, asked the hero if he was sure he wanted to join, because the monsters there were too dangerous. The guy replied that he would act carefully. White clouds floated above the high tower. The man in armor came out into the street, saying that it was not easy to return to level 99, but who would have thought that now they would have to go to a giant dense forest. Several warriors stood next to each other. Someone noted that the difficulty of this forest was no worse than in the lair of the Black Dragon, and he heard that people from the city also got the opportunity to go through the dense forest with special bonuses, and it seems that not everyone gets this opportunity, and the gap between the guilds continues to widen. His cloak fluttered behind him as he said that they still had a chance to even the score. He smiled ominously, adding that they had no other choice, and they needed to be killed so that they could also taste despair. Among the tall ancient trees, a gate was visible. Here you can often hear the murmur of giants, which warns strangers that they are not welcome here. Yan walked among the forest, thinking that there are many people here, and the giant dense forest is a secret kingdom, which is similar in level to the lair of the Black Dragon. The difficulty is also high, but it was decided to challenge now, and this must be to experience all the hardships of the trial secret kingdom, which is a special expectation carried out by the temple. It opens only once a year, and only the highest ranking guilds of transformation get the opportunity to participate in the trial secret kingdom. So in each city, a special ticket is issued, thanks to which guilds get the right to participate. The man standing above spread his arms. The hero was thinking that the guild that entered the top 3 would receive very valuable rewards and resources, including sparkling star weapons, 3 types of diamond weapons, and an additional bonus that would help the guild become stronger, and this was a great chance to show off, since the only A-rank guilds, Phantom Cloud and the Spirit Hunters, were going to crush each other to become greater. Yan looked at the people nearby, thinking that the Spirit Hunters were originally an order of magnitude stronger, but they were defeated in the lair of the Black Dragon. The drop in equipment levels put them at a great disadvantage, so now all the power has passed to the Phantom Cloud Guild, and most of the B-rank opponents therefore do not pose much of a threat. However, something caught his attention. Lei pushed the man away, turning to the others, saying that their level is still too low for such a secret realm, and the Spirit Hunter Guild will handle everything themselves, and they can go. The hero realized that they were not going to give up so easily. He stood quietly as the others around him rushed forward, hearing that the A-rank guild was too strong, and thought that it must be difficult to enter this secret realm if the level is below 90, and it seems that they are not going to enter now, maybe waiting for someone. Seeing the people in cloaks, he guessed that perhaps they were planning to intercept the phantom cloud and strike, although this is not good. One of the guild members approached Yang, asking if he heard their leader. The hero replied that he only wanted to look around, he was not interested in their affairs. But the interlocutor pushed him in the shoulder, demanding that he leave. The hero quickly intercepted his hand. Now the guy was screaming in pain. He threw it away, knocking down a tree with it. A loud sound was heard in the tree. He stopped at a black tree, crashing into it. Lei looked at the hero, asking who he was and why he hurt that guy. He replied that he was just defending himself. Ming opened his mouth wide, indignant and saying that this was not self-defense. The man in armor pulled his hand away, saying that since the guy tried to harm him, they would turn a blind eye to this situation, to which Yang agreed. Lei, turning around, began to leave. His comrade asked the leader about letting that guy go so easily, to which he replied that the stalker, who was killed in literally 3 seconds, was at least 4 transformations, and they were not here to get into trouble. And then Ming assumed that this was an invitee to the Phantom Cloud Guild, although he did not understand why he was sitting there alone. But the leader still noted that this was unlikely, because there were only girls in that guild. Yang looked up, noticing that they had arrived. Yuyun stood in front of him. The men turned to look at her as they talked about heading to the forest first, and then dealing with everything else. But she pointed out that their group attack had already led to everyone being killed, so they should save their strength for the battle in the secret realm itself. Yuyun smiled and added that the other guild leader seemed to have come here on purpose, determined to hinder them since he himself had failed to deal with the secret realm and had lost all his equipment, suggesting that he tried to save what was left of his reputation. But the man smiled menacingly, replying that they would never enter the secret realm. Ice shards flew towards him as he noted that the new guild had not said anything about the battle yet, and Shui had decided to move out without orders. But the girl frowned and only told him to stop talking. Lei and the others prepared for battle, suggesting to resolve all their misunderstandings today. Yang stood aside. He looked at the man with a smile, asking him who he was anyway. Yu looked at the guy lovingly, saying that he finally decided to speak out, calling him handsome. Muzi stood next to the others, saying that in the guild, Phantom Cloud is the only male member, and she wants to capture this historical moment. Yuyun approached Yang, saying that they finally met. The guy apologized for not showing up at the guild at all. Frowning slightly, the girl thought that he was a 5th transformation, a VIP of the temple, the owner of the most powerful weapon, and most likely, he can be assessed as S rank, and he hides a lot of secrets within himself. If she just asked, she probably won't get an answer. Lei's comrades were shocked, saying that the hero seemed to be a member of the Phantom Cloud, and not just some assistant, but a full-fledged member. Gritting his teeth, then, putting his hand behind his back, he said that he was returning it. Yang forcefully threw those arrows back. They hit Ming. Surrounding himself with a bright light, Lei shouted for the guy to die. He took a step towards him. Flexing his hand, he said that it seemed like that guild came to cause them trouble, indignant at them for thinking they were the coolest, and asking if they would be held responsible if they gave up this secret realm. The light in the guild leader's hands became even brighter, and he did not understand what he was talking about. Many scrolls appeared around the hero, and he said that he would have to teach them a lesson. Frowning, Lei noticed the skill scroll. He and his guild members were surrounded by a barrier when he said that they needed to reduce the damage. Now he was smiling, still acknowledging Yang's strength, but it would be impossible to break through their defense system. Then the hero created a giant whirlwind. The girls held their clothes. Lei raised his head in shock. The boy sent storm lightning at him. A bright pillar of light could be seen from everywhere. Yang came out of the dust cloud, saying that the opponent had been dealt with, and offering to enter the secret realm. Yuyun and the other girls looked at him in surprise. Shui pointed at the hero, while the girl in front of her did not understand how it was possible to deal with the spirit hunters in an instant, adding that even if he used the legendary skill scroll, it simply could not be. They turned around, hearing that their friend had sketched everything, and in addition to the skill scroll, Yan had also used other abilities. Everyone looked at the sketch, saying that it was beautiful. They also noticed the blade that seemed to have all the power concentrated in it. Yuyun raised her hand to her face, thinking that he used the scrolls to destroy the defense system, and then used his own abilities to create an illusion of chaos, and then struck with his blade, and this is a great plan. Frowning, Shui noted that if he only used his abilities, then given Lei's level 58, he would have remained unharmed. He was only defeated thanks to his equipment. The girls introduced the hero with a glass of wine, thinking that he was the most powerful member of the guild. Yang approached, asking if they could enter, to which the others agreed. White clouds floated across the sky. He walked along the forest with the others, noticing that the trees were so tall, which is not surprising since the secret kingdom has such a name. The girl next to him added that it was very dangerous here, so you need to carefully monitor the situation. Yu ran up to the guy, asking if they could pass the secret kingdom, and when he was surprised why not, she suggested that the same thing could happen as with the spirit hunters in the lair of the black dragon, asking that if this happens, he should protect the others. There was some movement in the bushes. A rabbit ran out of them, which greatly frightened Yang. but after it appeared a two-headed velociraptor of level 89. Yuyun rushed forward, telling the others not to panic, because it was just a small monster. A shield and sword appeared in her hands. A giant bear of level 95 jumped out from behind. Yang struck it, surprised that the girls were so loud. Yu replied that a girl tank is a rather rare profession, and then he said that he would figure it out himself. The swing of the blade left a bright mark. The girl said that she would support the hero. The one surrounded by flames thought that the support skills are very useful. The bear was surrounded by a cloud of dust. The hero plunged the blade into its head, using a cloud mark. Yun stood back to back with him, saying that it was completely over here, and noted the excellent work, because now their chances of winning have increased significantly. The hero was flattered because this was the first time he passed the secret realm in a team, and he hoped for a well-coordinated cooperation, to which the girl answered him that no problem, thinking that, in other words, before this he passed the secret realms alone, and now she is even more interested in his personality. A moment later, she took cover from a powerful explosion. Shui created an ice block. Yan stood behind the backs of the defeated monsters. Now both stood in front of the failed version of the hybrid giant, noting that it was the boss's turn. The girl noted that although the spirit hunters had already encountered this boss, she was a little scared. There was a confident smile on the hero's face when he replied that everything was fine, because his intuition told him that everything would be fine, and she thought that he was too self-confident. Yoyun's eyes began to shine brightly, and she told her comrade that she believed him. Everyone began to attack the enemy. Tai stood in front of Yu's table, saying that according to the tip-off, the Spirit Hunter Guild and the Phantom Cloud Guild had recently clashed in a battle in the territory of a giant dense forest. When asked how it all ended, he answered that the Spirit Hunters had fallen. Closing his eyes, the man said that the more people despair, the more often they commit rash acts, which is not surprising, and he had previously been more optimistic. Although now he believes that the Phantom Cloud Guild will receive the right to pass the Black Dragon's lair, he heard that there was news about the lair. Frowning, you wanted to know what kind of news. Meanwhile, Yoyun's blade swung at the monster. The giant fell to the ground. Gold appeared in place of his body. They were happy with the victory. Yoyun looked at the hero with a smile, noting that he had the opportunity to deliver the final blow, but he gave it to her, to which the guy replied that he was not grateful, because she needed it more. Yang was confused at the sight of the girls running up and heard that if it were not for him, they would not have been able to pass the kingdom, and also, if he had any questions, he should definitely ask. Shui turned around, demanding that they stop, because he was embarrassed, and another girl saw 2 items of gold and even diamond-level equipment. The guild leader, looking at the guy, asked if he needed anything, and he answered no, thinking that he had enough diamond-level equipment. Shui and Yu looked very happy, saying that they already had the materials needed to complete the 5th transformation mission, and now they could enter the new secret realm. The other suggested celebrating this event. Yang looked at his friends with a smile, hearing the question of whether he would go with them. But he looked to the side, seeing the message that a network intrusion was detected, thinking that someone decided to challenge, and perhaps it was a search party. A pillar of light immediately surrounded him, and he told everyone that he had business, and he would not be able to attend the dinner. There were defeated monsters lying everywhere. In the hand of the blonde was a bright blade. Lorent stood surrounded by a red barrier, and the hero, noticing his appearance, thought that he might be from the elf clan. The elf stood among the defeated monsters, telling them not to stand in his way. Yang thought that he didn't have much strength, so he could send elite monsters to him. Lorent frowned, hearing that it was time for him to part with his life. A priest hung in the air, saying that the guy would be sacrificed to their lord Athos. The elf smiled, realizing that this was the name of the black dragon, called him the one he would kill in a few spells. Their swings of blades literally cut his enemies, saying that they would not live long. Blood splashes appeared behind him. He wiped it off his face with displeasure, saying that it was disgusting. If it were not for the princess, he would never have come here. With a click, a mountain giant appeared, which was to become his weapon and shield, slaying all the enemies in front of them. Athos watched him, thinking that he could easily kill even level 95 elite monsters, and that this guy was much stronger than the previous team, meaning he probably had transformation 6, deciding that this kind of opponent was very strong. The dragon looked around the corner, remembering what the elf said about the princess, meaning it might have been her, and then maybe he could get some information. The girl was lying on the floor. Athos pushed her cage, telling her not to sleep. She, rubbing her eyes, asked who was calling her. She was scared, seeing a huge eye in front of her, and hearing the question of whether she was an elven princess. She pointed her finger at him, surprised that he could talk, but the dragon replied that she had never asked anything before. The princess frowned, calling him an evil dragon who didn't seem so smart to begin with. Wondering why he was asking, he should know information about her, so maybe he suspects something. She ran away from him in tears, calling him a pervert and demanding that he not approach her. Athos squeezed her cage, warning that his patience was running out, demanding an answer to the question, otherwise he would eat her. Covering her head with her hands, the girl answered that her name was Lilith, and she was the 6th daughter of the Queen of the North. Then the dragon imagined a high castle, remembering that according to his manual, the country of elves, dragons and giants is in one space, and among all 3 clans, only elves are friends with people, and the ruler is a very promising elf. He held her cage in his hand, saying that a member of their state came to save her. Lilith's face changed when she saw the guy. Athos noticed this, but did not understand why she was not particularly happy to meet him. The elf looked away, saying that Lorent and his family are outcasts of society, and she will never forget what they did, so she would rather sit here all her life than be saved by him. And when asked what he did to her, she answered that the guy first wanted to get closer to her to take advantage, but she came to her senses early. She imagined the elf reaching out his hand to her, as the dragon protested how dare he do this to her, and replied that his family was one of the most powerful in the elven camp, and even the queen had a hard time resisting their influence, and she was the least favored of all the heirs. Athos sighed deeply, saying that he was going to give her to this guy, but she replied that she would rather die. Putting a claw on the image of Lorent, the dragon said that he did not care about her opinion, because this guy was a real strongman with the 6th transformation, and she must know him better herself, and that if he did not give her himself, he could be on the verge of life and death, but she could still tell him about his weaknesses. With her hands folded in prayer, Lilith said that she would tell him everything, and thinking that everything was going well, the dragon agreed to listen to her. Then, imagining the various elements around the elf, she said that his family members are born with very powerful spiritual power, have an excellent predisposition to magic, but they have one big weakness: their bodies are very fragile. Even if the spiritual power is equal to 5 or 6 transformations, physical strength is weakly pulled by 1 transformation, to which the interlocutor called this weapon made of glass. Noting that all this is too dangerous for the elf himself, Lorent was surrounded by an aura of various colors when the princess said that because of this, his family has long covered their bodies with a powerful barrier of mana, and even a dragon will not be able to break through it. Lilith sank to her hands, upset that nothing will change for her, and she will really be taken away. Athos mentally asked to trust him at least a little. A window opened next to him, showing a piece of rotten meat, and he thought that her words made sense, and that maybe he would be able to move to another stage with this piece of meat, then he would become more powerful and easily deal with that guy, which would be nice. Athos lowered his head, also understanding that after absorbing it, he would move to a new period, but it would only provide external protection, it still could not be considered complete. Suddenly he remembered the blade, wondering if it belonged to a dragon, and apparently human equipment should work on it too. Lilith, looking at the dragon, asked her to let her go, because she did not want to fall into the hands of her saviors. But she saw that the dragon was no longer in front of her. Athos raised his head, noting that he did not think that everything would work out. The princess looked around, afraid that he had escaped. He held the blade in his hand, thinking that he not only equipped the shadow killing, but also gained the body of the shadow. It was even better than he expected. The attributes of the weapon equipping and his own skills are transferred to the dragon, as well as double the amplification. The strength has increased hundreds of times. It turns out that he has become much more powerful. His voice began to shine brighter at the thought that in this case, he will be able to deal with this guest. Lorent took a step forward, demanding to give him the princess. He continued to move forward, asking the dragon about the fact that it was afraid of him. Licking his lips, the elf added that he could cast a forbidden spell to destroy this place, although the princess will most likely die too, but he does not care, because he can play with even a corpse, and the thought of being able to marry the princess makes him excited. A dark aura surrounded him as he decided to cast a forbidden spell. The dragon's paw appeared above his head, saying that the guy had destroyed his stereotype of elves. Lorent flew up, losing his health. Then he landed on the ground with a thud. Athos loomed over him, and the elf was shocked when he managed to appear, and also that they managed to destroy his barrier, because this could not be. And to save the dragon, a flame appeared, and he said that common sense cannot be here. Towards the elf. His burning silhouette was visible in the fire. The assistant notified about the destruction of the court magician of level 140. Surrounded by smoke, Athos said that he did not think he had committed a sin by killing this guy. Looking down, he noticed several legendary items and a forbidden curse. A multicolored glow shimmered in front of his face. He said that the forbidden curses were the highest level of spells, and they were said to be powerful enough to destroy an entire city. But the average mage did not have enough mana to cast a curse on his own, so they were most often cast in the form of scrolls, which meant that this Lorent brought really worthy gifts. Then he remembered his clothes, noting that he never received his clothes, but it was good that he killed him. The princess's cage was hanging from the cliff. Lilith tucked her legs, thinking that the evil dragon had disappeared, perhaps because he went to that guy to get even with him, but he could lose, and then she did not understand why she was worried about him, although in any case, he was better than this Lorent. The dragon immediately landed in front of her. Looking up, the girl asked him where he went, and he replied that after his sudden attack, the guy was burned to ashes, so she can rest easy. Frowning, the elf thought that he still killed him, although he had a very powerful defense, and all this becomes much stranger. The girl noticed Athos's gaze on herself, asking where he was looking, and the interlocutor answered that the royal family of elves should have powerful abilities. But why does she not have them? The girl, imagining the silhouettes of other elves, answered that she carries a curse placed on her family by the king of giants, and it not only blocks her powers, but also significantly shortens her lifespan. And in each generation of elves there is someone who will carry such a curse. This time she became his victim, so she is not taken seriously. Athos took a deep breath, thinking that her life was clearly hard. If it weren't for him, Lorent would have definitely killed the black dragon, and she ended up with him, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that he changed her fate. Frightened by the dragon's paw, the princess screamed that she helped him kill that guy. Out of fear, she covered her head with her hands. But part of her cage was destroyed. Seeing the large dragon in front of her, she heard that she was now free, and asked why. Athos turned to the monsters, saying that he was kind, and therefore she could live here for now. Later he would definitely rescue her from the secret kingdom, and she would be free, telling the monsters not to dare harm Lilith. Standing on her feet, the elf did not understand why he was so kind to her, and what he needed, and what he meant by freedom. But the dragon had already sat down on the ground. A bright light was visible from the window, saying that Jan had gained new strength, and next time he would have more courage to meet with the research team. The guy looked at the table, seeing a notification that he had received a new message. Many letters opened in front of him. So several messages appeared in front of him, saying that he had not responded for a long time, and the girls were worried about where he might be, noting the great attention to himself. In response, he wrote a message apologizing for leaving so quickly, sending it to Yuyun, with the thought that she would warn everyone. The girl looked at the screen, answering him that everything was fine, because he could also have his own things to do, and she hoped that next time they could spend time together, and also thanked him for his help. Jan looked at the group photo with a smile, saying that it was quite lively there. The guild leader was a good person, and you can get along with her, and also find a common language much easier than with the rest of the guild members. Clouds floated in the alley above the high tower. The hero met Qian at the entrance, who was surprised by such a coincidence. Asking that he also came for work, he answered that it was so, inquired that she came for a shift. Leaning slightly, she answered that it was so, and thanks to the predecessors, she was able to reach level 20, inquiring whether it was true that he went to the secret kingdom of the diamond level with the others yesterday, to which the interlocutor said that it was so, and reached level 60, so he came to complete the third rank mission. The girl looked away, congratulating him, and thought that now they were from different worlds, and she would not be surprised if he stopped communicating with her. Looking at her, Jan told her that she was also great, because her profession had great potential, and he believed that she had a bright future. Qian looked at him with big eyes. The hero smiled, saying that he was looking forward to the day when they could fight together side by side. A little embarrassed, she replied that she would try her best, thinking that despite his strength, he continued to encourage her. A system message about a mission to fight a demon with a requirement to prove his strength also appeared in front of the guy, and he noticed that in fact, there were several tasks in one. Ling approached him, saying that he should be more careful, since they said that a red moon would appear. The interlocutor introduced the red moon, saying that it was a special phenomenon in which all the monsters of the secret realm became extremely wild and dangerous, and the dilapidated mansion had the largest number of monsters susceptible to its influence. Jan was about to leave when she added that there was no specific pattern to the appearance of such a moon. It was only known for sure early in the morning, and usually everything was announced, asking him to be careful again. He smiled, thinking that this could be considered a small thing, given his strength of 4 transformations, and he could not waste time in vain. The dilapidated mansion of the secret realm was lit by green flames. So long ago this mansion belonged to a gardener, and legend has it that the nobleman was driven mad by some curse. Literally in one night he went mad and took the lives of everyone who lived in this mansion. Now he dozed in the very depths of his house, killing everyone who tried to enter. The man slid off his chair, saying that he drank so much that he fell asleep. He looked up at the sky, noting that the moon decided to peek out at the wrong time. But in any case, no one peeks in here, so there is no problem. He found a portal, deciding that he would quickly set up a warning and then go get more drinks. A message appeared in front of him saying that his actions could not be performed, and he was surprised that someone had already entered, despite the red moon. Someone's hand was directed forward a few minutes earlier. The ghosts of the children remained behind the hero. Smiling, he noted that the red moon did not cause much harm. But he was surprised to hear laughter behind him. Now their claws were sharper. Sharp fangs appeared in their mouths. Jan spread his arms to the side, thinking that they had fallen under the influence and become stronger. The ghost struck and the guy flew to the side, thinking that he had become much faster. A tongue was visible from the toothy mouth. The opponent released it at Yang, but he blocked the attack and took a deep breath. The monsters exchanged glances and laughed. They rushed to attack and the hero fell into a stupor. 2 cuts occurred and the heads of the enemies separated from the body. The ghost expressions froze. There was a powerful explosion and the protagonist covered himself with his hands from the bright flash. He looked away and a notification appeared that the system had taken away 10 points, and when the points were 0, it would go mad and the fighter thought that it was with the system. Monsters were flying in front of him and the places where the heads used to be were blazing with flames. MC was leaving and behind him, corpses crashed into the ground with great force, and he was going to be more careful in the future. He chopped the skeletons with one swing. Jan was striking a huge skull. He was standing in front of a figure in a dress and holding a scythe in his hands. The guy leaned on his feet, and seeing that he had 20% mana, he said that he had to spend too much energy and the mana reserve was restored very slowly, which is why he was constantly losing points, and asked how much more time it would take to kill the boss. A huge hand burst out of the ground. The level 82nd corpse giant, considered an elite monster, grabbed the hero. The protagonist bared his teeth and said that at first he wanted to rely on his own strength, but he was forced to. Energy began to spiral along the boss's limb. Magical wolves stood in front of him, and the monster fell. The souls of level 125 moon wolves stood on the monster's corpse. MC thought about how they had dealt with the giant in just an instant, and noted that they were worthy of being considered legendary attributes, and thought that the blow could be compared to the power of the Golden Secret Kingdom. He extended his hand to the wary animal. Jan scratched the wolf and said that, fortunately, spirits have no problem recognizing their owner and are capable of killing not only a non-player character, but also a real player. The hero extended his hand forward and the wolves rushed in that direction, while he was saying that despite the fact that this technique has to disrupt the balance of the game, he will give it his all for the sake of victory. The protagonist stood in front of a huge door, and he assumed that he had finally found the boss. MC kicked the door and ordered it to be opened, saying that it was a test. The woman in robes sat with her back to the guy and said that she admitted her guilt, addressing the ancestors looking down, and Jan thought that this was some kind of scene. The woman looked down and said that she had committed a lot of murders. The Red Moon Erosion level 90 turned to the guest and said that today she would kill even more. The spirits pounced on the opponent, causing huge damage per bite. The hero held a scythe in his hands and said that it was not worth eating completely and asked to leave the tale and said that he thought that she was the boss of the Diamond period, and thanks to the power of the Red Moon, the strength increased many times and if not for the help of the wolf spirit, it is unlikely that he would have coped. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow, decapitating the monster, and saying that he was not strong enough and if he wanted to continue to maintain an attribute of such a rank, he needed to become stronger. He held an artifact in his hands and a notification appeared about receiving a large number of points, as well as receiving platinum rank equipment, and he said that the equipment of such a rank was quite good, but he had not yet reached level 80, so he could not wear it, and suggested that it could be used as a consumable. He left the battlefield and said that he was done. The red moon hung over the kingdom. The girl folded her arms and asked if those guys had died yet. He's coming out. MC came out of the portal, putting his hand on his head and saying that he was very tired. They saw each other and froze in surprise. Jan was tense and searching for something in the system, thinking that they noticed his true body. The team looked in his direction and Ling thought that he was the only one and also the protagonist looked away and rudely refused her, asking who she was, and after these words, her henchman became furious. The dark-haired girl pointed her finger at him and asked if he knew who he was talking to which he replied that he did not know, that was why he was asking. The girl pointed at the dissatisfied Ling and said that she was the youngest genius of the association and the daughter of the owner of the Heavenly Pavilion. The bodyguard took out a weapon, saying that he dared to ignore the mistress's request, showing disrespect, and said that it was time to be punished. The hand hit her on the head. Red-Eyed looked away and asked him to stop going crazy. MC looked away, thinking that she might have enough money to buy the crystal, and asked what she was suggesting. The lady hid her hand behind her back and said that, initially, she wanted to find some food for the pet, but she didn't expect such behavior from him. She raised the level 90 falcon and said that if he could stand up to her animal for 3 minutes, then she would consider that nothing had happened. The companion approached the protagonist, who asked if this was too mean. One-Eyed folded his arms, saying that he would die, and Tai thought that it wasn't necessary, because since he had dealt with the Secret Kingdom, he thought that he would deal with the falcon too. The falcon attacked and MC dodged the projectiles. Yang moved on the ground and thought that the bird had great speed and good damage, which meant that it would not be easy. He took out his weapon and thought that he did not want to show strength, but he had to. The servant looked away in surprise and could not believe that the guy had such a blade. The falcon flew right through the guy. He hit the animal weapon and it only screamed. He raised his leg and asked if 3 more minutes had passed. Ling looked at the guy and said that he was a daredevil, since he dared to kill her spirit. The protagonist smiled and said that she herself said to hold out for 3 minutes, but did not forbid killing anyone, and asked if that was true or if she still did not keep her promise about forgiveness, and thought that after this, the girl would definitely curse him. A column of powerful energy formed behind the mistress. He looked forward and thought that she was strong. The girl's bow trembled and she was told that the guy had a special status and should not be fought. She looked back and asked again, to which he replied that Yang was an important person in the temple and a member of the Black Gold League, and noted that they were ordered to be more careful with him. Ling looked at the guy and said that it turns out that this is his status, and asked that he was also an important person, and was also aiming for the 5-star mission, to which he asked why she said the same and assumed that she was also an important person in the temple. The lady looked away and said that before the 4th transformation, and thought that she herself had a hard time during the first 3 transformations, because she needed the help of the Heavenly Pavilion, and he achieved everything himself, and she did not understand how this was possible. The hero smiled and said that in this case, they already knew everything about him, and asked that if that was all, then they could go, and the girl sighed. She mounted her horse and said that they were returning. She flew away and was asked that they were already leaving, to which she asked if he would go against the honorable man in the temple, and the henchman said that he would not dare, while the protagonist thought that the lady was amazing and he wanted to see how she could deal with the dragon. He looked at the tasks and said that he would put the question about that on the back burner, and realized that it was time to kill the dragon of the earth. A portal opened near the small houses on the mountain range, and the boss was full of strength. A group of people looked at the information, and Tai said that it seemed that no one had fought the dragon yet, and in the end, the lady made it just in time and he would bypass everyone, and the guy said that they would take care of the details. Ling grinned and said that despite the low level of that, the boss is very rare, and so they will need a lot of strength. The man showed his palms to that and asked her to wait a little, because someone came earlier, and she did not understand what was happening. She looked away in anger, and the guy was scared. The one-eyed man pointed his finger at the servant, and asked if he knew who he was talking to, and said that they came early in the morning and there was no one here before them, to which he replied that he was just an ordinary employee, performing duties, and one person, having privileges in the temple, came before them, and he cannot do anything about it. Ling's eyes were burning, and she said that if the staff is in the way, then they should be removed, and the guy from behind asked for permission. Yang looked away and asked to let him through. The lady looked back angrily, and he thought about meeting her again. Lu looked at the guy and asked why he was everywhere, and noted that he was annoying as a fly, to which the guy replied that these were his words, and after 2 meetings in a row, he wondered if they had some secret plans for him. The girl looked away and told him not to delude himself, and asked why she should focus on that, and asked him not to think that he could do whatever he wanted using the temple's privileges, and said that someday, an unsuccessful reincarnation would be the end of him. The protagonist looked back and thanked her for the reminder, but his business did not require her intervention, and asked what brought the young lady of the Heavenly Pavilion to this low-level vicinity of the wild boss, and it was not because she was itching to torture newbies. Tai showed his hand and said that the lady was preparing to subjugate the Black Flame Wing, and this earth dragon was just for practice, and hoped that it would not interfere with her business, to which he apologized and said that this earth dragon was actually his goal of reincarnation, and he did not see a reason to give it to her. Ling stood in front of him and asked him to leave, and know that when she subdued the Black Flame Wing, she was afraid that even the Temple of Reincarnation would not be able to protect him, to which he only waved his hand and asked him to stop bragging about a task that had not yet been completed, and asked him to just wait here until the next boss was updated. Yan entered the portal and said goodbye while she was watching what was happening. The woman looked ahead and said that he was a barbarian, and Tao asked that he entered there alone, and told them to wait for the next boss, and wanted to guess what the guy was going to do, but did not finish. The portal was active, and the gray-haired man assumed that he decided to kill the boss alone. The hero took a step. The protagonist walked among the dead dragons and thought that the lady could really subdue the Black Flame Wing, along with the research team, and he did not know what tricks people of that status were hiding up their sleeves, and decided to act faster. He looked deep into the path and thought that this was the Earth Dragon of the Rocky Abyss, and it looked more like a lizard than a dragon, and looked much worse than the Black Flame. The animal looked around and was level 61. The protagonist jumped and said that although he could not use the wolf spirit and demonic blade, he had enough weapons of the starlight level. He plunged the blade into the dragon's head. The boss got up, and MC thought that the defense was at a very high level. He watched as the creature tried to hit him with its tail, and asked if dragons could do this move. Yang landed on the tail. He began to strike along the entire body. The hero jumped up and was about to strike while the dragon looked at him. He struck and the blade pierced the eye. The protagonist landed nearby and took half of the creature's health with one blow. The boss looked at the enemy, and a notification appeared that the Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon had entered a state of rage. A huge wave was approaching the guy, and he was surprised, asking what a dragon machine was. MC dodged, and a thick column of dust rose from the collision. He watched as it followed him and turned. The fighter ran away, thinking that he had no chance to attack like this, and thought that he needed to do something about it, and thought that the dragon machine should be a phase-changing skill with half health, and there should be some mechanism to stop it, and asked if there was any hint. Yang's gaze fell on the granite wall, and he said that in fact, a very obvious hint. The boss crashed into the wall, and fragments flew in different directions. The dragon looked up, and a notification appeared that the Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon was stunned by the blow, and the damage received increased by 20%. The hero took out his blade and said that he would not stand on ceremony then. The portal was in a gorge, and Lu turned to the old man, asking that they should wait like this, to which he replied that if there were any complaints, then let him tell the young lady himself. The woman leaned over and offered to go back, asking if she really believed that he could defeat the boss alone, to which she asked him not to rush and said that she wanted to see what he was capable of. A notification appeared on the table that the protagonist killed the boss alone faster than a group of people. The one-eyed man was furious and asked if he really defeated the boss alone and set a new record and did not believe that this was possible, assuming that he was cheating, and Tai looked back, interested in the sound. They were standing in front of the portal and someone was saying that it appeared. Yang stood in front of the guys in the armor of a rock dragon and asked why they were still here. Lu was trembling and meaningfully silent. The one-eyed man began to laugh and the guy, raising his fist to his face, said that they were making fun of him. He closed his eyes, thinking that he should have removed the things from his backpack earlier, but he did not notice that it was full and had to put on this suit. But its characteristics are not bad and the only problem is its ugliness, and a notification appeared that all 100 slots in the inventory are filled. The protagonist pointed to the record and asked what was funny and if they had skills, would they like to set a solo record of his level. Yang passed by the girl, who said that she admits that he is a little capable, but what is there to be proud of, because it is only an earth dragon and he is far from her goal. The protagonist looked back and said that then he will subdue the black dragon much earlier than she does. Ling was stunned and asked again. The girl bared his teeth and asked who he thinks he is. The guy's eyes were shining and he said that he is not only an important person in the Temple of Reincarnation, but also the one who will subdue the black dragon. The hero looked at the notifications of the discovery of the completion of the 5-star profession promotion mission, the props in the process of confirmation, the verification of the rusty key completed, and the verification of the flask of life force and the blood of the rocky abyss earth dragon, followed by the announcement of the secret mission, and the hero thought that it had just begun. The mountains were covered with snow, and in the deepest part of the sleeping mountains, there was an underground prison that no one dared to approach, and it was once the secret laboratory of a great magician who researched the power and glory emanating from blood, and MC thought that he remembered that the sleeping mountains were on the border of Tianling City. And the monsters there seemed to be of a higher level than those in the Wild Soul Mountains, but this was not a problem for him. He looked at his hand, thinking that he had also specifically confirmed the props for the mission, and given the name of the mission, how could all these things be used? Rusty key and the life force and blood of the earth dragon of the rocky abyss. Yang waved his hand and said that he had other things to do and said goodbye and thought that he would first do the transformation and then proceed with the mission. Lu stood next to his partner and said that he was too arrogant, and the other asked the lady what they were going to do. Ling looked back furiously and said that the two of them should not take their eyes off him, and once he was ready for the next stage of promotion of the profession, they should immediately inform her, which they understood. The hero took off his armor and was glad that the transformation was finally complete. He put his hand on his head and looked away. The guy raised his hand and looked at the armor's characteristics, thinking that this set was really good in terms of price and quality, considering that it was a bit ugly, and after transforming the armor, it should last until the 4th job change, and after all, with the current strength, it would be a bit wasteful to use the unlimited diamonds on platinum equipment, and then move on to the main course. The protagonist walked along the gorge of the sleeping mountains where countless living beings were buried. He waved his hand and said that the fog was so thick that he could hardly see the surroundings, and it was not for nothing that this place was called the Sleeping Mountains, because it was gloomy, cold and quiet, like a cemetery. MC opened the map, wanting to see where he should go, and was surprised at how far it was. He lowered his head and said that it would take a long time, and behind him, red eyes appeared in the fog. Yan looked back, thinking that he needed to sort out all these little things. The monster was instantly split in half by a powerful blow. The silhouette of a man appeared in the fog, and the guy was asked if everything was okay with him. The Thunder Sword Master looked at the guest and asked how he managed to get into the Sleeping Mountains at such a level and assumed that he had made a mistake. The protagonist lowered his head, thanking her for his help and saying that he had come here on a mission, to which she asked what mission could be completed in the Sleeping Mountains at level 60, and assumed that he had been deceived. The woman tapped her chest and said that she had already come to collect materials for the 4th profession change mission and offered to join her team and that her sister would cover for him, to which the guy replied that this mission did not involve team play, and so he would have to refuse. Yen saw off the guy who was dissolving in the fog, who said that he would be careful and did not understand what kind of mysterious mission this was. The hero held the item in his hands and apologized for cheating better than seriously giving in to others. He threw the artifact and ordered the wolves to clear the way. The creature turned red. The animals rushed forward at a furious speed. The protagonist looked at the color of the spirit and asked if the soul summoning stone was also under the influence of the red moon and suggested that there was no threat in this now, but later he would still need to ask about it in the temple. Suddenly it was a time bomb. The companion ran forward, clearing the way. The creature stopped. MC looked at the doors blocked by vines and said that he was finally here and noted that the entrance was really well hidden. He entered the dungeon and felt a rotten, disgusting smell. He approached the grate, and the shadows reached for it, While he was surprised by the number of dead and how everything looked like they died instantly, and noticing that everyone had their blood sucked out, he assumed that this was the so-called glory of blood. Yang hammered the grate and said that there were no evil spirits along the entire path, and asked that apparently he killed everyone. There was a magic circle in the room and something was shining in the center. The hero reached for the glittering eye of a monster with an open mouth. The possessed zombie of the dead magician rose and screamed in front of the protagonist and the boss, who when he was striving for the glory of blood, for some special reason inevitably died, but even after death, his evil intentions did not dissipate, and any intruder who broke into this place must give him blood to drink. The monster closed his mouth. He reached out with his hand to MC, who asked him to stop yelling, because it was annoying. The monster's hand went underground. The guy was standing in the room and asking what kind of simple book it was while a notification was coming out about killing a special boss and getting experience and props. He opened the book and there was a text written in it about the contents of the book. Yang covered his face with his hand and asked why this crazy guy conducted mass experiments on people, and in the end it all failed and did not know what it gives him. The hero looked away when a notification came out about receiving the blood blessing ritual. He read the description that appeared and said that he only said that there should be some kind of reward, and it immediately appeared. The protagonist put his hand on his jaw and it seemed to him that this was a permanent increase in bonuses. But this crazy mage died because of her, and asked if it was too risky and said that the system cannot cheat, which means he was doing something wrong. MC reached for the blood and said that he realized that the failure was that he had to use the blood of a powerful creature, and he must have used the blood of humans, and said that he had the blood of an earth dragon, and the hidden task hinted at this. Yang stuck out his tongue and asked who could match the black flame wing now, and said that he suddenly had a bold idea. The hero looked to the side and asked the system if he could connect to the boss when there were no outsiders in the secret realm, to which she replied that once the connection was refreshed, the connection would be completed, but if a person invaded, he would be warned automatically, to which he thought it was excellent. He looked at the companion and asked him to stay here and make sure that no outsiders destroyed the magic circle. MC was enveloped in a beam after asking for an instant connection. The girl sat on a stone and said that she was bored. She looked at the dragon and said that something was wrong with him, because he told her that he would give her freedom, but in the end, all he does is sleep and no reaction. The girl looked away and said that she was kidnapped a long time ago, and only Lorent came to save her, and of course, her family did not care about the damned princess. The black dragon raised his head and growled, which scared the girl. The white-haired girl raised her hands and asked what he was doing, to which the creature calmly replied that he was doing it out of habit. He looked up and said that first they need to do business. There was a sharp movement, and the princess was scared again. There was golden blood on his paw, and for the black dragon, blood was a valuable resource that was used in many rituals. She pointed her finger at him and asked if he had gone crazy and why he was hurting himself, to which he replied that it was nothing and he was just very excited. She closed her mouth and asked if the little dragon had rejected him, to which he did not understand what they were talking about. The dragon pointed his claw at her and asked if she was worried about him, to which she asked who would worry about him and asked not to make things up. The creature looked at her claws and said that this should be enough. The monster looked at the girl and said that the deed was done, and in that case he would continue to sleep, to which she asked if he wanted to see the little dragon again, and the boss asked to stop fantasizing, because the next wave of enemies would come soon. The princess looked away and did not understand what he said. She sat on a stone throne and did not understand why this monster always said something ridiculous, and continued to sleep. Yang returned and said that it seemed that there were no intruders here. He stood in a magic circle and said that according to the description, you need to stand in the center. He looked at the flask and said that you need to drink the blood and the result can be unpredictable. The hero began to drink the contents, thinking that the risk is a noble cause. His gaze froze. He fell to the floor. The protagonist tried to cope with the pain and felt how everything inside was melting. Blood splashed to the side. He stood up and thought about how this blood was sticking to him, as if it was trying to absorb him, merging together. The spirit bared its teeth and began to look at the guy. Yang looked back and ordered not to come closer. Blood enveloped him. He said that this was just part of the ritual and the weak were not worthy of receiving blessings from the strong. Only the strong could become even stronger through painful trials. The hero was imprisoned in a cocoon, and the system reported the completion of the phase. The blessing ritual was finally complete. He began to get out of the cocoon. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that it was like a complete rebirth, even more so compared to previous job promotions. He closed his eyes, saying that he could now compare with a level 5 strong fighter, and a notification appeared about receiving an improvement in characteristics. He looked at his hand, engulfed in flames, and said that this was a raging flame and simply the embodiment and destruction of power, and when he was the boss, he did not feel anything special. Now that he was holding it in his hands, he realized how terrible the power of the black dragon was and how desperate those fighters were who found themselves in front of the black dragon. MC stroked the animal and said that the weak should obey the strong, because animals really understand this law better. Yang snapped his finger, going to try this power of the black flame. A powerful explosion occurred. He looked ahead and said that he had overdone it with power. The hero began to run away, sitting on the wolf. They jumped out of the dungeon and a huge explosion energy burst out after them. The creatures stopped. The protagonist looked away and said that now the secret of the blood blessing ritual was finally in the menu and said that he would change his profession, and someone started calling for help. MC looked back and assumed that someone was asking for help, and he recognized the voice of the Thunder Sword Master he had met earlier. Yen held the sword in front of her and said that if they approached her, she would kill them. The bandit stood in front of the girl and said that it was dangerous for a beauty to walk alone in such a wilderness, and asked to be allowed to protect her. The girl frowned and, calling them scoundrels, asked if they were afraid that the profession change guild would punish them and asked if it was legal. Xiao raised his palm up and asked who she wanted to scare and said that each of them had more than one human life behind them, and Jean said that they had long been on the guild's blacklist and were prohibited from entering the city and asked if she thought they cared about the laws. Pooh spread his arms and said that he had been wandering through the wilds for almost a month, and then a fat prey fell into his hands, and such a beautiful one, just a gift of fate. The hands of the boars reached out to her, and the chief said that if she took good care of him, then maybe he would leave a tip, and the girl squeezed the hilt of the sword, thinking that she would rather kill herself than suffer such humiliation. The hand was separated from the body part. The man looked at the cut-off part, and was scared. Yang held the blade and said that he had heard for a long time that some gang of robbers were attacking single players here and did not think that he would encounter them, and asked how they wanted to die. The offenders took up arms and the chief ordered to seize him, promising to break all his bones and torture him to death. The master of the Thunder Sword looked at the savior and asked him to run, saying that he was not their rival. The hero smiled and said that before he would have to use the artifact to fight 4 players of the 4th level of transformation, but now it is not necessary. But he did not finish. He began to dodge the attacks and Xiao asked how he moved so fast. There was an explosion, throwing the bandits up, and he thought that he was not the same as before. The red-haired man swung from behind, ordering to die. The protagonist broke the enemy's weapon with one blow. Pooh looked at his sword and asked why his platinum-level weapon broke from one touch, and assumed that the guy's blade was at least the starlight level. He looked to the side and said that this guy has more valuable things. The enemies attacked MC and anticipated enrichment. Yang smiled and said that it was beyond their power, and asked if they were afraid that they would not have time to spend all the money that they would take. He extended his hand, swirling with flames, and said that there was no need to be merciful to such people. He directed the fire upwards using the flame of the black dragon, and a notice of the murder of the boars came out. The hero looked at the received details and thought what it was and understood that they really deserved to die. The protagonist looked at the remains after the skill and thought that, as expected from the flame of the wing of black fire, a lethal result. MC looked at her and asked if she was okay, to which she asked where the guy got such strength, to which he replied that it was his secret and he could not divulge it. Yen closed her eyes, saying that who would have thought that he was so strong, and said that she was mistaken earlier and thanked for saving, because otherwise, she would have committed suicide, and Yang thought that she was really brave. They looked at each other and the girl asked to know the name of the savior, to which he voiced it. The master of the Thunder Sword froze and said that she knew him and heard from her friend. She remembered how she told her that the hero killed 1,000 bosses alone, and said that she got drunk yesterday, and told everyone about his exploits. The protagonist turned away, thinking that she was a chatterbox, and the girl said that probably everyone who was in that restaurant now knows him. MC turned away and said that she probably has a map to return to the city, and if that's all, then he will go, to which she confirmed what she said and thanked him again. Yen smiled and said that Yang really is an amazing guy. He walked among the mountains and notifications about completed missions came out. He spread his hands and was engulfed in flames, and a notification about receiving a sparkling blessing and finding reserve experience appeared. His hand turned into a modified one, and he said that this is a powerful warrior mage skill, and the system showed a description of the skill. He looked at the energy in his hand and the system showed a description of an epic level skill, magic armor. The book was levitating in front of him, and it said that he had finally received a skill book, and there were notifications about improvements. He clenched his fist and thought that this skill was completely similar to the double spirit enhancement, taking into account his external characteristics. The level of physical attacks increased by 248%, and the damage of magical attacks by 159, and now he could easily crush the Earth Dragon. Ling stood in front of the guy and said that he had become even stronger, to which he asked why she looked unhappy. She looked away and said that the Temple of Profession Changes in the Eastern City only provides services for the 3rd transformation, and now he will have to go to the City of Heaven to change, and the thought that she will now have to part with the great warrior makes her heart feel empty, and this has not happened before. In front of them stood a statue, and a woman asked what it was, asking that this is really the blessing of the divine statue. The cross on the woman's chest sparkled. Yan watched as she turned into a cocoon and thought that this scene resembled the ritual of blessing with blood, only one was sinister and mysterious, and the other was holy and bright. The girl rose up and a notification appeared that the blessing ritual was completed and she became a reaper. She flew up to MC and he asked if she had really been promoted to 5 transformations, to which she replied that the leveling system of a temple priest was different from the job promotion system, but now she could continue to be with him, a great warrior. She hugged him and said that she was a little tired and wanted to sleep, because it would be better that way. Yang looked at her and said that it would be calmer for him. He looked ahead and offered to go to the city of heaven together. The frame shows a golden sign. The character is indignant, not understanding why the door still does not open and how much longer can they wait. The heroes stand in front of the huge gates, exclaiming who is sitting there, advising them to quickly go out. The doors swing open. The hero is holding a girl in his arms. A guy nearby says that he is wasting his time, not understanding who he is carrying. Yang holds her with an imperturbable face. The guy exclaims that this is a temple priestess. Wondering why she is unconscious, they shout that the protagonist has just been alone with her for at least half an hour. The guy at this moment does not understand what they are carrying. The protagonist goes further, claiming that they need to go inside to change professions. Someone takes him by the shoulder. The bald big guy looks at him indignantly and asks what he did with the temple priestess, and warns him that until he tells the truth, he will not go anywhere. Yang gives him a menacing look. The opponent feels his energy. The bald fighter falls to the ground and exclaims that his look almost made him shit himself. The guy continues walking. Someone exclaims his name. The girl in the nun costume declares that she has suddenly been appointed the new priestess of the temple, asking if this means that Mrs. Ling needs to go to the city of heaven. He says with a smile that it is so, and congratulates her on her promotion. She looks away embarrassedly, and says that the thought that she will probably not be able to see him, and the priest for a long time makes her sad. The girl widens her eyes when she hears that he will come back and then they will definitely go together to eat and drink tea. She wipes away her tears and declares that they agreed and wishes them a safe journey, realizing that perhaps she still has a chance. The picture shows a castle in the city of heaven, a temple for changing professions. An old minister stands next to Ling and tells the protagonist that she will definitely take care of her, and once she wakes up, Ling will replace her as the temple priest in the city of heaven and their promotion and other issues will be settled. Yang thanks her. He looks away and thinks about how their base will now be in the city of heaven and how they need to buy a house and settle all the issues with their grandparents. He clicks the send button. He sees a letter saying that he is now working in the city of heaven and that he is fine, and along with the envelope he sends some money in hopes that they and their younger brother and sister will be able to live better, and that he will come home more often to see them. A guy stands behind Yang and states that this cottage has a beautiful sea view and has everything he needs. The renovation is completely finished, everything exactly meets his requirements. For only 9.98 million for a fully equipped apartment, he replies that this is not bad, only the house is too big and it will be difficult to maintain it. The picture shows a bunch of maids, saying that he doesn't need to worry about it, because for an extra million he can enjoy personalized service from a group of maids who will take care of his daily routine and he won't need to worry about the little things. Yan happily raises his thumb and says that they will process the paperwork right away. The main character is naked on a lounger with a cocktail and fruit. He is sitting at the table in a robe while a maid pours him a drink. Yang is enjoying the warm pool. He lies down on a huge bed and sighs. He closes his eyes with a smile and says that it is so great to have money, because not long ago he could not even imagine how he would live now, intending to sleep now and visit Ling tomorrow. The girl lies with her eyes closed. Ling gets up slightly, wiping her face and asks where she is. She is told that he has brewed a herbal decoction and it will help her recover. She takes the bowl and thanks the Lord Priest, noting that she is already feeling better, while he states that the divine statue has not given prophecies for many years, and this time the spirit's appearance seems to be connected with a new hero. The priest calmly asks her what she thinks of him, since she has been with him for a long time. Ling holds the bowl and explains with a smile that the Lord Hero is a man who always performs miracles and he not only has exceptional courage and strength, but also a kind and steadfast heart, and she is sure that he will bring a new light to this world. The priest looks at the red moon and notes that she is a good judge of people and now he can safely entrust the city of heaven to her, and the satellite has not dissipated for many days and the very event must be close and she must be careful. The surprised girl thinks about how she could forget such a thing. The minister looks at the fleeing Ling and asks where she went. She replies that the Lord Hero does not yet know about the invasion of the Red Moon, and she needs to warn him. She holds her palms in front of her and thinks that nothing should happen to Yang. The old man turns around and says with a smile that worries are causing confusion. Feelings are confusing the train of thought, asking if she has really fallen in love with him. Yang is lying on the bed and snoring loudly. He suddenly opens his eyes from the noise. The girl is lying on the ground in horror and screaming about a monster. The protagonist looks at a huge monster with a bunch of hands. It says that a rare event called the Red Moon Invasion has been activated. It is necessary to defeat the invading monsters. He notices that the enemy has giant hands, axes, and is the boss. The ferocious monster wishes the protagonist to die. He furiously replies that he will now finish him off and go back to sleep. The guy looks ahead with a serious look. He looks up and sees Luo, who is riding a horse across the sky and declares that the protagonist is indeed the target of the invasion tonight. She looks at him and tells him to leave, because he is not an opponent, and she will eliminate the invasion of the Red Moon this time. Shocked, Yang looks at Luo and asks what kind of invasion this is. She replies that she is not obliged to answer his questions, and if he wants to know, then he should ask someone else. The heroine stands with her hand raised. A blue image of a tiger appears in her background. The ferocious monster rushes to attack. The enemy calmly looks at them. They begin to fight. The protagonist, with his arms crossed, looks at this with a displeased look and exclaims that he has just arranged his new home, and there is no need to make a mess. Ling runs up to him and asks if everything is okay. He in turn asks why she is here. She hugs Yang and shouts carefully. The protagonist gives her a chair. She tells that as soon as she woke up, she saw that the red moon was still outside the window, and she remembered that she never explained it to him, and immediately rushed to him. Yang leaned down next to her and asked if she could elaborate. She replied of course. Ling sat with monsters flying out of the portal in the background and explained that after the red moon appeared, monsters from an unknown space called Scarlet Wither would appear for a certain amount of time. They would invade the areas where all the heroes were in order to kill them, and only they could destroy the enemies. She noted that heroes killed by Scarlet Wither could not be resurrected, and according to the stories from the temple. At the moment, all known invasions occurred after the hero reached the third transformation of job promotion, and she should have told her about it yesterday. Yan looked forward with a serious expression and asked about how this event seemed too strong for the third transformation. A huge monster was fighting a blue predator. It was explained that this was indeed unthinkable and possible. Mrs. Luo wanted to get to the crystal of the red moon to be her equal, and apparently this time the Scarlet Wither has some special features. Yan is wary of the fact that the monsters that were originally at the third transformation level have suddenly increased to the fifth, which is absolutely impossible under normal circumstances, unless his power level is not fixed, but dynamically changes. The yellow and blue bears, along with the pink hawk, attack the boss using a crushing blow. Luo stands in front of the pets, surprised, and does not understand where the Scarlet Withering of only the third transformation level has such power, because she will have to make every effort. The girl sees a guy in front of her, who is indignant, saying that she needs to stop, because if she continues to fight like this, she will destroy his house, because the enemy came because of him, so he needs to deal with him himself. She objects, stating that if he wants to die, then she will not interfere. But then there is no need to cry and beg to save herself. Yang holds the blade and smirks calmly, exclaiming that in this case, she should just sit and watch from the sidelines. The protagonist stands in the middle of a purple battlefield. He points his finger at the monster. He starts moving using the ghost body skill. The ferocious monster is surprised. Suddenly the monster starts screaming in pain. After dealing damage with the death mark, the notification says that his health is 40%. Luo is shocked to see that he knocked out 60% of his health with one blow. Yang calmly dodges the blows and thinks that, as he expected, the enemy's strength changes depending on the current target, which means that he is now only the boss of the third transformation. The protagonist stands in the middle of a giant crack and realizes that now that he has double cultivation, he can absolutely crush him, even if he relies solely on strength. He touches the enemy's flesh with his hand. Yang hits the huge monster. It flies to the side and lands hard. The guy realizes that now he will also have to pay for repairs. The ferocious monster with one eye begins to roar loudly. He swings his axe and wishes his opponent death. Yang activates blue magic on his hand, mocking the monster. The protagonist holds a fighting stance and prepares to strike. He deals a crushing blow to the enemy, exclaiming that he is not strong enough. The monster flies away. Yang says that the Red Moon invasion is nothing special. The window says that the level 75 boss has no health left. The notifications say that he defeated the Scarlet Withering, received 114,514 experience points, and got 3 crystals. Ling watches what is happening with a smile and thinks that he dealt with everything so quickly and he is really great. Indignant Luo realizes that she also survived several invasions and saw how others dealt with them, but she has never seen such a fierce fight before, noticing excessive strength and that under such a human appearance there is a wild beast. The girl rides a flying horse and shouts at him not to think that he won so easily, threatening that she will show him next time. Yang at this moment does not understand why she likes to talk to herself. The protagonist holds the red crystal next to Ling and asks if this is really what Luo wants, and if the girl can tell what is unique about this thing. She says that it is the red moon crystal. Ling looks ahead in shock. The frightened protagonist clarifies what happened. A giant red eye forms in front of him. He does not understand what it is. He lands on his knees and screams in pain, feeling that something is wrong with his body. Ling excitedly tries to reach it with his hand, exclaiming his name. The protagonist sees a window and sighs. He holds onto a large girl and exclaims embarrassedly. Ling sits next to him and says that he finally woke up. Yang fearfully covers himself with a blanket and asks why they are in the same bed and what happened. The girl asks him not to panic, because last night he was struck by the curse of Scarlet Withering and so she performed a purification ritual for him. Ling, sitting on the bed, waves her hand and explains that according to Article 922 of the Temple Rules, when the hero fights the Scarlet Withering, he is exposed to infection, and excessive accumulation of this power can lead to Yang being turned into a Scarlet Withering, and after the fight with him, the temple priest is obliged to free him from this effect. But the thing is that this rite requires close contact between two people, and besides, he lost consciousness, and so she had to carry him back to the room and undress him. In the frame, Ling holds the unconscious protagonist, whose veins are painted red. Yang scratches his head and says that's it. The girl begins to cough. There are red marks on her neck. The protagonist reaches out and asks what these marks are. She explains that there is no need to worry, because the body of the priests of their temple is special, and with the help of the divine statue is able to independently cleanse itself from infection with scarlet power, and it only takes 1 to 2 days for its effect to completely disappear. Yang holds her hands and tells her that she should never take such a risk, because if something happens to her, it will be on his conscience. She covers her ears in fear and exclaims that she has not yet told him about the privileges of the 3rd level of the 5-star transformation, and will explain everything now. She states that from the 3rd transformation, the protagonist becomes a VIP member of the temple and can enjoy some privileges. The girl looks at the gold card and lists, first, an increased monthly allowance of 1 billion instead of 50 million, second, a discount on the purchase of goods increased from 30% to 50%, available with a black gold ID card from the League, and in addition, he gets the right to join an S-class guild. The guy understands that this is an incredible benefit, and the temple is so generous when it comes to leveling up. But joining an S-class guild may attract unnecessary attention, so it is necessary to think about it. She states that the most important thing is that access to the Red Moon Crystal Core exchange office is opened. The protagonist asks again in surprise. The picture shows weapon icons with a red crystal. Ling explains that the exchange point is opened by the Temple of Rebirth, and here he can exchange crystal cores for various very rare and valuable items, equipment, as well as forbidden spells and artifacts. You only need to put your hand on the divine statue to see the items available for exchange. And that purple-haired girl must have wanted to get these Red Moon crystal cores. He walks forward. Yang touches the glow and realizes that he needs to look at what can be exchanged for the things that even Lua wanted so much. Various items appear in the picture. First-order spells, second-order spells, half-artifact Song of the Day and Water, Long Sword, Heart of the Ocean, Spell Book, Eternally Golden Spear. The guy is surprised to think that all the items are of the highest quality, namely spells, half-artifacts, because they are impossible to get even after spending a lot of money. He clenches his fist and realizes that all the items here are worth at least 300 crystal cores, and he only has 3 in his hands. Not enough even for a minimum exchange, which means he now needs to quickly increase his strength to improve the level of the invasion monsters, and then he will have more cores. Ling stands next to the protagonist and tells him that she should return to the temple. He says that he will go then too, because he needs to repair the damaged areas. The protagonist is surprised to hear that an important foreign guest will come to the Heavenly City for a visit today. The picture shows the center of the Dragon City. The girl walks forward and exclaims that this is Longxia. Asuhi, a level 128 beast master from the Flower Realm, walks forward. The attendant behind her agrees. The masked fighter stands next to another and says that the gentleman paid a lot of money so that this time the young lady could subdue the huge dragon. He in turn replies who told them that there is no secret dragon kingdom in the Flower Kingdom. After all, that gang of capitalists from the Eagle Alliance sucks blood, that they have no choice but to pass through Longxia. An old man with a cane stands in front of them and says welcome. Mr. Li is the consul for external relations of Longxia. He looks at her and says that she intends to accept the challenge of the most cruel and merciless black dragon, asking if she is sure of this. Because if she is defeated by the boss, she will have missed this hard-won opportunity in vain. She says with a smile that there is no need to worry, because they are confident in the talent of the young lady. After all, even a talented conqueror of the beasts of the country is unlikely to compare with a young girl. The old man laughs and talks about a really young and energetic lady. The lady looks at him and says that it is mutual. Asuhi looks at them happily and asks if they have become friends, because they just met and have already discussed so much. The girl looks at the old man with a smile and says that they are new here and still do not know much, so he should teach them more. He at this moment thinks about how she was brought up, so naive and completely unlike that old fox. Mr. Li points to the sphere and says that the fortress of the Black Dragon that the Mist will visit is outside the Sky City in the City of Eternal Winds, and the teleportation point is there. He asks them to go there themselves, because the old man still has state duties and therefore he will not be able to accompany them. The girl waves her hand at him with a smile and says goodbye. The Mist is furious and insults him, because they just arrived, and he immediately sends them to the City of Eternal Winds. The guy in the mask notices that someone calls the Longxia people a large and rich family, and of course they don't put their home country in anything. Asuhi points his finger in anger and exclaims that they are in a foreign land and they are guests, and in Longxia there is a saying, a guest listens to the host with joy. They need to obey at the discretion of the hosts, and if the grandfather did not hinder their movement, then this will already be considered keeping the promise, and there is no need to cause them trouble. The mist says that she will be left with nothing in the future. The girl objects with her finger against the background of skyscrapers. Tai stands near Luo. She wonders if this is really Miss Asuhi, the Beast Master of the Flower Kingdom. He agrees and states that she was included in the Global Association of Beast Masters almost at the same time as her, and is probably also talented, and the purpose of her journey is also a black dragon. The pink-haired heroine looks down and asks what a girl from the small flower kingdom can do. Because now she is more concerned about Yang, she clarifies what the results of the investigation are. Tai displays the characteristics of the protagonist on the screen and reports that they have already conducted an investigation, and the protagonist has only recently received the initial professional title of warrior and in the shortest time has rapidly improved his skills. His strength has grown many times, and most importantly, there is no support behind him, and his guild has only one interaction with him in the dungeon. Everything he does is his own achievement, and this is really amazing. The heroine imagines Yang and thinks that she is increasingly perplexed by him, because this mysterious man, obviously of low rank, can do unexpected things every time, and if he really manages to defeat the Black Dragon, then this is disgusting, because it turns out that she is afraid of a guy who has just undergone the third transformation. The heroes go to the portal. She is told that they are going to leave and they also need to return to prepare for tomorrow's journey. Asuhi enters the portal with a smile and waves her hand. Lua looks at her, puzzled. Tai stands next to her and shockingly assumes that they were discovered, but they used items to hide. She notes that she underestimated her, because a girl from the Kingdom of Flowers can be a huge threat. Luo turns around in a rage and exclaims that she has changed her mind. We must immediately gather all the people and meet at the entrance to the fortress of the Black Dragon in half an hour to prepare to capture the secret kingdom. Tai understands the order. The picture shows a window. Someone says to clean up better. Yang is sitting on the couch with a sandwich and points to the maids at a broken wall, saying that they need to strengthen them a little. The protagonist is surprised to see a notification that an enemy has been detected invading the secret kingdom. He realizes that he needs to confirm the connection. The maids ask the disappearing Yang where he is going, because the repair work at home is not yet finished. He apologizes in response, and says that it is a little urgent, and they need to take care of the house. The picture shows a huge dragon. It says that the rivals of the mysterious kingdom are a guild of the S-level research team. The number of people is 24. He realizes that this is indeed the group and then the leader of the team. Luo appears in the frame with Tai and another assistant. The pink-haired girl screams in rage that they are sending if they help her subdue the black dragon, they will be rewarded. The main character, in the form of a monster, smirks as he thinks that they need to return the cost of repairs, as well as the few times they messed up with interest. Athos calmly states that this time the research team was much better prepared. Not only are there more people here than before, but they also look like experienced fighters with good equipment. They will have to try hard. Someone exclaims that the king should not worry. A huge dragon stands in the middle of the desert. Someone says to leave the invaders to them. The picture shows monsters. The windows say that they are elite mutated bosses of level 98 with strength 2871 and speed 902, energy 1186, dragon blood abilities, immunity to 30% of physical and 30% of magical damage, call to arms, greatly increases the damage and attack speed of dragon evil spirits around. Another monster is said to have 3 million health points, strength 2900 and speed 1002, immunity to 30% of physical and 30% of magical damage, call to arms B. Greatly increases physical and magical resistance. The girl stands next to the dragon and asks if he remembers how that day he suddenly went crazy and started hurting himself. After these two licked his gushing blood and they became like this, he replies that it means that directly drinking dragon blood also works. She notes that only the two of them mutated successfully. She points to the green monster and the red bird. Athos looks at them and realizes that the fleeting army of blood dragons was ineffective. But these two are quite strong, and although they are not up to his current level, they are probably not inferior to the Black Flamewing before his promotion. He orders the two to go and hold off the enemy. Athos stands next to the girl and asks what happened and why she looks unhappy. She says nothing. She thinks sadly that this time the group of heroes is unusually powerful and maybe they can really defeat the Black Dragon. But why is there no joy in her heart? The picture shows many heroes fighting. Tai shouts at them to move forward confidently and be prepared for all possible threats. Luo sits on his horse and says that he is too tense, because even if the Black Dragon advances to the Shining Star level, the other small monsters will not change. The man replies that it is better to be careful. Tai is shocked to hear that an elite boss has appeared. Luo sees two monsters and says that they must be destroyed. Curson fights with the others. The hero exclaims that they cannot let the two bosses use combination skills, because one is immune to physical attacks, and the other to magic, and must use the appropriate attack and must watch the blood control to avoid activating the rage mechanism when the health is low. Tai strikes the boss with a spear, using an instant kill with a shadow strike. The monster lies on the ground and exclaims what kind of greatness it was, Lord Athos. The second monster fiercely declares its intention to kill the invaders. They notice that this power is even more saturated with rage. The girl with the staff and the guy turn around to face the enemies, shouting that the boss has summoned small monsters and they have a group buff. It is necessary to divide the battlefield and not let them unite. Luo snaps his fingers. 3 large pets appear behind her. She orders not to panic and continue to weaken them as planned. No matter how many small monsters come, they will still remain small monsters, and the deputy should drag the small ones away. The rest should give her all their strength to attack the boss, and her beast will already enter the battle. The fierce blue bear roars, shouting that with the support of the lady, success is guaranteed. One of the bosses looks at him. The girl and the pet attack him. Luo, sitting on a horse, demands to wait and leave the bloody skin without killing. Tai agrees. They lie unconscious, declaring the damned invaders, and that if they want to kill them, then they better do it. Luo touches the magic sphere and declares that although he is in human form, he is still a dragon and you can try to tame him. The huge monster screams and is pierced by lightning. He exclaims that this despicable person is trying to subjugate him. Luo smiles and calls him to become her strength. The monster tries to understand who he is. She replies that he is her loyal servant and apparently forgot about it. He looks at the other one, while he screams not to succumb to her charms and to quickly wake up. Athos watches them and realizes that they broke into his territory and are trying to capture his juniors, and even if in the eyes of those who change service, this is normal, but he is the boss and you can't act so permissively. He looks at the screen and realizes that it looks like with such a team he will not win even at the level of the Shining Moon, and apparently he will have to swallow it and try to move up in service. Athos holds a red object in his paws. The girl asks what this creepy thing is and if he is really going to swallow it. He throws it into his huge mouth, declaring that this is the only way to win. He swallows it. The girl asks how it tastes. Athos grimaces and declares that it is disgusting and vile, also with a taste of sewage. A bright light appears in the dragon's chest. A huge flash illuminates the surrounding area. A beam of powerful energy pierces the sky. The heroes watch it. The monster tells the other that it was most likely Lord Athos who did this. The other calls him king. Luo holds a fighting stance and states that a powerful force is emanating from the fortress. She looks in front of her in shock. The picture shows a black dragon. His wings straighten out. They exclaim his name. The ferocious Athos hangs in the air. The windows say that an unknown reason has been discovered, causing the boss of this dungeon, the Black Flame Wing. The black dragon began to mutate and rise to the level of the Shining Moon. The notice says that the boss of the Black Dragon Wing in the late stage is level 150. He glares at the enemies. It says that this dungeon has been upgraded to the Shining Moon level. He realizes that the transition is complete, and now it's time to crush. A huge monster looms over the heroes. Lu screams in rage that last time it was a star level, and now it's the Shining Moon level. He calls it a prank, wondering where the game manager is now, because he should come out and explain. Tai tries to calm him down from behind. Curson and Jin turn to the girl and ask what they should do, because such a boss is beyond their power. Luo thinks about it, and says that they are tired of making noise, because most likely this is some kind of error in the dungeon system. A black dragon at this level is impossible. Athos accumulates energy and thinks that she still thinks this is a mistake, calling her a naive mistress, whom he will now teach a lesson. Tai protects the girl and shouts that it is necessary to open defensive spells and all damage reduction skills to pass to him, leaving no reserves. Hold on with all their might. Curson and Jin begin to use magical barrier, divine light defensive position, fire resistance enhancement, and more. The dragon releases a column of fire from its mouth. An explosion occurs, called the pure destruction of the fiery hell. Furious Athos runs forward to his enemies. Tired Tai, kneeling, declares that killing 10 people, leaving 6 on the verge of death is probably the boss level of the Shining Moon. The man angrily shouts that fortunately, they are also prepared. The window says about the Emerald Circle of Life, which returns full health upon death. It can be used at will only once. The hero stands among others, using full recovery. He shouts for everyone to get up and go to battle. The dragon thinks about the resurrection item with a limitation of use, and it seems that the research team also invested a lot of money this time. Luo stands in front of his beasts and shouts that the boss just used his ultimate, and all his vulnerabilities are exposed. They start attacking the dragon, dealing significant physical damage to him with Firestorm, Roaring Rumble, Instant Kill, Piercing Darkness, Furious Beast Stream Attack. The monsters try to attack the dragon. The sorceress is surprised and says that he is completely unaffected. Tai looks forward and says that he already has the dragon's heart, and they can only gradually drag it out and wear it down, and that was their plan. Lu rushes forward and shouts that this strategy was designed for the Starry Shining level, and the problem is that the enemy is now at the Shining Moon level and can crush them with only one attribute, and they may not be able to cope. The black dragon swings its huge paw and thinks that before the absolute power all skillful techniques are useless. The heroes shout that the boss is going to use abilities again, and the defense has not yet been activated and they may not have time. Jin screams in fear about the giant sand attack. The mighty monster uses the most powerful dragon strike. Kurson holds Jin in his arms and asks if they can help them. Luo exclaims that it is hopeless, and they are going to die now. Surprised, Luo states that the group was almost destroyed in just one meeting, not understanding how this could happen and why the monster is so strong. Tai runs to attack and shouts for her to run away while they try to delay the dragon. She asks if they really want her to give up, because she has been preparing for so long for this day to come. The man turns around and states that since the monster had reached such a level, they had no chance of winning. Now they can only minimize their losses if she can survive and return. At least it will be considered respect for the master. Luo, frightened, notes that he is right. She rides into the sky on her horse and states that she is counting on him. The black dragon wonders if she really plans to run away. After all, she is the main course today and cannot be missed. Athos looks down and thinks about provocation, when someone calls him. Tai stands at the head of the heroes and states that they must at least tear off his scales. At this time he notices that they are heroically planning to sacrifice themselves. A huge explosion occurs. Luo rides forward and realizes that she has lost, and so shamefully that when everything is found out, she will not be able to call herself a genius in front of others. She looks ahead with a smirk and understands, no matter who can tame the black dragon, how like Asuhi and Yang she can't do it, and it's true that she hasn't lost yet if she returns safely, finds the next dragon and tames it. Suddenly she falls off her horse. The girl looks at the boss and says that it's not fair, because Tai and the others didn't last even a minute. The girl orders the fierce blue pet to hold off the enemy. Luo is grabbed and she is extremely scared by this. The black dragon holds her in his mighty paws. She begs him to let her go. The monster says that she is insignificant and does not dare to think about taming him. Luo looks ahead in fear. He opens his mouth and says that now she will pay with her life for her stupidity. She says no need with tears in her eyes. Suddenly streams of tears burst from her eyes. She uses uncontrollable sobs. The monster does not understand what is happening. She cries loudly and screams that she just doesn't want to lose to Yan and the flower girl, and she doesn't want to disappoint her dad. Because she needs to prove that she is the best hunter and doesn't want to be defeated or eaten. The dragon didn't expect her to be so fragile and naive. Athos looks at her and understands her desire to win. But he can't just let her go, while agreeing that he won't eat her. He tells her that he will grant her a quick death. The black dragon, holding Luo in his hands, releases a column of fire. He calmly looks at the shining sphere in his paw, declaring that in the end, a person and a monster cannot coexist, and if she met him, then she was unlucky, and there is no need to blame him for cruelty to women. While the windows say that he defeated the beast master of the 5th transformation of level 130 and receives experience of 1392221 points. The furious dragon is burning with fire. The windows say that a total of 31.94 million experience has been obtained. The level has increased from 72 to 79. Strength, speed, spirit have increased. 175 additional points of free characteristics have been obtained. He realizes that this is the largest amount of experience received so far, and even several times more than the last time when he killed the elf mage of the 6th level. He roars fiercely, realizing that with the strengthening of the essence of dragon blood, a huge power seems to break out. Athos looks away, realizing that this almost 32 million experience has increased the level to only 7, and apparently the more experience is needed to increase the level, and you will have to fight with stronger monsters and professionals. He looks at the inventory and realizes that the research team also lost a lot of platinum and diamond level equipment, but now he does not care so much about it. A magic ball forms in his paw. He wants to see if the girl's trophies can surprise him. The picture shows a ring of the level of the shining moon. The window says that this is a limitless stone. There is no level limit. The basic spiritual characteristics reach 1000 points. Description: a relic left by a master of spiritual practices after his death. Through long-term meditation, even after the owner has passed away, it continues to emit a meditative whisper. The properties of increasing the spirit and resistance to the spirit characteristics. Passive effect: endless meditation. The whisper of the ring can constantly increase the owner's mental strength by a percentage every day, with a maximum total effect of 10%. Has the protection of a spiritual practitioner. Consumes magic power to become completely immune to any mental interference for the next hour. He realizes that this is shining moon level equipment, and although it is just an accessory, its value and characteristics are not as impressive as the characteristics of a weapon. But being equipment of this rank, it is still quite powerful, not to mention the bonuses to spiritual characteristics and resistance. 2 additional characteristics of the equipment are enough to be called terrifying. Athos looks at the ring and realizes that it is especially nice that this equipment has a thoughtfully built-in infinity stone that removes level restrictions. He watches the vortex of energy and exclaims that there is another master here. The picture shows a scroll of first-level spells and the rage of the god of wind. He tears to shreds anyone who dares to challenge. The protagonist is happy that he has another spell and now 2 such scrolls, and this is an excellent addition to the arsenal. It is not for nothing that these are the treasures of the secret vault. He flies up, realizing that he needs to go back, and as soon as the news of the defeat of the research group spreads, no one will dare to challenge in the near future, and the mission of the Wing of Black Flame is coming to an end. The girl looks at the flying away dragon. She says that as expected, this time the dragon won again and said that after this she will get true freedom. Sang appears among the maids and says that he is back. He looks at the new wall and says that everything has already been repaired. One of them notes that he paid double the price and the workers did a great job. The maids take care of the protagonist. He asks them to give him a massage, as he is a little tired. The action takes place outside the Black Dragon dungeon. In the picture, Kurson and the others are clutching their heads, not understanding why they always level up after the fight, and this time they took so many people with them and even used resurrection items. But they still lost, and this dungeon is impossible to pass. Tai is furious, shouting at them to stop complaining and tell them where the mistress is. They imagine the dead heroine, and say that they have not seen her since they left. The man turns around and hears crying. He sees Luo around the corner. She tearfully declares that she lost, and although she was ready to tame the Black Dragon, she ended up suffering such a humiliating defeat, and how can she now be called a genius beast master? She screams in fear after Tai coughed. The girl asks what he is doing here. Tai stands next to her and says that he came to report on the losses. She screams for him to just go back and tell everything to you, and she does not want to hear it now. He looks ahead and declares that no one expected that this Black Dragon would suddenly move to a higher level, and it was not a shame to lose to such a boss, and maybe it is worth revising the goal and tame other dragons. The girl is surprised to hear this and thinks that neither Sang nor Asuhi can defeat a black monster of the level of the Shining Moon, so if she manages to tame other dragons before them, she will still remain the first genius beast master in Longxia. She remembers that in addition to this, there are also red and silver dragons. She introduces them and realizes that the red one is a little weaker and the silver one is stronger. But they are both star tier, and if she can tame the silver one, she could possibly become the most powerful of them all. Luo leaves the assistant and claims that he is right, and at first she thought he was reckless and did not expect him to be so far-sighted. The girl appears before the heroes and raises her hand high and emits light, exclaiming that all losses in this dungeon must be known to Tai and he will compensate for them. They thank her in return. Luo turns around and hears the question, "Who are you, and is this really the mistress?" Asuhi looks at her with interest and asks if her name is Luo. The pink-haired heroine states that it is her. Asking if they also came to tame the Black Dragon, she replies that they are and she is glad to meet you. Luo ignores her and wishes her luck. The lady flies away on her horse. They are indignant, not understanding how it is possible not to know elementary manners. Miss laughs and says that she understands, because she probably failed to subdue the monster, and that is why she is so angry. Asuhi hits her and shouts that she is already upset, and there is no need to gloat, and it is necessary to open the dungeon faster. A portal appears. She says that it is better to open the dungeon first. The blue-haired girl looks in shock at the screen, which says about the mysterious place of the fortress of the Black Dragon of the level of the Shining Moon for levels 150 and above. The assistants in shock ask, didn't they say that this is a star level, and not so high, and how will they cope with this? She in turn orders to urgently contact Mr. Lee to confirm the situation. The old man looks out the window and states that he understands the situation and he is sorry that this happened, and so for now they can stop and rest in the City of Heaven, and he will send people to take them to the hotel after they discuss the rest of the details. They will contact them. They thank him. The old man, frowning, thinks about the fact that the Black Dragon is from the City of Heaven and he rose from the diamond level to the level of Shining Moon, and this has never happened before, and could it really be someone's interference? The character goes to the portal. The action takes place the next day. Yang goes to him and states that compared to yesterday, today is unusually quiet, and not surprising, because the strongest research team of the City of Heaven was destroyed and now no one dares to challenge. The protagonist with an ominous grin claims that only he is the boss of the dungeon, and we must allow him to personally put an end to it. The guy is standing in the middle of the red desert not far from the fortress of the Black Dragon. He looks forward with a confident look and states that all the previous days he was connected to the boss and looked from the top of the fortress at the fighters invading the secret realm, and now it was finally his turn to enter there as a fighter, and it must be said that it was a rather strange feeling. He looks at the flying monsters and says that it is a warm welcome. The battle formation looks a little familiar. Yang, with his hands in his pockets, orders them to open their eyes and take a closer look at who is in front of them. The protagonist looks forward with bright yellow eyes. The flying monsters hover in the air. The surprised monster asks what is the aura of the great Lord Athos. The protagonist is furiously burning. They wonder why the man has his aura and these flames. No doubt it is the black flames of the great Lord. The protagonist, with the voice of the monster, orders them to fly away. The frightened monsters fly away, while the guy realizes that he will soon fight the Black Dragon and there is no point in wasting energy on these small monsters. Yang casts a spell with a smile, calling on the soul of the Wolf of the Dark Moon. He orders to stay here and use the power of coercion and not allow others to come closer. A huge wolf sits next to him. Yang smirks and says that he will start acting like a boss later. The girl sits next to the dragon and asks if he is awake. Has a new fighter really appeared? The monster flew up. She thinks about the fact that some unfortunate people will again become victims of the black dragon, and so every time he wins a crushing victory, her faith in a miracle becomes less and less, and how seriously can one take the monster's promises? The huge dragon lands in front of the wolves. They look at each other. One of them asks what to do, because they definitely cannot win. The other specifies that there is the smell of the owner on this large body. Because this means that the dragon has already eaten him, he says that this is impossible, otherwise they would have already died. The wolves see how the monster wounds himself. Athos looks at the bloody paw and realizes that the last time he injured himself, he noticed that his damage reduction talent does not work for him, and if he reduces his health too much, it can affect the critical hit rate of the equipment. The protagonist holds his hand over the monster and declares that the black dragon must listen to his orders, stay in place, do not make any movements and suppress health regeneration as much as possible, and order all monsters of the secret realm to stop moving. The surprised guy feels the connections break. Yang quickly flies out. The wolves realize that the owner is still alive. He lands and declares that thanks to him, he was able to realize his dream and become strong. A huge dragon with a hole in its chest stands in front of the guy, who claims that now there is a new path and it is time to move forward. Yang and the pets begin to attack. He screams for him to die, and then again become his reborn friend, and together they will conquer the vast world. 2 hours later, the protagonist is on his knee. The pet is terribly tired. The tired guy says that his hands are still shaking and it's not over yet. The black dragon is standing still. It says that there are 19% of health points left. The guy drinks the elixir and says that he finally felt what it was like to be a soul hunter and a member of the research team, and if it weren't for his already exaggerated stats and the 900% boost, he probably wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. Yang holds the blade and blazing with fire says that there is only one thing left, and it needs to be done. The girl is lying on the blanket. She jumps up in surprise and exclaims that it was the roar of the black dragon. She runs among the monsters and screams that her body is disappearing. She says in shock that the black dragon's aura has disappeared. The protagonist looks forward and exclaims that it's over. The huge black dragon begins to crumble. The notifications say that he has defeated the Shining Moon Athos level boss and obtained 1,321,000,000 EXP. The master of the secret realm has already been defeated and the monsters have automatically died, which has brought 8,020,000. There has been an increase in level from 79 to 80 with the deduction of 40% of the excess EXP. And the remainder is at the level of 53,960,000. He understands that this is a sea of experience, and compared to the previous destruction of Luo and her group of dozens of 5th transformation warriors, the strength of this boss is 3 times greater than them, and it is not for nothing that it is a Shining Moon level boss. Yang stands next to a giant golden sword and states that this is the weapon dropped by the black dragon, and that it seems to be unusual. He takes the sword out of the ground and exclaims that he feels a mad force that seems to want to tear his body apart. The picture shows a window with the weapon's characteristics. A great sword made of dragon bone, inherits the name Athos, a descendant of an ancient devourer, bone as a sword, and blood as a soul, no level restrictions, no characteristics either, an increase in strength, spirit, speed, physical defense, magical defense, mental resistance. The peculiarity is that the sword absorbs its body every time it is used to kill a dragon, which gives the equipment a 10% bonus to characteristics. There is also a unique feature of the Spirit Mark equipment, in which after receiving unique equipment, it cannot be dropped. Yang takes it and begins to swing it. He cuts through the wasteland around him and exclaims that this is too strong a weapon and it has a unique property that allows him to absorb a dragon at a bonus. It is very powerful and luxurious. He looks in front of him in shock and understands that judging by the description, the Black Flamewing must be a descendant of that very ancient devourer, and it is not surprising that even as a child he had a power comparable to other adult dragons, and it is clear that he was chosen by the system. The guy holds an artifact in his hand. It is written that this is the heart of a dragon. He says that he also completed the task of destroying the dragon and received this. The picture shows the description of the item. A brave man who received the goddess's blessing cut off the dragon's head. His blood spilled in the process created a sharp sword blade. The heart was forged as a testimony of his victory, and before that troubled period, an unknown brave man rested in peace in this place. And the sword that killed the dragon was lost in the world, and only this testimony remained with him. The properties are that it enhances the spirit, strength, has features. Ignores the racial abilities of dragons, deals damage to them 5 times higher in one charge, the spirit of the blood of a hero of the past. It is necessary to use a talisman stained with blood to call upon the bloody spirit of a long-dead warrior to help in battle. Yan looks away and says that this is an exaggerated enhancement of characteristics, and it must be said that the current he is a boss in human form, and most likely the last reward remains. The huge dragon roars ferociously. A notification says that the owner has spilled the first blood of the boss, and the boss's familiar is generated. The generation is complete. Athos will be his familiar, and fight next to him. He strokes the monster and states that they will see each other again. Although the mind wipe is really cruel, is it a blessing or a curse for him, who should have failed in the previous trials, and he hopes that Athos does not blame him. The guy jumped on the pet and exclaims that there is no time for sadness, and it is time to go to the top of the fortress. The huge dragon flew into the sky. The girl stands on the ground and says that the familiars of the dragon have disappeared, which means that he has already been defeated. She wonders who this person is. She looks at the flying monster. The black dragon appears next to her. She exclaims in fear. The girl looks ahead in surprise. Jan stretches his hand towards her and says with a smile that he has come to save her. She does not understand who this man is on Athos's back. The elf clasped her fingers, asking if the hero had subdued the black dragon, receiving a positive answer. The dragon breathed fire. The girl was perplexed how this was possible. Because they were the strongest, even death itself could not make them obey. Jan stood on the dragon with a smile. She did not understand how he managed to saddle the dragon. Even the strongest elves could not tame it. The guy held out his hand, asking the girl why she froze, advising her to climb faster. She took his hand, agreeing. Sitting behind the young man, she was told to hold on, because they were about to take off. The dragon suddenly soared straight up. Jan looked at the frightened girl, telling her not to be afraid, advising her to open her eyes, because the view was incredible. Her eyes opened hesitantly. They were flying among the mountains. The girl was holding on to the hero. She noted how beautiful everything was. She was asked how she felt about freedom. Adjusting her hair, the elf compared it to being freed from shackles. She felt lightness in her whole body. The dragon looked ahead, saying that soon the girl would be truly free. She was surprised in her thoughts that he also dreamed of leaving there. The young man looked at the girl in surprise, assuming that she had understood everything incorrectly, but he still decided to remain silent. They were flying into a large portal. The guy shouted that there would soon be a passage, so they had to fly in right away. The knight looked to the side and shouted not to stand there like a pillar, but to hit harder. This was in the wasteland beyond the secret kingdom of the Black Dragon. The dragon fell on his back. It suddenly became dark above the knights. They assumed that it would soon rain. There was a giant dragon above the knight. He was shocked. He landed, raising all the dust from the ground. The knights scattered from his roar. The girl looked skeptically at the guy who apologized for his spectacular appearance and for scaring everyone. She compared his manner of speech to that of a villain. The young man looked at her, saying that he could take her to the residence of the city authorities so that they could return her to the land of the elves, but she refused. He looked thoughtfully at the embarrassed girl. She offered to go with him, unable to say about her promise to marry the one who freed her. Yang rubbed his neck, realizing that in such cases, the rescued princess remains with the hero, although this was not his original goal, but he could not get rid of her. The girl clenched her fists, asking how the young man managed to tame the black dragon, but there was no answer. He said that it was a secret. An unusual wave appeared in the city. Passers-by looked at the sky and were surprised. Luo was surprised, realizing that it was the roar of a black dragon. They did not understand. How is it possible? Wondering why the dungeon boss came out to the outside world. Asuhi propped her head in her hands. They asked her what it was, to which she replied that it was the cry of a dragon. In the city of heaven there was an onslaught of dragons. The girl pointed her hand at the city, asking if they could go there and take a look. Someone in a cloak stood behind a tree. He was surprised that the little girl did not notice him, but he knew that there was something in her. The city chief allowed her to go there. The dragon's wing was flapping. There was a portal ahead, or rather the entrance to the secret realm of the black dragon. The guy sat quietly, folding his arms across his chest, telling the girl to take her time and wait a little. They looked at the smoke puff in front. The young man told her to look. They were there. Wei Ming walked along with the people. They understood that the sounds were from there. As luck would have it, outside the secret realm, where strange things often happen. People looked at the dragon in shock, not understanding how the dungeon boss got out. The guy got off the dragon, heading towards them, greeting the chief of the city of heaven. They were very tense. The old man said that he had one meeting with the hero. He was a VIP from the Temple of Changing Professions. The main character looked at the chief, who asked him if he was able to tame the dragon, to which he answered positively. The man tensed, not understanding how this was possible, because a dragon of this level cannot be tamed. He was not going to believe until the young man proved it. The dragon roared loudly. The guy asked if this was enough and he was stopped. The man was shocked, realizing that this was the Easter princess of the elves, who can be saved with a very low probability only by defeating the dragon. The guy stood against the background of the glowing dragon. The man was perplexed how powerful the ability to tame a dragon of this level must be. He was horrified, assuming that he was a knight of the 7th transformation, realizing that it was difficult to determine the age of such experts. His foot stumbled. He was indignant at what kind of strength this youth had, wondering why this divine man came to his tiny city of heaven. The youth was shocked that the man fell on his knees. They stood opposite each other in silence. The boy awkwardly extended his hand, saying that there was no need for such honors, asking him to quickly get up on his feet. He turned around with a smile, realizing that the new boss had come so quickly. he was asked to deal with him as soon as possible. Yang was shocked when he heard the man ask if he was the head of the Global Beast Subjugation Association. He was Wei, the head of the City of Heaven, and apologized for not being able to meet him in person, hoping he would forgive him. Wei glanced sideways at the man, who asked if they had received any notice of the head's arrival, and said that maybe he was traveling incognito, to which he retorted that the teleportation center would have left a recording anyway. They were shocked to see a girl who said that she wanted to join the conversation. She extended her hand to the hero, saying that her name was Asuhi. She was a beast subjugator from the country of flowers. She wanted to know about his experience in subjugating giant dragons. Could he please tell her about it? The girl stuck out her tongue, saying no, this was the secret of every beast subjugator. All the heroes were shocked to hear that he was not a beast subjugator. They came closer and Wei asked how he was able to subdue the black dragon. Asuhi said that she heard that so far only gentle white dragons have been subdued, but there have been no cases of subduing black ones. The Raven added that the Global Association of Conquerors considers black dragons to be the strongest rebellious creatures, and suddenly one of them was subdued by a person who is not a beast conqueror. If anyone finds out about this, it will be a worldwide sensation. Yang crossed his arms, saying that he has his own secrets, and he does not see the need to share them with them. He is going to go to the City of Heaven soon, so he asks Mr. Wei to warn the residents in advance so that they do not panic, to which he heard the question. He is going to get to the city on a black dragon, and confirmed. The man opened his mouth, saying that he would immediately find someone to inform all the residents of the city. He could not worry. He thought to himself that even having subdued the black dragon, he was thinking about the safety of ordinary people, and rightly so, saying that the stronger a person is, the simpler he is. But empty talkers are proud and complacent. Asuhi timidly brought her fingers together, and asked if she could tell her teacher about this. Crossing her arms, the guy heard that she was a member of the Global Association of Beast Subjugators. Her teacher must be one of the leaders of the association. He thought that she was just as talented, but her character was different. The blonde bowed, saying that Wei was right and her teacher was one of the 9 great leaders of their association. He was able to tame the black dragon even without being a beast subjugator. She thought that the association would definitely invite him to join them, and she was confident that the teacher would also be happy to consult with him. He imagined the crowd greeting him, and thought that the leaders of the Global Alliance of Conquerors were at least at the 8th or 9th level, and a group of powerful conquerors were asking him how to tame a dragon. Who would have thought? The guy sat down, saying that he had things to do, so he was going first. They could talk about the alliance later. The dragon quickly flew up, raising dust. The warrior standing behind told the girl that the black dragon was now tamed. He had already told her this, and she should return to the dragon city first, and they would discuss the rest later. She agreed, saying that she would also like to have a dragon to fly. The flying dragon was approaching the mountains. The girl was standing on one of them. Yang glanced at her. Luo looked at him determinedly, thinking that he really tamed the black dragon. Looking at the beast flying away, she said that it was annoying, but the facts were obvious. It seemed that she lacked practice. She wiped a tear from her eye, saying that he would see. She would become stronger, tame the dragon, then defeat it personally, prove that she is the strongest and the conqueror of the beasts of the new generation. A notice was heard that the secret realm of the black dragon in the city had been cleared. The black dragon had been tamed by the respected lord, so let them not be afraid if they saw the black dragon. A huge dragon was flying in the sky above the city. People were discussing it. Words were heard from the shadow of the city that someone heard that he was promoted to the level of the shining moon. Even the research team was destroyed. Who is capable of such a thing? Another said that there seems to be a girl next to that lord, to which indignation was heard. What is surprising about this? After all, he tamed the black dragon. What to talk about one girl? Even 10 would not be uncommon. The girl stood in front of the gate. She screamed when a huge dragon landed nearby. Yang, who was sitting on him, apologized for scaring her. He spread his arms cutely and thought that he really didn't want to show off, but since he was not a beast conqueror, he didn't have a special room to house a black dragon. All this was forced. The elf looked out from behind him and asked where he lived, wondering if he could get used to it, to which he heard that it was spacious, clean. She liked it. Sitting on the dragon, he said that she could choose any room inside that she liked. He still had things to do outside. If she needed anything, she could ask the maids to help. Lilith said that he could go about his business. Leaning his hand on the dragon, Yang thought that it had calmed down, that it would be difficult to please her, but he never thought that the princess would be sweet and simple, without a princess complex. Well, words were heard behind the white doors that it was time to deal with the new boss. Suffice it to sit on the bed with his legs crossed and send the system to introduce this new boss. A notification appeared that the boss of the Demon Abyss, the divine level original Sin Lord, had been designated as the boss by now. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, asking why the divine level. He imagined the glowing silhouettes of the scorching sun, shining moon and starlight levels, and thought about what the divine level is, according to the unified rules of level division approved by the Transformation Temple. Above the 5th, one transformation is equal to 50 levels, namely the 6th, 7th and 8th. altogether called the legendary stage. He imagined a figure walking up the high ladder to the divine level, and thought that only by passing the so-called God's trials can one obtain the title of demigod, then by walking the long path to God, one can reach the divine level. He did not even expect that he would immediately encounter a divine level boss now. This is perhaps too much. The hero touched the system window with his finger, confirming the connection, and thought that the star-level black flame wing had already helped him somehow make a beautiful rebirth. To what extent could he grow this time? A bright whirlwind appeared under him. The system reported that the connection was established. A bright red flash appeared. On the large stone sat the red boss of the demon abyss, the divine-level lord of original sin. The system reported his characteristics. He had the talent of the ability of an all-knowing ruler. Nothing happens in eternity that could escape his control and perception. The ruler is immortal. One can endlessly resurrect. Also in the abyss, any demon remaining in it can be resurrected. The Lord of Original Sin is the monarch of the abyss of darkness. He sits on the royal throne under the veil of bottomless darkness, commanding the 7 kings of original sins. When he looks into the very abyss, the Lord of the underworld will begin to look at him. Horns grew on the red skull. The hero thought that this is what a god-level panel looks like, with tens of thousands of characteristics, super resistance and fake talents, especially the third one. This means that in order to kill him, you need to destroy the demons in the body in the song. This is generally possible for a person. This is very cool. This is what the journey level means. The Lord sat on the stone throne and showed that he now roughly knows about the abilities of the boss. The system will tell him more about this abyss of demons. Lava was visible in the cracks in the ground. The system reported that the demon abyss is not a separate dungeon in a secret kingdom, but a huge astral crack, similar to the elf kingdom or dragon kingdom. Unlike them, the demon abyss is connected to the human world. Like a secret dungeon, each country has a portal to enter the demon abyss. Starting from the first level, you can continuously fight. Killing demons can get experience and rewards. It is a real paradise for leveling up and searching for treasure. But at the same time, the difficulty of the demon abyss is quite high. The average level of demons at the first level is 40. This means that the starting difficulty level of the dungeon is gold level. As the level increases, the demons become stronger. At the moment, the human record for exploring the demon abyss is 386 levels. This record was set by a united team consisting of the SSS level guild, the Circle of Mages and the Sanctuary of Knights. Yang in the body of the Lord touched his chin, thinking that only guilds of this level can face a god-level boss. That is, they are his future enemies. He does not know how far they are from the deepest part of the demon abyss. But this is not the main thing. Yang mentally spread his hands, thinking that this boss is essentially immortal, so when can he take a step towards the next boss? There were stone thrones ahead. The hero thought that now is not the time to think about this. The system says that the Lord of Original Sin rules over the 7 kings of original sins, and these few thrones are the thrones of those kings. Why is there no one? There was a colored symbol on the back of the throne. The hero thought that if you look closely, you can see that 4 thrones are glowing, but 3 are not. Apparently they have already been defeated by specialists. There was no symbol on the other throne. The Lord raised his hand surrounded by a haze and thought that if that was the case, why not use his second talent? The radiance thickened on the throne. A demon with many mouths appeared there, the Lord of the Original Sin of Gluttony, Beelzebub. The system reported its characteristics. The King of Sin looked at the boss in surprise. The hero turned away as he bowed deeply and said thanks for his mercy. He was too weak to match his greatness. The demon lay with his forehead on the floor while the hero thought that this was only the scorching sun level. As a servant of the Lord of the Original Sin of the God level, the king of one of the 7 sins has the strength of at least not the football god level. He resurrected some loser? The system reported his talents. Beelzebub has an endless hunger and devours any non-demon creature to satiate itself and continues to grow stronger. Also, any creature absorbed by it will permanently lose 2% of its stats, which will be donated to the Lord of Original Sin as a tribute. The boss's eye flashed. He thought that these 2 talents, and if this tribute was donated to the Lord of Original Sin, it would not matter much. But if it was a tribute to his body, he would immediately fly up on the spot. The speech of the hero in the body of a demon was interrupted by a knock on the door. He turned to the monster in front of him, telling Beelzebub to return to his post and wait for his next summoning. This time let him not disappoint him. He thought that lust and greed had also died, but the first one resurrected by the Lord was him, and he did not even punish him. The great Lord gave him great honor and trust. There were many mouths on the monster's body. Beelzebub thought that he would make these damn people pay in full and present the Lord with the most generous tribute. The system reported that the omniscient Lord's ability was activated. Beelzebub returned to the demon abyss. There was a bright beam in front of the demon. He thought that the 100th level was the place that Beelzebub used to guard. He really resurrected the worst of the 7 heavenly kings, and told the system to cut off the connection. Young appeared on his bed, shining. He clenched his fist and thought that when you become the Lord of Original Sin, you really feel a sense of complete control over everything. Such absolute power is really addictive. No wonder so many people wanted to be emperors in ancient times. And there was a knock on the door. The hero thought that they knew when he could achieve the same power as the Lord of Original Sin. He heard a question whether the master was here, and he replied that he would come now. The brunette asked what happened. The girl replied that the city chief Wei had arrived for a visit and said that he wanted to talk to him in person. The man turned around when the guy was coming down. Wei extended his hand, saying that he was finally here. Shaking his hand, Yang asked what happened, and heard the answer that his feat of taming the dragon had already spread throughout the country, even throughout the world, and caused a real sensation in the world of beast conquerors. He imagined the silhouettes of men at the table next to the symbol and said that black dragons are the strongest, toughest kind of dragons, and that they were tamed is a real turning point in the history of beast subjugation. But many conquerors doubted this because they did not see it with their own eyes, so the Global Beast Subjugation Association issued a statement that one of the current leaders of the association, who are nearby, will personally meet this talented person, that is, him. Yang fearfully raised his hand, asking when he will arrive, and heard that soon, no later than 10 minutes. The hero thought that he did not expect that this would shock the leader and the association so much, but they are influential people, you need to be careful. The girl stood in the center of the teleportation of the City of Heaven. The man asked the lady, "Why don't they get off through the VIP channel? There are so many people here." The answer was heard that it was nothing. Sometimes you want a change of scenery. Luo walked in the crowd discussing what was going on. It seemed like someone had arrived. A man wearing sunglasses waved his hand, saying that the leader of the Global Beast Subjugation Association, Elder Dashi, had arrived. All outsiders should step aside. One of the leaders of the Global Beast Subjugation Association, Dashi, leaned on his staff and greeted everyone for their trouble. Words were heard that here he is, the wind of the Global Beast Subjugation Association, the highest class subjugator in the world. They say that his location is unstable, but did not expect to meet him here. The girl surprisingly told the elder that they had not seen each other for a long time. He said that he did not expect to see her here. He heard that she also came for the black dragon. Luo lowered herself into the cage, saying that yes, but unfortunately, her abilities were not enough. She was ahead of her, and her title of the first talented beast subjugator is no longer hers. The man who lost his mustache told her not to focus on titles. The most important thing for her is what she understands. The girl imagined a ravine in the forest and said that the secret realm of the dragon spirit. Not long ago, the Global Association of Beast Conquerors discovered a special shrine related to the Dragon Kingdom, known as the secret realm of the dragon spirit. Those who can enter it have a chance to receive a reward. However, the conditions for entering this shrine are extremely strict. To enter, you must have your own huge dragon. Currently there is only one such person in the world. She imagined a girl on the head of a huge white dragon and said that this is Verlia from the Eagle Federation. Since then, many top beast conquerors have begun to try to tame giant dragons, and she is no exception. She introduced the red-haired girl and said that according to her teacher's research, the stronger the dragon in the secret realm of the dragon spirit, the more likely it is to receive a strong blessing and valuable rewards. That's why she wants to tame the strongest black dragon. He stretched out his palms and said that the sanctuary was about to open. There was little time left, and judging by her appearance, she should have already chosen her target. The heroine confirmed, saying that she wanted to try to tame the silver dragon, although it is much weaker than the black one, but its potential is still higher than the red one. She was surprised to see a raised finger and heard that she should not rush, because the secret realm of the white dragon was already assigned to her family, and access to it was closed to others. Why don't she go with him and meet this mysterious beast conqueror? She can learn a few secrets from him. Her mentor also said so. People were surprised to see Luo running away, saying that she suddenly remembered an important matter. She needed to leave early. He thought that this girl had a very strong sense of self-worth. Okay. Later he heard words suggesting that they quickly meet this mysterious genius. Under the clear sky, there was a bright building. Yan stood next to the man, asking what that sound was. Dashi appeared in front of them riding a bright phoenix. Words were heard that this was the leader of the Global Association of Conquerors. The monster's body was lying on the ground. The red eye had a yellow pupil. The dragon raised its head, looking at the phoenix. The huge bird looked forward. The heroes were surprised to see a flash in the sky. Dashi, sitting on the neck of the phoenix, told the bird to calm down. He walked down the stairs with her, saying that she made them laugh. Wei greeted the man, saying that he was the chief of the City of Heaven. This was the talented beast subjugator he wanted to meet. This was the one who tamed the black dragon. The man gave a thumbs up, saying that true heroes have always been born young. His ancestors had never deceived him. He was the same. But he had already been able to subdue the black dragon. He was truly talented. There were very few like him in the world. Yang replied that he was exaggerating. He was just lucky. Pointing his finger, Dashi laughed, saying that he did not need to be modest. He was the first person in their world who could tame the black dragon. He had something to be proud of. This time through discussion, their association decided to invite him to join the Global Association of Conquerors. Is he interested? Yang awkwardly scratched his cheek, saying that there was something he needed to discuss, and said that he was not a beast conqueror. He should not join their organization. The man waved his hand, trying to convince him. Then he was shocked by the realization of what he had said and asked again. He was not a beast conqueror. Was he joking? The man stared at the system window with information about the hero in shock and repeated that he was a fighter. He turned around abruptly and asked to wait a minute. In front of the man was a dialogue window in which he reported that he had met him. He had indeed subdued the Black Dragon. He was asked why he was silent. He agreed to join them. Another interlocutor wrote that their association was the strongest organization of conquerors. He had no reason to refuse. A conqueror from the European continent congratulated him on the appearance of another talented beast conqueror. The next one was happy that someone had also subdued a giant dragon. In response to this, Dashi wrote that there was one problem. He was not a beast subjugator, he was a fighter. There were many messages with question marks in front of the man. He thought he knew it. The interlocutor asked how about inviting him to join as an honorary member. 9 interlocutors liked this message. Jan put his hands in his pockets, hearing the words that they had just discussed this matter in their association, saying that he could join as an honorary member and receive all the privileges. The hero replied that nothing comes for free, so what does he want from him? Dashi showed him his palms, saying that in fact, nothing special, he will just give them a few lessons on how to subdue a giant dragon. There are not many of them, only 10 people, and Jan was perplexed, thinking that 9 heads of beast subjugators plus the chairman of the association is not something that can be left to chance. He touched his chin, thinking that the privileges of the SSS class were still tempting. Should he refuse them? What should he do? With a wave of his hand, the guy standing opposite him said that he could give a few lessons, but the problem was that he had no guarantee that his lessons would be useful to them. Dashi replied that it was okay. He knew Verlia. She also gave lessons in their association, but they were of no use. Personal experience is inherently difficult to reproduce, and everyone knows this, in any case. Let them just try and not worry. With a determined grin, the brunette agreed to join the Global Beast Conqueror Association and thought that since it was personal experience, could he tell it as he wanted, let the Beast Conquerors prepare to listen to his story well. A bright, rich room. Since games became a part of reality and divine statues of professions appeared all over the world, the Temple of Job Change was founded. After the World Council's resolution, it was decided to allocate a site in the center of the world, and thus the Holy City, the headquarters of the Temple of Job Changes, was born. There was a statue with 6 arms and wings. The supreme leader of the Holy City is the sacred great priest who has never left the city, and his origin, status, and power remain unknown. Saint Euphemia, the sacred great priestess with a staff, walked forward. She only appeared once 10 years ago. Colored balls flew into the sky. The head of the SSS class Mages Guild, Augustin, the strongest mage in the world who completed the test of the god of 9 transformations and successfully reached the demigod level, tried to challenge her to test the strength of the sacred priestess. Augustin swung his shining sword, using multiple destructive attacks. A huge whirlwind of explosion appeared. Everything was covered in smoke. The girl stood surrounded by a yellow barrier. As a result, even the protective light shield released by the sacred great priestess was not broken. Since then, no one dared to question the power of the Job Transfer Temple. At this time, a warning was heard from the masked statue that a special abnormal phenomenon had occurred in the demon abyss. The already killed original Sin King of Gluttony Beelzebub had reappeared. The reason is unknown. Euphemia turned around after hearing this. Thinking that bosses of the Starlight tier and above do not revive after being killed, this is an unshakable rule of this era. Even the demon abyss, a top-tier secret realm, cannot break it, unless a new mechanism that they have not encountered yet has appeared. In the shining circles, a girl appeared, addressing the Excellency, saying that the representative of Euphemia, the 3rd sacred great priestess, asked for his blessing. She asks for an extension of her household light, to show her the way to see the advent of the endless dark song. Let him guide her with his divine light. The girl opened her blue eyes, using the eye of insight through which one can view any place in the world regardless of distance, space, and time. She was illuminated by a beam in complete darkness, and thought how dark and evil it was in this demon abyss. In front of the girl were stone thrones. She wondered if this was the throne of the 7 kings of original sins. The girl imagined the images of gluttony, lust, greed, and thought that the existing record of the punitive expedition's deepest dive into the demon abyss was 386 levels. For every 100 levels, one of the original Sin Kings appeared. They should all have been killed, but for some reason, gluttony inexplicably resurrected, and there were only 2 dim thrones. There was a black haze in front of her. She wondered if this was really her, the immortal magic power that even the eye of insight could not see her true appearance. The blue crystal on the staff shone. Euphemia ordered the devil to show its true face in front of the divine light. The darkness parted, revealing the image of a guy whose face was hidden. She was surprised to see that it was a man. From the pink haze behind, a question was heard: who dared to spy on the Overlord? A bright beam rushed upward. Boss Lucifer, the god-level original Sin King Pride, clutched the red sword and ordered to get out. The blonde's palms glowed as she cast a magical barrier. Lucifer rose into the air. Smoke appeared around Euphemia. She thought that the eye of insight was disabled. The Sin King put her hand on her hip and said that she ran away like a coward. She landed and turned to the Great Lord, apologizing for her impudence. his servant dared to return just to fence off those who dared to spy on them. Lucifer asked with a loving look, when will she be able to see the Lord's face again? Euphemia bowed down on the floor, saying that this was the god level. She did not expect that among the original Sin Kings there were such powerful beings. It seemed she misjudged the power of the demon abyss. The guy's body was hidden by a shadow, she thought, who could be the existence that even the god-level original Sin King serves. A bright beam appeared from the circle in front of her. The girl asked, "Is this a global announcement?" The dazzling beam rose high into the sky. A global news was heard that the world boss, the original Sin Lord, appeared in the demon abyss, a bottomless abyss. The chairman of the Global Beast Subjugation Association, Katarina, looked ahead, hearing the message to kill the original Sin Lord, the ruler of the 7 original Sin Kings, and then there will be a chance to obtain a unique limited divine weapon of the Sin Confrontation series. The blue-cloaked mage Augustin heard that this series of weapons is a necessary equipment for killing the original Sin Lord. Depending on the level of the profession, the chance of obtaining after killing increases. The guild leader of the more eternal battle Tang heard that killing the world boss will open a new edition, Ascension to Divinity. A cry was heard from the tall light tower that it was a world boss. This was the first time. He had never heard of such a thing before. Someone said that even demigod-level bosses had not reached the level of a world boss, and this was wild. The original Sin was actually a god-level boss. The next one replied that of course, let him look at the name of the new edition. This opens the 10th transformation, a real god level. Yang turned around, stood at the information window and heard that now it was true, a historical event, and thought, did he really become a world boss? Dashi walked forward, saying that he seemed to have to leave first. The chairman called him to meet him. In any case, the membership procedures were completed. They would contact him later if they had any questions. The girl held the information window, telling the gentleman that abnormal events had been happening recently. Something was still happening in this world. She had a bad feeling. Yang patted her on the shoulder with a smile and told her not to worry. He would take care of everything. The hero continued to smile as he thought that the major SSS rank guilds would definitely take action soon. Given the events that had happened before, it would only be a matter of time before he could reach the original Sin Lord, and he needed to be fully prepared before that. Turning to the glowing window, the hero thought that by killing the original Sin Kings, he could obtain the unique limited edition Sin Confronting artifact. Although his devouring dragon bone greatsword was also a unique limited edition weapon, it was still far behind this series of weapons that were at the divine level. After all, it was a necessary weapon to kill the original Sin Lord. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a great advantage. The hero's eyes widened in realization, and he recalled that if he, as the original Sin Lord, were to kill the kings, might they also lose the Sin Confronting weapon? Imagining the various weapons, the hero thought that they had unique, limited, and divine marks. Their power was absolutely unreal. Yang touched his chin, thinking that his subordinates could sacrifice themselves to him as the Lord of Original Sin. In addition, using the power could also resurrect them. No worries at all. He imagined the image of the Lord on the throne, and thought that it took a long time to recover after being resurrected. It would be great if this time could be shortened. The hero imagined himself walking up the golden stairs in a cloak, and thought that it seemed that the strongest experts in the world had only reached the level of demigods at the moment, and the next edition was called Ascension to Divinity. It probably had something to do with killing the Lord of Original Sin. If he could kill the Lord alone, he might become the first deity. The guy stood in front of the big statue and thought that after all, being a cheater, you need to have cheater awareness. If other people who have spent so much time to level up without sparing their efforts know that he surpassed them in just a few weeks after awakening and getting a new job, I wonder if they will be happy. But now they will take his 5-star mission of the 4th transformation. Bright rays appeared near the tower. The heroes were standing in the square. The man with the red nose said, "What a coincidence, they arrived at the same time." Katarina turned her gaze and said that she was quite surprised that an old drunkard like him got up so early. Tang with his eyes closed replied that when it comes to the new version of the world boss, they must attach great importance to it. Poker in Armor replied that a personal challenge from the sacred high priestess indicates the seriousness of the situation. A bright light appeared into the temple, saying that it was quite lively here. There were people sitting in the stands, animatedly saying that it was Augustin himself and the pride of the magicians, Mrs. Katarina, Tang, the Holy Knight Poker. The heroes sat down at the table. Words were heard that these were high-ranking heads of great powers. He had seen them on TV before. Guild leaders and heads of state gathered together. It seemed like this time there would be a real show. Euphemia walked with a staff in her hand and said, "Thank you to everyone who responded to the call of the temple and came to this meeting. She thinks everyone understands the purpose of this meeting." The girl introduced the thrones of sins. Deep ravine. The monster Beelzebub. Raising a finger, she said that the once defeated sin of gluttony Beelzebub suddenly resurrected, and most likely, this is due to the appearance of the world boss, the Lord of Original Sin. As the statue of the deity said, only by killing the kings of the original sins and obtaining the weapon of the Sin Confrontation series, it will be possible to kill the ruler. She stood next to the round table, saying that in order to increase the chance of obtaining the weapon, the boss must be killed by a high-level specialist. All those present here are the elite of the modern world, and only they can handle this task. She asks all the heroes to unite and defeat evil. Euphemia introduced the images of demons, saying that the current record for passing the demon abyss is 386 levels. During this time, the expedition team encountered the three kings of the deadly sins: gluttony, lust, greed. It can be assumed that to meet the next king of the 7 deadly sins, they need to pass another 100 levels, so to get to the boss at the end, they need to pass another 314 levels. Turning to the mage, she said that Augustin and Tang are both at level 372. She would like to ask, based on their experience, approximately how many levels can one advance into the abyss above the maximum level by one? Mustachio drank from the flask. Then he waved his hand, saying that about 3 levels. He was afraid he couldn't stand it anymore. Tang closed his eyes and said that the deeper the abyss, the greater the difference in strength between levels. Even with his and Augustin's strength, they wouldn't be able to overcome several levels. The priestess looked down, saying that in order to advance to level 700, they would need to at least raise their level by another 100. It would be a very long process. Poker sat with his hands folded, and said that killing the Lord of Original Sin would give enough experience to raise the average level of the party by several levels. If the King of Original Sin could resurrect several times, they could greatly shorten the time to complete the level and increase the probability of raising weapons. But how to distribute weapons to the sins that the boss dropped? The man with the red nose said that it seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Katerina looked away, saying that even saying this directly, is he very brave today? Tang snorted silently. Poker spread his hands, saying no, let him not waste his time. The sin resistance weapon is the key to defeating the Lord of Original Sin and is definitely one of the most important items for godhood. They are still stuck at the demigod level. Let him not tell him that he does not want to overcome this obstacle. Euphemia held the staff. She heard that there are only 7 of these good ones. But it is not a fact that the boss will drop them all. Someone said that they do not have all 7 specialists with the 9th transformation. Then who should be the one to take this weapon and become the performer? This cannot offend anyone. The staff in her hand shone. A wave of energy flew from the girl as she demanded silence. A flash appeared above Euphemia's head. She said that this is about godhood, so the temple of reincarnation will not be left out. Now the enemy is in front of them. So she asks everyone to wait a little until the expedition is formed, and then they will announce the result. The armored warrior bowed and apologized to the priestess, saying that he was nervous. Yes, she replied. What he said was a normal human feeling. She understood. Tang waved his hand, saying, regarding the expedition, he has a proposal. If the guild becomes one to challenge the demonic abyss, on the one hand, it may cause competitive disputes, on the other hand, it may lead to a shortage of hands. Therefore, he proposes to unite each country and create their own team to fight the demon abyss and take turns fighting the kings of original sin. Who can kill them and get the confrontation of sin series of weapons depends on luck. Sitting at the poker table, everyone for themselves, this is indeed his style. Augustin added that in this way, both the number and the professional composition can be achieved more flexibility. Katerina added that the management also becomes simpler. Euphemia, who was standing next to the table, asked what to do about the weaker countries, and heard that this was not a problem they needed to solve to defeat the original Sin Kings. After all, it was up to the individual guild or national strength. The girl with wings said that she understood. Then according to General Tang's proposal, they would hold a vote. A chart of the results appeared next to her. She said that 80% voted in favor. The proposal was accepted, considering the difficulty of the entrance secret, that countries without 9th transformation experts would not be eligible to challenge. The remaining countries would be randomly selected in order of priority. The results would be released after the meeting. The first agenda has been reviewed. And now the second agenda is starting. She pointed her hand at Katerina and asked for her opinion. The girl stood up, put her hand on her waist and said that, as they all know, thanks to the emergence of the secret realm of the dragon spirit, there are opportunities to enter the dragon kingdom from the human world. In this large astral state there are countless powerful creatures, bosses that give a lot of experience. If they could get there and level up so much, they would probably increase significantly, which would greatly help her in conquering the demon abyss. Augustin's eyes widened. He said that the conditions to enter the dragon spirit secret realm are very strict. Only someone who has subdued a dragon can enter. The only person in the world who has ever subdued a giant dragon is Verlia from her Global Beast Subjugation Association. But the situation has changed now, right? The redhead crossed her arms and confirmed, saying that he must have heard that there was a talented youth who performed a miracle by subduing a black dragon. He has now joined their association as an honorary member. Poker raised a finger, saying that this guy subdued a black dragon. Shouldn't he at least be made a full member? Why is he an honorary member? Isn't this a special status for those who are not professional beast subjugators? Katerina smiled, saying that's what she wanted to say. Another incredible miracle. Yang is not a beast subjugator at all, but a warrior mage. The heroes were shocked to hear this. Augustin slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "It's impossible." He also tried several times to make these giant dragons submit to his power, But he killed several dragons from the starlight level to the scorching sun level. These dragons chose to die rather than submit. How can anyone other than the Dragon Lord fix a giant dragon? It's definitely impossible. Katarina waved her hand, saying, if he himself couldn't do it, then no one else can either. How can the chairman of the outstanding magician's circle say such dishonest words? The man was indignant that she should be less ironic. Since she was such a brave old woman, why didn't she subdue one herself? The disputants' figures were engulfed in flames. The woman asked who he called an old woman. The warrior noticed that everyone here was looking at them. The heroes turned away from each other. Words were heard that each of these giant dragons would rather die than surrender. He tried his best, but he still couldn't subdue even one. Another said that killing a dragon is easy, but fixing it is a different matter. How is this possible? Euphemia looked down, saying, can this young warrior really do something that even the 8th and 9th transformation experts present can't do? The redhead crossed her arms, telling the priestess that she can check the information about this youth through their association membership list. After all, they helped them go through the entry procedure before the meeting. In front of the girl was information about Yang. He said that he is indeed a warrior and only in his 3rd transformation. The man in armor exclaimed, he defeated the Black Flame Wing in his 3rd transformation. Who is he? Tang frowned and asked, how did such a talented person appear among them, and why didn't he receive information about him? Katarina closed her eyes, saying that they also planned to invite him to give a lecture at the association to share his experience in subduing the Black Dragon, although they don't know if it will be as useless as Verlia. But perhaps they will gain some amazing information this time. Looking forward with determination, she said that even if they don't have a beast subjugation profession, there is still a chance to subjugate a dragon. Until now they were just doing it wrong. If they find the right way, then perhaps there will be an era where everyone can control a beast. And the people in the stands were excited, saying that even if you are not a beast subjugator, you can still subjugate a dragon. It is true, and they will also be able to get a pet dragon. Another said that in normal times he would not believe it, but since the chairman of the Global Beast Subjugation Association is speaking, perhaps it really is. Poker sat at the round table, saying that if this is the case, then the secret realm of the dragon spirit will no longer be the specialty of the Global Conqueror Association, the dimension. Will it not be a problem for them? The woman replied that these are small things. She no longer waits for the opportunity to see all the people tame the beasts. Augustin closed his eyes and said that she is still looking forward, but he is an old man who is more pragmatic. He needs to find this young man as soon as possible. Tang's body was engulfed in purple fire. The old man told them not to worry. He guarantees that he will not offend the talented young man. He will offer him an exchange for a forbidden spell. Let him choose one or two, he just will not let him stay in the overlay. At this time, Yang sneezed. He pulled out a handkerchief, saying that this cold virus really does not care about the level of the profession. Even highly qualified professionals can get sick, the girl said. All this is already beyond her field of expertise. In front of the hero was a system window with information about the 5-star mission of the 4th transformation, Ice Witch of the Frozen City. It is located at the place marked on the map, which leads to a mysterious frozen city. You need to go to the palace and kill the Ice Witch who controls the power of ice. This secret dungeon is at the diamond level of passage. It is possible only alone. The reward is 400 units of strength and spirit attributes. A book of the active skill of the legendary level of magical military power. The hero thought that in fact this diamond difficulty level corresponds to the level of the Black Dragon Fortress. He remembers that the mission with the 5-star was stuck at this level. This is a reduced desire to complicate people's lives. On his feet were black sneakers. The hero thought that for him now even the level of starlight is not an obstacle, and diamond even more so. The hero headed for the glowing exit. The wing rose up. Words were heard that he would be back soon. The girl watched him fly away and said that she wished the great warrior success. In the frozen city, all the buildings were covered in ice. Words were heard. What kind of crazy dungeon is this? Or will he freeze to death? Why is the Ice Witch so hard to kill? He thought that her defense against physical attacks should be weak. She is simply invulnerable in her ice armor. He will have to spend several months on pumping again. The guy walked up to something gray. It was the head of a dragon, which opened its eye, looking at the guy. Yang stroked its wing and apologized for scaring him. They were done, so now it's his turn. One of the guys gave up the ghost from fear, and the second said that he almost died from fright. So this is the gentleman who recently caught the black dragon. He sees him in real life for the first time. It looks like he will have to overcome the dungeon alone. This is cool. The dragon towered over the icy path. Words were heard that this dungeon was really cold. Roaring monsters appeared. A large snow monster of level 92 and small snow monsters of level 89. The dragon's roar pushed them all back. The monsters bowed down, asking the guy for mercy. He thought that even after changing the dungeon, the boss's pressure on low-level monsters remained the same. Athos raised his head, saying that since they had surrendered, he would not waste time on such a trifle as them. The hero thought that they would find the boss and defeat him. A stream of flame flew out of the dragon's mouth. The witch had a black hat on her head. She asked how dare he destroy her palace. He crushed her with his dragon paw, told her not to waste his time. A flame appeared in front of Yang. The system reported that the Ice Witch boss was killed. he passed the dungeon test, the guy asked. Is this all too easy? Not interesting at all. Anyway, the fourth transformation is not that difficult. He hopes that it will be better at the legendary level. The girl looked at the system window, which said that it was in progress, and asked, is someone participating in the test? Is it a pity? She looked at the guy in the cloak, who said that maybe this person inside will be unlucky, and they will have another chance. He would advise them not to stand there. A brave man just entered there. He will definitely pass it. Standing here is useless. The guy in the cloak spread his hands, saying that the brave man who subdued the black dragon, once he makes his move, they, the little people, will not even have a department left, as long as they just sit here and wait for him to appear, to admire his magnificent presence. Shui walked forward and said that then next time and you stopped her, saying that she also wanted to take a look at the one who subdued the black dragon. The blonde pushed her when she heard that it was possible that if he fell in love, he would definitely take advantage of his position and achieve his goal, going crazy. The brown-haired man pointed his finger, saying that if they had already arrived, then they should wait a little. Those two men over there are also waiting to see the greatness of this brave man. There was Tang and Augustin, who said that if there was a beauty nearby, even in harsh conditions he would not feel the cold. The man told him not to pay attention to them. There was a movement on the blue plain. A huge dragon appeared. A cry was heard that the brave man had come out. A big man, let him give an autograph. And you exclaimed with a loving look, how beautiful, and the black dragon can only control this creature. Must be a handsome man from a large guild. Yang looked at her in surprise. The girls were shocked, exclaiming that it was Yang. Shui asked if it was really him. Yan asked the man who subdued the black dragon, how is this possible? He is only level 80. Standing opposite, Yang said that they have not seen each other for a long time. He came closer and, hearing the questions, he really is the man who subdued the black dragon, and said that it is true, and they came here to level up, and the girl replied, they were going to help Shui with materials, but it seems they will have to wait for the next one. The hero looked at the information window and asked her to wait a little. He handed the girl a shining ball, the heart of ice, and said that this material was just dropped by the boss, let her take it. He grabbed the girl's wrist when she tried to refuse, saying that this thing is very valuable, let her keep it, it goes to the dungeon update. The hero replied that he does not need this thing, so he gives it to her. The Sly and Yu approached from behind, saying that this handsome man is now a real hero. He will not need this thing. If he says he will not need it, then it is true, let him take it. The guy standing opposite told him not to be shy, although they have not known each other for long, but still they are friends who went through the dungeon together, so let him relax. Yang turned to the dragon and asked what happened. Athos looked unhappy when Augustin groped him, and asked him not to pay attention. The hero was shocked, thinking that he can allow himself to grope the black dragon and not get any resistance. Who is this old man? The girl pinched her nose with her hand, saying how strong the smell of alcohol is. Shui remarked that she seemed to have seen this officer somewhere. Augustin spread his hands. Yang looked at him, hearing him say, don't worry, he doesn't want to hurt them. Then he abruptly turned to the side, thinking that he had disappeared. The spatial movement was also on a massive scale. He didn't even have time to notice his magical movements. The hero smiled, telling the elder that it was a good maneuver, since they specially took everyone away. It means they want to talk to him. Let him forgive him for being rude. But can I know their names? The men stood next to each other. The first introduced himself as Augustin, the guild master of the Circle of Mages, and the second as Tang, the guild master of the Eternal Battlefield. Yang stared ahead tensely, thinking that these two were the leaders of SSS-class guilds, the strongest guilds in the world. They were both looking for him, a simple newbie who had just completed the mission of the fourth transformation. Standing opposite, the guy asked if they really came here to talk to him about his experience in taming a dragon. The magician was surrounded by a huge blue flame. He hurried, saying that he can't wait to tame a huge dragon. The hero thought, what a huge power of magic, he even found it difficult to breathe. Tang put his hand on his comrade's shoulder, telling him to put away his magic power and not to scare the youth. Here he apologized, saying that he was a little excited. The man stretched out his hand, saying that Katerina had already told them about him, and they really came to exchange information. Let her not worry, he will not let him be offended, and this old drunkard will not dare to touch him. Augustin asked not to talk about him as a bad person. In his hand he held 2 gold scrolls, saying that if he shared his experience in taming dragons with him, then these scrolls of forbidden spells will be his. How about such an exchange? This is a very profitable deal. Yang looked at the scrolls, thinking that this could be said to be his strongest trump card at the moment. He only had 2 of them, and the scrolls of forbidden spells of the guild master of the Circle of Mages were much more powerful. I thought that they were some of the best experts in the world. If they found out that he was deceiving them, then a sad fate awaited him. Yang raised a finger, deciding that in any case it was too late to run, so he would play big, and said that the scrolls of forbidden spells were good, of course, but they could only be used once. Why don't they give him a forbidden spell skill book? Augustin looked at him questioningly, asking why he needed this book. He was a warrior after all. How could he break the rules of the profession for beast subjugators and use a forbidden book as a mage? Tang closed his eyes, saying that this was nothing unusual. The warrior profession also had 2 cultivation paths, the mage and the warrior, so Yang should be one of these professions. He heard the confirmation that his profession was the magic spirit warrior. It was the profession of a warrior who could use magic. A shining book appeared in Augustine's palm. He said that this was the 2nd level forbidden spell skill book, the lightning destruction technique. He could hug it. However, forbidden spells had very high mental strength requirements, and he might have to wait a very long time to reach the transformation level required to learn them. As for the forbidden spell scrolls, they would allow him to immediately improve his combat ability, so he should think carefully. Yang took the book back, saying that he knew he would leave it for later. A flash appeared in his eye. He thought that the blood of the universe and the wrath of the phoenix were just 2nd-tier forbidden spells, enough to destroy a pure transformation. These forbidden spells could probably finish off a 7th-tier transformation specialist. This is a real treasure. The book disappeared in a blaze. The brunette told Augustine that he had to warn him that subduing huge dragons would not necessarily lead to success. There had been similar precedents in the past of the Global Beast Subjugation Association. He hoped he could understand. The man replied, standing up. He understood. A bright flash appeared as the mage suggested making soundproofing to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. A shining dome appeared on the ice platform. A few minutes later, Yang spread his hands, asking if he was satisfied when he heard that this was the case. The man's figure disappeared in a blaze, and he said that he would immediately go look for the huge dragon. Tang looked at the hero with a slight smile, saying that at first he also had doubts, but it turns out that he really knows the Black Dragon dungeon very well, and this is amazing. He can't help but believe it. The hero thought that somehow he himself is the boss. It seems that he has managed to deceive him for now. Yan was surprised to see a book in front of him, and heard that this is a warrior skill book, the 2nd level of mastery, maximum destructive strike. Let him take it. The guy held the book, thinking that he heard that Tang is an expert of the 9th transformation, tyrant of the emergency path. From the name, one can assume that this is his signature technique. Is he really so generous with his skills? He is already starting to feel uneasy. A Longsha resident should not deceive another resident. The man looked away, saying that he had tamed a dragon and would soon receive a notification that he could visit the secret realm of the dragon spirit, which was only accessible to those who had dragons. For now he and Verlia were the only ones in the world who could go there. The rest might be able to tame a dragon with their help in the future. Yang glanced at the information window, thinking that after he joined the Global Association of Conquerors, he had also paid attention to the secret realm of the dragon spirit. The more powerful the dragon, the greater the reward, and it seemed like he would have to go and kill dragons, and the words, "for now," could be removed. After all, his whole story was made up. Tang turned to the hero, saying that in addition, after the last incident with the world boss, the experience and drop rate in the demon abyss had been increased. It was officially decided to form a team of talented guys to go to the demon abyss for training. He looked at his data and saw that all his tasks for transition to a new profession were completed at difficulty 5. All this indicates his strong talent. He definitely has the right to participate. Crossing his arms, Yang asked why the dragon abyss. If the goal is training, then you can go anywhere. Increasing experience and drop rate is not the main thing. The man turned to him, saying that his point is correct. Since he has already completed the 3rd 5-star transformation, he most likely already experienced the invasion of the Red Moon. And he heard that yes, but only once. How is it related? These are monsters, saying that although several hundred years have passed since the era began, it is still unclear what the Red Moon is. Then the Temple of Job Changes does not give a clear explanation, but only shrouds it in mystery. All they know is that with each higher level of transformation, the chances of encountering the Red Moon's invasion increases. In addition, the people killed by the Scarlet Wither will die forever. It seems that the Red Moon's only purpose is to eliminate the most promising and talented experts. They can't just sit and wait, they need to do something. The girl stood in front of the huge monster. Words were heard that the eternal demon monsters are the most similar to the Witherhead monsters among the famous monsters in the world. Thus, the training of demons is actually, that's why they are training there. The brunette rubbed his chin, thinking that the temple priests, no profession, specially opened a shop to exchange rare precious items for Red Moon crystals, and they absorb the pollution from the bodies of brave warriors. Do they have some special purpose? But there are no leads right now? The man in front of the hero disappeared, saying that the meeting to pass the demon abyss would begin soon. He needed to leave. They would see each other again. The hero said goodbye and noticed that they appeared out of nowhere, disappeared without a trace. Standing in front of Athos, Jan said that these were the specialists of the 9th transformation. In their presence you do not feel that there is a chance to win. He thought that he had repaired the Black Dragon, and this is already enough to be proud of his strength. But it seems that this is not the case. In addition, it seems that the action in the demon abyss also needs to be accelerated. The guy's body was engulfed in fire. He thought that he needed to become stronger. He must become stronger. The system reported that it was checking the progress of the mission. The mission for transformation of 4-5 stars was 100% complete. The check was completed. The transformation began. A system information window appeared that the blessing from the radiance of the deity statue was received, which strengthens vitality and increases all basic characteristics by 25%. After completing the 4th transformation or increase in level was increased to the 100th, with each increase in level receives 30 points of other characteristics, then were listed units of experience, characteristics, and also the received rewards. Above the palm of the hero was a purple silhouette. He thought that this was a very practical skill, especially this function similar to castling, which would most likely provide special assistance in battle. It was a legendary level active skill of 2 warrior mages, that absorb a large amount of magical power to create a fighting magical spirit on the next 50% of the characteristics of the body. During the battle you can usually switch positions with the magical spirit. The girl looked at the hero who thought that this was still not enough. After he saw the real peaks of strength, he now wants strength more than ever. Before she congratulated him and asked why he did not look happy, Yang turned with a smile, saying that he was just thinking about his own, and thought that it seemed like in order to become stronger, it seemed like he would have to speed up that plan. The system reported that the boss connection was complete. The eye of the Lord of the Abyss glowed red. He shouted to listen to his call and come to the furious Samuel. A bright glow appeared on the throne. The huge black monster bowed, telling the Supreme Lord that he came at his call and asked him to give his order. The red demon sitting on the throne said that in the name of the king, he will grant him death and return him to the demon abyss. The beast-like demon exclaimed in surprise, "What did he do wrong, that he punishes him with death?" The hero in the Lord's body sat on the throne, thinking that this is a demigod-level boss. His strength surpasses Beelzebub's gluttony power, and he is more like the king of original sin. In front of him was a system information window about the original sin king Wrath Samuel, his characteristics and abilities. Samuel is always in endless wrath and deals real damage to any targets. Any target killed by him loses 10% of his health as an offering to the original Sin King. The hero thought that in addition, this king's abilities are more terrifying than the version. They allow him to continuously collect life force. This means that his health can endlessly accumulate to terrifying levels. Even somehow it is a pity to kill, but fortunately, he can resurrect him. The overlord with red eyes asked the Wrath how dare he doubt him, and thought that now he had better pretend to be a good boss. Samuel bowed so much that he broke the floor and screamed how could he disobey. If he ordered him to die, then he would do it without blinking an eye. Just when he thought that even Gluttony, who lost the battle, was resurrected by his unlimited power, and he and them, all defeat to us, should not leave him. He really does not leave the bitterness, and he cannot hold back his anger. The debris flew at the Lord, who thought that this was his ability, does not even feel any resistance in him, but still begins to feel anger. Fingers clenched into a fist, the hero said that he has his own reasons for granting him death, and this is not a punishment. If he can revive him now, then of course he can revive him too. The Lord of Sins extended his hand, telling him to return to the extreme darkness and pay tribute to his power. He promises him a majestic return. The demon opened his mouth, saying that he understood. He thanked the Supreme Lord for his patient explanation. His humble servant was ready to surrender to death, surrender to the darkness forever, until he called him again. A huge sword appeared above the hero's palm. He said, "Excellent." The blade pierced Samuel's body. The red eye opened. Dark rays scattered. The demon spoke of the Supreme Lord's power. It was so powerful and deep. The monster with the red eye said that death would not be eternal. Let him remain in the darkness. Disappearing in black flashes, the demon said that he submitted to his will. In the abyss of demons on the 100th level, Beelzebub lay on the ground. And then he raised his head in surprise. He imagined Samuel spreading his arms, asked what was going on. Why did Wrath die after his resurrection? No one had come to challenge him yet. Could it be that the Almighty Lord had personally granted him death? Yang in the demon body covered his face with his hand. The system reported that he had killed the King of Wrath. 13.4 billion experience gained. Level increased from 85 to 100. Excess experience transferred to the experience reserve. The hero thought that what else was expected from a demigod level boss. But this excess of 40%, almost 5 billion, was very disappointing. He looked at the system window of his characteristics and thought that the remaining experience was enough for him to level up again after completing the 5th transformation mission of job change. This feeling of rapid leveling up without any effort, even better than when he fought the Black Dragon. An item flew forward, leaving a pink beam. The hero said that he would now move on to the main event of today and see what good things this Samuel dropped. He caught the item in his hand. In front of him were various items, namely Samuel's flesh and blood, which permanently increases health by 10 million points, a heart that permanently increases the strength attribute by 10,000 points, a horn, a very powerful blacksmithing material, as well as a demonic source vial that can be immune to demonic power destruction within 400 levels. Yang in the monster's body was shocked, mentally asking, is he not mistaken? 10 million maximum health, 10,000 points in strength. What kind of amazing things are these, since his current basic strength is only 2,127 points, and his life is 53,175, then this increases his strength 5 times and increases his life by 1,000 times. Is this even normal? The hero imagined how he was not touched by the warrior's attacks, and thought that he already had such, health that even if there was no direct connection to the boss, he himself was already a boss. And this is not to mention the effect of the dragon's heart and 10,000 units of strength, which, given the percentage increase, come to an extremely frightening value. The essence of what is there, the increase in his passive skills becomes enough to crush specialists of the 5th, or even 6th transformation. The guy imagined an explosion next to the dragon, thinking that he could tear the wing of black flame with his bare hands. He even had a few blood, how much he had. The rest of the items were floating in front of the demon, he thought. As for the other 2, one of them can be used as materials for forging an artifact. But for this at least a demigod level blacksmith is needed. It is difficult to say now, if somewhere in the world there are forges of this level. But as for this demonic source. He looked at the blue bottle, remembering that Tang said that the monsters from the demon abyss were the most similar to the scarlet withering among those known. Fighting with it could result in infection by the red plague. Then fighting the demons in the demon abyss would result in them being corroded by their power? There was a red ball floating above the guy. He thought that if the demon abyss was like the red moon, then behind the light door created by the red moon's invasion, there might also be something like the original Sin Lord. Moreover, the experts who died in the demon abyss could still be resurrected, and while the experts killed by the Scarlet Wither could not, if there really was some kind of supreme lord, then it would be stronger than even the original Sin Lord. The horned demon shook his head, thinking that now was not the right time to think about it. Right now his only goal was to carry out the assassination of the original Sin Lord. As for the rest, they would wait until he truly reached the god level. The system windows appeared. He said that this was all the regression. He would see what equipment had dropped. In front of him in the glow was the artifact armor of the King of Wrath. The system reported the restrictions on equipment, its characteristics and features. The hero thought that the attributes were cool, the effects were incredible. While there were no restrictions on the level and attributes, this is truly a semi-divine artifact. With a displeased look, the Lord pointed his finger and said that there was only this. Where is his weapon against sins? The disappointedly turned away topic said that it seemed that even he was no longer lucky. But the catch was already good. They would wait for next time and ask the system to break the connection. However, a system window appeared in front of him with information that there were unconfirmed special drops. Was he sure he wanted to disconnect? The claw touched the arrow near the system window. A blinding glow burst out of it. A huge axe, the artifact Confrontation of Sins and Wrathful Punishment, appeared in front of the boss. The system reported that this was the only and limited soul token that cannot be thrown away, sold or gifted, and can only be used by the owner of the soul. Next, its limitations, characteristics, and features were listed. Looking at the shining weapon, Yang in the demon body said that he finally understood why, saying that these sin-confronting weapons are an indispensable weapon to kill the original Sin Lord. The strongest fighting force in the world right now are the 9th transformation demigod level experts like Tang and Augustin, but they are still far from the god level. Even if they can kill the original Sin Kings like Gluttony, it is still too weak in front of the god level original Sin Lord. He swung his axe, saying that if they have the sin-confronting weapons, each of which can solve the original Sin King of the corresponding power, then it is possible to impose a debuff of 10% of all stats on it. All 7 weapons from the Sin Confrontation series can impose a general debuff of 70% of all stats on the king, so the original Sin Lord who only has 30% of his strength left can be defeated. This is a great weapon for killing the Lord. Suddenly, a glow appeared on one of the thrones, and a voice was heard asking to allow a loyal servant to return to the abyss. He could bring him news. The girl knelt down. The hero thought it was Lucifer's pride. An object appeared above the girl's palm. She asked for forgiveness for the offense. During his sleep she arbitrarily returned to the bottom of the abyss. Let him punish her for her insolence. The man looked at the pink whip. Yang thought arbitrarily return. What does this mean? What happened while he was gone? Lucifer turned coquettishly. And the guy thought, is this king a masochist's pride? The hero held the whip in his hands and thought, although he did not know what was going on. But now he had to play the role of the supreme ruler. For the impudent behavior of subordinates it was really necessary to punish. After which he hit the girl. The red-eyed girl turned her head and asked the ruler to punish her even more severely and harshly. He hit her again, and she screamed. The monster's eyes lit up when he said, 2 blows of the whip, one for punishing his impudence, the other for punishing her arrogance. The imposition of punishment should be decided by him, not by her. The brunette walked away, lowered her head and shouted, yes, she was impolite, asked for forgiveness for her arrogance, to which he replied, say what news you brought. The heroine looked at the man and replied that her master yesterday while he was sleeping, people tried to look into their bottom of that abyss. She believed that at the moment only the sacred great priest of humanity can do this, and he thought, it seemed that this happened after he severed the connection. It was at this moment that the Temple of Profession Changes issued a world announcement, declaring him a world-class boss. He stood and thought, even strong experts of the 9th transformation like Tam John and Augustin can only follow the strategy step by step, but she seemed to be able to directly look into the deepest part of the demon abyss. which shows that the strength of that sacred high priestess is absolutely incredible. The guy looked up at the lady and thought, perhaps she had already reached the divine level. As he left, the hero waved his hand and said that he understood, let him return to his place, to which the lady replied, obeyed. The girl walked and thought, Samuel is also dead. No, it must be the gift of the Lord, those mortals are not yet able to advance to anger so quickly. After which she blushed, clenched her fist and thought, her dear Lord, for him she would even be willing to die. The monster stood and thought, did not expect that such a powerful wallpaper was hidden in the Temple of Profession Changes. It is not surprising that their power is preserved for so long. But all this has nothing to do with him yet. Now he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. His next step will be to complete the 5th transformation mission to officially advance to the legendary level. The action took place in the Eagle Federation, the nest of the giant dragon of the Silver Lake. The monster cried and said, strange, he did everything according to the Young method. Why can't he subjugate him and ask to kill him? The man looked down and said that in a day he had already been to 3 dragon dungeons. There were almost none left in the Eagle Federation. Will he really have to go to the Longxia dungeons? The world notification of receiving the first weapon of the Sin Confrontation series came when the mustachioed man asked what. Everything around him sparkled as the man shouted, who is this? Who is this daredevil who dares to disobey the rules set by the temple? His eyes lit up as he added, defeating the king of original sin in one day is not something that anyone can do. It is Tang Zhan or Carolina. Breaking the rules is disrespectful to his dear great priestess Euphemus and him. Whoever this impudent person is, he will make him pay for it. The sun was shining brightly on the Kyoto Flower Kingdom. The shogun of the Flower Kingdom frowned and asked Sunichiro what are the chances of his daughter subduing the giant dragon. He heard that the black dragon has already been subdued by one of the citizens of Longxia. They, the Flower Kingdom, cannot leave it like this. The head of the Asuhi family raised his head and replied, although the black dragon had already been subdued, their deal with Longxia was still in effect. They promised that their daughter would tame the red dragon. The red dragon was not as dangerous as the black one, and from his observation, the success rate was at least 70%. The brunette looked at him and said, great, in that case, we need to discuss matters regarding the demon abyss. They had an opportunity to challenge the original Sin King, and they should seize the chance, and he shouted, yes. Suddenly, a notification came about receiving the first weapon of the Sin Resistance series. When the man asked what was going on, the crowd of people went wild and started shouting, didn't they agree that they would go first? How come someone had already killed the king, and also received a weapon of Sin Resistance? What luck is this? Who is this? Who is this daredevil? The bearded man frowned and thought, there are not many countries in the world that can deal with the root of original sin in one day. Who is it that dared to break the rules set by the temple? Is it the Eagle Federation, Longxia, or the European continent? Then he stood up, called the shogunate, and said that they are going to the bound city. This time they must get an explanation. In the bound city, the girl walked up to the high priestess and said that the leading leaders from various countries as well as the SSS-level guild chairman are heading to the bound city. This is probably related to the recent world announcement. Let him make a decision and close the barrier and open the passage. Let them enter. And she replied, okay. Blue-eyed looked up and thought, since the beginning of the game era, the Temple of Changing Professions helped to calm conflicts and restore order in the world. Such betrayals as today have not happened for a long time. If due to this incident new conflicts between countries begin, then ultimately the existing forces of specialists may be significantly weakened. In the conditions of an uncertain threat, this is absolutely not good. At the round table, the man told the high priestess that yesterday, under her leadership, they reached a consensus. Originally they, the Kingdom of Flowers, were destined to be the first to attack the King of Original Sin in 3 days. But now, a vile and shameless person stole this opportunity and took away the artifact. At today's meeting they must catch the thief and force him to return the artifact. Let her ensure justice. The people listened to him, and were silent. The blonde walked towards them and said that as they saw, someone violated the rules they set yesterday and arbitrarily killed the King of Original Sin. The positive artifact is not only a provocation for other countries, but also a challenge for the Temple of Job Changes. She extended her hand and added, if this sinner agrees to admit his mistake and return the artifact, then the merciful God is ready to give him a chance for redemption. She, the third bound priestess, on behalf of the Temple of Job Changes and everyone else swears in the name of the statue of the deity to refuse persecution. In response, she heard only a coffin of silence. Then she looked away and added, in that case, she would have to fulfill her duties too. A flame flared up behind the heroine and she shouted, led by the statue of a deity in the holy temple under the light of radiance, let him expose the liar. She raised her hand and said, if someone lies, the bound light will disappear in front of that person. Let them not hope to escape the eyes of the statue of a deity. Flashes lit up above the heroes when one of them asked, did they see where the light disappeared? And the second answered, no, my eyes were almost blinded. The redhead spread her arms and said, it seems no one lied. What's going on? Was that person scared and didn't come? When the man answered, is there anyone who has not yet passed the test on the lie detector of the temple? To which someone answered, what does he mean, is he hinting at? The blue-eyed one looked at the people seriously when one of them added, the High Priestess. The lady's cane glowed as she said, okay, she made a mistake when she didn't add herself to the suspect list, but that's okay, they tend to suspect others, not themselves. There was an explosion. The skin, she asked. Now everyone is happy, after which everyone began to ask her for forgiveness. They were wrong, let her quickly remove the glow. The old man smiled, put out his hand and told the High Priestess to forgive them for their disrespect. They always trusted her, and did not think that she was capable of such a thing. Then he opened his eyes, gritted his teeth and added, if there is no problem with her spell, then it means that no one present is lying, then whoever killed this person must have great power, since he was able to kill the king of original sin and remain unnoticed. The redhead pointed her finger forward and said that not all countries' elite military forces were present here. As far as she knew, several demigod-level fighters did not come to the meeting, maybe one of them, and the man supported, perhaps, but they had no evidence. The blonde looked forward and said that her spell not only detects lies, even if the target did not participate in the murder of the king of original sin, but only passed on information to the killer, it would be regarded as treason, but the fact is that no one did this. The three listened to her and thought, even the High Priestess was at a loss, so who is this person? The heroine spread her arms and said that this event was indeed strange, but since it had already happened, they could only move on. At first it was planned that the Kingdom of Flowers would be the first to go on a punitive expedition, but now the King of Gluttony has been killed again, and the next King of Original Sin must be sought at the 2000th level of the Demon Abyss. She then looked at Mr. Tokugawa and asked if the Flower Kingdom could continue the subsequent trials. The man frowned and replied, of course they would like to continue, but unfortunately their strength is insufficient. The kings of the original sin at levels above the 100th are already beyond their capabilities. The blue-eyed woman turned and said, in that case, according to the order of the draw, the Eagle Federation will replace the Flower Kingdom to continue the campaigns into the Demon Abyss. Of course, the Flower Kingdom, as the victims of this incident, will receive some compensation from the temple. They will be satisfied with that. The mustachioed man smiled, raised his hand and said, of course, they will follow the instructions of the High Priestess. After which the brunette looked away and replied that the Flower Kingdom does not object. The heroine looked at the people and said, in addition, she announces that from today onwards, the entrances to the Demon Abyss in different countries will be guarded by the troops of the Holy City, to ensure control over the entry and exit of the Demon Abyss and prevent similar incidents from happening again. If there are no objections, then this will end their meeting. The guy put on his jacket and said that the sin resistance weapon has been received, and the experience points are full. Well, this is a great success. Now it's time to move on to a new profession. He received a notification about receiving the weapon, when he was surprised. After which the hero grabbed his head and said, wow, so this is how they handle the sin resistance weapon. They even made a worldwide announcement. It's good that they didn't say his name, otherwise he would have definitely been caught and tortured to death. Then he looked at the weapon he had received and thought, this incident would definitely attract the attention of influential people. He needed to be more careful. First of all, he must not let others know that he had a sin resistance weapon under any circumstances. Even in the most dangerous situations he could not use it unless absolutely necessary, otherwise the consequences would be extremely serious. As the saying goes, the man did nothing wrong, his fault is that he has a precious jasper. The brunette looked at the young man with fear and said that his promotions were happening very quickly. When people shouted that this guy was definitely strange, that's right, and he thought, he was afraid that the transition to a new profession would have to be delayed a little. Only 1 day had passed since he completed the 4th transformation mission. If he went to accept the 5th transformation mission right now, it would be too obvious that something was wrong. Besides, his subjugation of the dragon had attracted a lot of attention. If they started to associate it with killing the boss, it could turn into trouble. Entering the room, he continued his thought, but sitting idly by was also not in his spirit what to do, and asked, washes his things. She was a good girl, when the girl greeted the gentleman. After which the blue-haired girl smiled broadly and thanked the owner. The brunette took her hand and said, he remembers that they have a washing machine at home. Why does she still wash by hand? It can harm her hands. And she thought, the owner is so close. As she ran away, she started screaming. Well, although the washing machine is convenient, she still prefers to wash by hand, since it can thoroughly wash out all the stubborn stains, and when she sees that everyone is wearing clean and neat clothes, she feels very happy and satisfied. And he answered, well, that's how. And he thought, washing dirty clothes, right? It's like in movies where bandits launder money, so black experience can be washed to white. You just need to find a suitable place to pump up experience, and spend a little time there, and then everything will fall into place. This thought overcame him when the lady asked. The owner didn't think she was strange. Really, no. Then the protagonist thought, at the moment, he can only remember 2 places. This is the secret realm of the dragon spirit and the abyss of demons. About the secret realm of the dragon spirit, the only thing known is that it has not been explored, and to enter it you need to have a dragon. Nothing is known about the situation inside the kingdom. If he says that he has gained enormous experience from the secret realm of the dragon spirit, then people will not doubt it, because at the moment only he and the beast conqueror from the Eagle Federation can enter there. The abyss of demons, on the contrary, has long been open, and Tang Zhang plans to send a group of talented young fighters there for training. When the number of people increases, the situation will only become more complicated, so it is safer to choose the secret realm of the dragon spirit. The girls laughed as he continued his thought. Besides, he would rather have fewer people enter until it opens. At the moment there are people who can subdue a dragon before the opening of the secret dragon spirit realm. He knows Luo Ling and some other talented beast subduers from different countries, but he doesn't see the need to focus on them. He flew up and added, he will just turn into a dragon hunter and destroy all the existing dragons in advance, and everything will be settled. He then entered the room and asked Bai Ling to help him find out information about the current dragon dungeons in Longxia, to which she replied, okay, let him wait for a while. After a while, she gave an answer, here is the information about the dragon dungeons. At the moment, the Southwest District, the City of Nine Rivers, the Silver Dragon Dungeon, the Northern District, the City of Anling, the Red Dragon Dungeon, both dungeons are at the star level, to which he replied, okay, let him reserve the Silver Dragon Dungeon for him. The brunette frowned and said, okay, but there is one strange thing at the moment, the first 50 people who signed up for the Silver Dragon Dungeon, they are all from Tianji Pavilion. After her words, the protagonist thought about it. As he expected, knowing Luo Ling's character, even if she fails with the Black Dragon, she will still try to subdue other dragons. All those who signed up are people from Tianji Pavilion. Obviously they want to create an opportunity for her. It's a pity that this time they will encounter him. I will have to hold a moment of silence for the lady in advance. The brown-eyed girl opened her mouth slightly when the young man asked her if the VIP in the temple had advantages when booking dungeons, to which she replied, that's right, once the hero lord made a reservation, only the 5th transformation specialists could queue before him. But wouldn't that affect the relationship with the pavilion? To which he said, no big deal, let him just book, and she said, okay. The brunette shook his head and thought, what was there to be afraid of? Previously his VIP status in the temple forced him to not let down his guard, and now he is also a Black Dragon Conqueror, an honorary member of the Global Beast Conqueror Association. With so many titles, he feels that the pavilion will not dare to do anything risky. Then he took out Samuel's flesh and blood and his broken heart, and thought, besides, he has an ace up his sleeve. The guy's eyes lit up as he said, more than 10 million health, almost a call of strength, unless the pavilion sends out 7th transformation specialists. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind dealing with some ignoramuses in the process of hunting dragons. The guy lowered his head and said that now the question was how he could eat these two things. He couldn't just swallow them whole. He thought about deep frying them in oil, or making dessert. He imagined flesh and blood fried in vegetable oil, deep fried heart, anger with ice cream. He shook his head and said that it wouldn't work. He didn't have any cooking skills, and if he asked someone else to cook it, the risk of information leakage would be too great, and if he baked them in a black flame, if they got damaged, it would be the end. He clenched his fists and was indignant. Why was he even thinking so much? It was just a raw heart and liver, so stop making things up. He turned his back. The girl turned her head and saw a stream of flame bursting out of the window. There she saw a Millet and was horrified that it could be the owner. She ran inside and opened the door, asking the owner what happened to him. He, standing in a towel, asked again what happened. The heroine abruptly slammed the door and said, no, nothing, the main thing is that he is okay. The main character put his hand on his chest and thought that he almost got caught, and said out loud that this is madness. With such amount of health and strength of almost 30,000, it is the same as standing and not wincing when you are beaten, or destroying everything around with one finger. He thought that if he were to encounter a wing of black flame of the star level again now, he was sure that he could destroy it. Then he stretched and said that the rapid growth of characteristics brings a pleasant feeling of passion. Every joint of his body begins to sound like a cheerful melody, pushing him to immediately destroy the monsters. Looking down, he said that he needed to check Lilith first. He didn't know if she was used to it. The protagonist knocked on the door and asked if she was there, and said that he was coming in. Opening the door and looking around, he didn't understand where she was. And then he turned his head and was dumbfounded. The girl was standing, covering herself with a towel. Both were very scared. The young man recoiled and said that he knocked on the door and was thinking. And then he covered his face with his hands and asked not to hit him in the face. But the girl lay down on the bed. Pulling her legs under her, she asked why he was so upset. The young man blushed and thought that things were bad. For teenagers this picture could be too provocative. Turning away, he apologized for his tactlessness and said that he had other things to do, so he would go. The girl watched as the door closed behind him. She laughed and said that she didn't think that Mr. Hero was actually so innocent. Walking to the window, she said that he did not look like the people of the royal court at all. In the secondary main city, the city of 9 rivers, I was sunny. The heroine opened her mouth and shouted that someone had cut in line in front of her. Who was it? The man folded his hands and replied that almost everything was already arranged, but yesterday, one special recording suddenly appeared. They said that it was a recording from a VIP from the temple. Who exactly, the subordinates do not know. The girl turned her head and asked again, a VIP from the temple. She gritted her teeth and thought, is it really Yang again? Can it be a coincidence? What kind of jokes? The man took a step forward and offered to take her to the secret realm of the Silver Dragon. And when that VIP from the temple came, they would discuss everything with him. Maybe they could even offer him something in return. The girl flushed and told him to get lost. She frowned and thought that if it was really Yang who had just tamed the black dragon, then she wouldn't be able to compete with him at all. She would have to ask the teacher. Then she raised her hand and asked the teacher if he was free now. He asked what happened. She could say what she needed. He was listening. The purple-haired girl turned and said the thing is, she was going to go conquer the secret kingdom of the Silver Dragon. But then one VIP from the temple cut in line. She thinks it was Yang. They know him. Could he tell him to give her the secret kingdom of the Silver Dragon? In response she heard that he would ask. And the heroine, waiting for the answer, began to walk back and forth. She went to the screen. When the teacher answered her, he wrote that the guy did not agree. To which the girl asked how he dared to refuse his request. On what grounds? He is the head of the Global Association of Beast Conquerors. He replied that he did not agree anyway. Does she not know that he is now at the peak of his popularity? He heard that even the god of war values him quite highly. It is better not to provoke him so frivolously. The heroine's eyes widened in surprise. The god of war. The whole world knows only one who can bear this name is the strongest in Longxia, the ruthless tyrant Tang Zhan. If even the god of war supports him, are Yang's talents so outstanding? The man came closer and asked what they should do. The girl irritably moved away. There were tears in her eyes, and turning around she asked what he was worth. We must go. In the secret kingdom of the Silver Dragon, many reptiles were moving on the ground. The young man took another step and said that he thought he would meet people from Tianji Pavilion, but it seemed that they showed tact and left, and then asked in surprise, so this is the final boss, Silver Dragon. In front of him was the boss of the secret realm, a shining silver dragon. His star level was 106. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he did not even have a name. It seems that he is not like Athos. This dragon does not have special blood. Flames burst out of the dragon's mouth, and the protagonist dreamed of his powers. He put out his hand and told Athos not to interfere. He chuckled and added that this is a rare case when there is a good opponent, and asked to let him test his new powers. And then used granite rain. Moving between the falling stones, he said that it was too slow. He raised his head and saw a huge hole. He said that it looked impressive. There was a flash. The guy lowered his head and said that this incredible ability to resist the frames is caused by an increase in health points. These blows do not cause any pain or itch at all. Dranik directed his paws at him. He flew and broke through the wall. And then he bared his teeth. The main character held him in his hand and said that the strength is 27,000 and the big dragon in his hands is no different from a chicken. And they began to approach each other. The reptile made a circle and did not understand where the guy was. Here is a ball above her. And then he struck. Activating the Devourer effect, the Dragon Bone Greatsword absorbed 10% of the Silver Dragon's stats, and all stats increased. And he said that the Silver Dragon clan is quite skilled in magic attacks, so their spirit stats are the highest. It's a pity that he doesn't dare to release his magic before he kills him. This is a cumulative effect. Silver corresponds to Silver Dragon. So if he kills other types of dragon, similar marks will appear. He picked up the sword and said that he was curious about what would happen when the marks completely filled the sword. He was looking forward to it. The young man put his hand to his mouth and said that food was served. The second dragon flew up to him. And the guy looked at the screen and said that he had reached the maximum level. So now the experience was wasted, although initially there was not that much. If this was a normal pumping, he would be excited. But after that burst of rage, it was just nothing. As for the platinum and diamond level equipment, it was useless. It can only be sold. Is this really the devastation after achieving the goal? Looking at the dragon, he thought that the black dragon's stats had also increased by about 10%. He would like to be able to absorb stats too. It's just that they usually wait in the abyss. If there are no challengers, then, naturally, there will be no opportunity to rob and offer royal tribute. At that moment, it dawned on him. He thought that Gluttony and Fury have the gift of King's Tribute, which is the ability to take away stats and HP and give them to him. But they usually stay in the abyss in standby mode, and without fighters, they can't loot, and therefore can't offer King's Tribute. If they could leave the abyss and appear in the real world, would they be able to actively take away stats and offer tribute to him? After imagining this, he said, doesn't this mean that you can infinitely strengthen by taking away stats? You just need to bring the King of Original Sin to this world and make him offer tribute to you. And once he collects all 7 guns of the Sin Confrontation series, he will become the key figure who single-handedly kills the world boss and contributes to the DLC pack, since it comes down to it. Offering him King's Tribute is a given. It's a great honor. Then the protagonist lowered his head and said, in short, in this world you can die and still be reborn. Kill a few people, it won't be hard. It's called wise use of resources. Shaking his head from side to side, He said that this flight of fantasy has gone too far. Firstly, the most important question is how the kings of sin will leave the abyss. If this problem is not solved, then everything else will remain an empty phrase. Secondly, how to avoid killing the kings of sin by top specialists. If they are killed before they collect enough resources, then it will be a big loss. Walking past the dragon, he said that he will think about it later, and now it's time to go to the next secret dragon kingdom. The protagonist raised his head and read that the secret dragon kingdom in Lunsa, the palace of the red dragon, was conquered by Makiko. The girl hung in the air near the dragon. The blue-haired girl clenched her fists and said that the gentleman really did it. The man standing behind said that now they also have a dragon. The gentleman will be delighted and will definitely reward her generously. The girl turned her head and asked the old man what he would say to this. He replied that Yan had recently appeared, and now the daughter of the Makiko family had subdued the inner dragon, and it would be considered that this was really impressive. He gave the thumbs up and congratulated the gentleman on achieving her goal. Now they would take her to the dragon city to return her to her country, the kingdom of flowers. She thanked her grandfather in return. Looking at the fields, she thought, it's a pity that she couldn't talk to the guy who subdued the black dragon. He really is something special. Smiling, she thought that since he had already joined the association, they would probably have many opportunities to talk in the future, right? The girl, looking at this, didn't understand how this could happen. She started to cry and said, okay Yam, but how did Makiko get ahead of her? The leaders discussed among themselves what happened. The purple-haired one lowered her head and said that everyone was talking about Makiko again, and she was on the sidelines again. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it was really a surprise that she came forward. Pierrot had another competitor. There were a few days left until the opening of the secret realm of the dragon spirit. He couldn't stay idle all the time, he needed to be prepared. Looking at the screen, he added that the news of the formation of the digging coalition to fight the demon abyss had already been officially released. The murder of the King of Wrath had made them vigilant. It was assumed that they would take action soon, and Beelzebub would not be able to stop them. He chuckled and asked the King of Gluttony to forgive him, because instead of letting others kill him, he would rather sacrifice him to his lord. The demon sat on the throne, complaining of boredom because no one had come to fight him. He remembered the image of the red-haired woman and thought that it was even better, because if she came again, he would not be able to stand. The monster shuddered at the call of the Supreme Lord, and remembered that Samuel had recently been summoned by the Lord and met his death, so now it must be his turn. The demon activated teleportation and decided that life had originally been granted to him by the Lord, and it was better to die by his hand than by the hands of ignorant humans. Beelzebub appeared before the Lord and greeted him. The Lord looked at him and declared that he should grant him his death once more. The demon hit the floor with his head and replied that his life had been granted to him by the Lord, and he was free to take it whenever he wished, and a humble servant had no right to object. The interlocutor pointed his finger and noted that his loyalty deserved praise. Red thorns enveloped Beelzebub's body, and after that, the system announced that he had defeated the Sin King Gluttony and received 37 billion experience. The demon's body was dried, and in front of the hero appeared Beelzebub's flesh essence, his living body, demonic source and demonic horn. The Lord stretched out his hand to the trophies and thought that, it would seem, the items that fell from the still underdeveloped Beelzebub would not be comparable in value to the semi-divine Samuel. But now it turned out that there was almost no difference. Everything was valuable. He clicked on the system window to view the unique items, and grinned that his luck was incredible, and this could only be explained by the favor of the goddess, as if he really kidnapped her and made her his wife. A ray of light burst out from the tablet. An artifact of resistance to the sin of gluttony appeared in front of the Lord with a detailed description and characteristics. The hero raised his hand and said that it was worthy of being a weapon of the series of resistance to sins, because, not only does it have a similar ability to anger, but it can also gain the power of gluttony and absorb 2% of the attributes of the killer, which, in itself, is already a divine ability. The hero sat on the throne in the guise of the Lord and thought with regret that it can only be used at the level of a demigod, and he does not have the opportunity to equip the artifact in the near future. Rapid advancement also raises suspicions, because after reincarnation through the statue of a deity, a trace remains, and it would be great if there was a way to interfere with the work of the Temple of Profession changes. Holy City Temple. The priestess stood before the statue and thought that fortunately, there had been no major clashes between countries and organizations, although the identity of the one who killed and stole the first weapon of the Sin Confrontation series had not yet been revealed, and as long as the decision of the Round Table was carried out, in which each country would attack the King of Sin in turn, stability would continue. She imagined the 3 portals and thought that the entrances to the demon abyss in each country were now guarded. Only special punitive teams could pass through, thus preventing a repeat of the previous incident. The woman extended her hand and asked the Great One to hear her prayer. In front of her was a system window with characteristics, and she noted that the degree of damage to the red moon had reached 14%. The blonde sighed, thinking that no human had ever completed a 5-star promotion after the 8th transformation, and if no one from the VIP temples had reached the God Ascension level after the defeat rate reached 50%, then the basic mood would still be despair after the release of the new expansion pack. The priestess imagined the huge monsters under the moon. Euphemia turned around, thinking that this world needed a true hero who could change this situation. She stopped and widened her eyes when the world announcement that the second weapon of the Sin Confrontation series had been obtained appeared in front of her. The woman frowned and put her hand to her head, listening to the warriors guarding the Demon Abyss report that there were no abnormalities in the local situation. The priestess looked at the system window, assuming that the problem was inside the Demon Abyss, because the sacred city's guards were elite guards, and even the 8th transformation killer could not go unnoticed. The blonde turned pale, imagining the silhouette of the hero, and wondered if this could be related to the figure that she had seen. Euphemia spread her wings, and at this time, there were heated discussions in the chat about what had happened, because everyone began to doubt the actions of the temple, which was supposed to guard the gate. The blonde lowered her head and said that it was their right to doubt, but they needed to maintain common sense, because since its foundation, the Temple of Changing Professions had never interfered in the fight, and she herself had not left the holy city, so why would she need to? And the other heads agreed with this. Euphemia raised her staff and said that everything would only be clear after diving into the deepest part of the Demon Abyss, so she proposed to reject the initial decision of the meeting and prioritize the unified squad to attack the Abyss, which everyone agreed with, and she ordered to immediately begin to form a squad, because this time they cannot allow someone to steal the artifact again. The Demon Lord rubbed his chin and thought about the fact that this time there was another worldwide announcement, and the people from the Abyss Guard squad would be even more vigilant, and in the worst case, they could attack tomorrow. The protagonist imagined the layout of the underworld and remembered that it consists of 700 floors. At every 100th there is a king of one of the 7 deadly sins, and at the moment, gluttony and wrath have already been affected by it. Lust and greed have not yet been resurrected, so the squad can directly penetrate the 500th floor. The Overlord looked at the toy in his hand and muttered that these were all normal settings, while his existence itself was the biggest violation. In front of him was an image of a small Lucifer, instead of gluttony, and he wondered what would happen if the strongest sin, pride, was placed in the Beelzebub area, and who would then be able to pass through level 100. Augustin walked through the dungeon. He stopped in front of an ominous funnel and noted that he had not been in the abyss of demons for a long time. The old man looked back and clarified if everyone was ready, and the interlocutor replied that his hands were already itching with impatience. Tang stood next to the red-haired warrior, saying that they could move out at any time, and she added that the first 200 levels were already lost, and this time they should not let the third weapon of resistance to sins fall into the wrong hands under any circumstances. She smirked and reminded them that the best of the best were gathered here, so she wouldn't waste time on unnecessary words, and asked who wanted to lead the charge against the boss who was on floor 300. A level 301 Blazing Sun Temple Knight in the 8th transformation stepped forward and asked to try, since he had always been outpaced before and hadn't had time to fight these bosses from the abyss, and they agreed. Tang frowned and ordered them to go. All the warriors jumped down. Someone's foot landed on the ground. A red portal glowed in front of the heroes, and they discussed how they would soon reach floor 100, but the boss was no longer there, so they would immediately rush forward. The devil lowered her head, emitting a red aura. Lucifer opened her eyes and muttered that the guests had finally arrived. The warriors stopped, discussing that it was not the king of gluttony, because he was already dead. The brunette looked at them with disdain and was indignant that such insignificant people dared to appear on the lands of her lord, so now let them wait for death. The knight rushed forward, exclaiming that the boss had changed his appearance to a beauty, but his ally tried to stop the man, asking him not to do anything stupid. Suddenly, a thin beam pierced his silhouette. Blood was dripping from the blonde's face, and the system notified that Mike had been killed by the boss Lucifer. The devil blew on her smoking finger. The redhead clenched her teeth and muttered how it was even possible to kill a knight of the 8th transformation with one blow, and her comrade added that they had already used the strongest insight spell, but it was of no use, and the weaker fighters had completely lost consciousness. The female silhouette rose above the ground, and a powerful pressure appeared in the air. Lucifer knelt before the master, who used a special skill and opened up her detailed information, surprised to find that she was of the divine level. The master narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had overlooked the information about her before the punishment, but now he saw that the devil's stats were truly off the charts, almost like the Lord of Original Sin. But it was worth noting that he was in a weakened state back then, and how strong he would become if he returned to his prime. There was a window with a description in front of him, and Yang decided that he should look at her abilities, because gluttony and anger were already quite perverted, and even if pride had stronger ones, the difference would hardly be significant. The brunette's eyes widened, finding that Lucifer considered everyone below her level weak, and even if just slightly lower stats could not harm her either, and there is simply no divine level specialist in this world, and if it were not for the fact that the king of original sin had already been killed, her talent could simply be called invincible. The guy imagined Tang and Augustin bowing before him, and thought that if the devil were to kill the people from the squad, then he would be able to control them once without limitation. What a sight that would be! The Lord pointed his finger and ordered Lucifer to replace Beelzebub and protect the 100th level of the abyss, so that these arrogant bastards would feel what real strength is capable of. The woman looked at him with delight, and replied that his faithful servant would carry out the order with all due respect. The red-haired warrior put out her hand and summoned several beasts to attack. Tang clenched his fists, activating energy, and ordered everyone to attack without delay with maximum force. Augustin's eyes flashed and extended his staff. Several powerful attacks flew towards the devil. A huge explosion was heard from the center of the crater. The invaders looked at the dust cloud, wondering if it had worked. Several warriors flew out. Lucifer took out her sword, her eyes blazing and her HP full, and said that the weak should not fight at all, they should just accept death. The knight raised his shield and was outraged that this monster appeared on the 100th level of the abyss, and the woman leaned on her comrade and noted that they used all their strength to attack, but did not even scratch her. The men looked at the enemy and exclaimed that she seemed to be about to use a powerful attack, so they should activate all defensive skills and hold out until the end. Lucifer swung her blade, muttering that a sumptuous meal for the Almighty Lord was almost ready. A huge explosion was heard behind her, and she only said, "Die." The dust began to settle, muffling the screams. On the shattered ground, only the red-haired warrior and 2 men remained alive, and she was amazed that even the knight died in a matter of seconds with his high defense, and Tang muttered that this skill instantly destroyed the entire squad. He frowned and added that now it was clear, and only the 3 of them dealt the final blow to the king of original sin. That's why they survived, and everyone else was instantly killed. This is the secret of this boss's mechanics. Augustin stood up and asked what this gives them, because with such a big difference in strength they will not be able to do anything, and the interlocutor cursed in agreement. Lucifer swung her sword and muttered that she kept her word, fortunately. 3 bright beams burst out of the ground. The beaten warriors sat on the grass with sullen faces, and Augustin noted that everyone was here. People were lying on the ground, and some were punching, not believing that they were instantly finished off like ants on the road. But no one understood why such a strong boss, and a god-ranked one at that, would appear on the 100th floor of the abyss. The leaders came closer, noticing that everyone was so lifeless after their crushing defeat, and the knight noticed that they had also returned. He held out his hand and said that when the devil swung her sword, it was immediately clear that with their current strength, they had no chance of defeating her, so the mission was impossible. The woman chuckled and replied that in that case, they would not be able to obtain a weapon to resist sins, much less kill the Lord of Original Sin, which meant they would not be able to obtain the supplement. Tang furrowed his brows and added that this meant that they would not be able to complete the final step of the 10th transformation god ascension, and would not be able to break through the King of Pride, like a vicious circle. Augustin lowered his head and said that after the High Priestess, this was the first opponent he considered absolutely invincible. He frowned and muttered that the darkest times for the entire world had come. The protagonist sat on the throne, watching the heroes, noting that the old man had made some mistakes. The Overlord flashed an eye and said that the ascension to godhood would inevitably happen, but the catalyst for this process would not be them, but him. Bright spheres were hovering in front of the ruler, and the man was glad that thanks to this royal tribute Lucifer received incredible power, and these marks on the souls allow him not only to subjugate these people, but also to track their location, condition, and even read their thoughts and hear words. And this is much cooler than cheat codes for the entire map. The demon squinted, hearing one positive emotion among the negative ones, and noted that this man looked like a resident of Shiva. A tall, level 320, a miracle-working priest in the 9th transformation, stood near the tree. The hero imagined a large cathedral and thought that this country had always made a strange impression not only with its exotic flavor, but also with the fact that in the era of the advent of the gaming era, it still adheres to the traditional caste system, due to which almost all supernatural resources are in the hands of the nobility, as a result of which the power of their specialists is very polarized. And the number of legendary level professionals here is perhaps the smallest among all countries. The Overlord leaned over, deciding to see what was on the man's mind. The priest hid behind a tree, thinking that he didn't expect even the top teams in the world to screw up. But it was just fine, because now that the world missions were at a standstill, Longxia and American Union were in a panic, and this was a chance for their Shiva to break through in an instant and become a world superpower. Atal frowned, imagining the monster, and decided that the most important thing was to obtain the legacy of the ancient devourer. The hero frowned, remembering that he had seen this name in the description of the great sword made of dragon bone before. He clicked on the system window. His blade from Athos appeared in front of him. The Overlord imagined the tombstone of the ancient devourer and remembered that, according to this description, the black dragon was his descendant, and judging by Atal's memories, it was his brother who learned about this from the stele near the secret realm of the dragon's spirit. Yan imagined the mythical creatures and thought that if even the elves and god-level dragons trembled in fear before the shadow of this creature, how strong was this ancient devourer? And the last 2 sentences revealed the most important meaning: those who entered the secret realm of the dragon spirit would have a chance to obtain the legacy of the nameless hero and the ancient devourer. Atal arched his eyebrows, thinking that now only he and his brother knew this secret, and while the punitive squad was busy with their own affairs, he needed his nephew Bijin to enter the secret realm first, and then the legacy of the ancient devourer would be theirs, after which even the god-level bosses would not be their rivals, and they would also seize the weapons of resistance to sins, but now only one person from Longxia, American Union, and Flower Realm could enter that place, and before, he would not dare to compete with them directly. The woman was discussing something with Tang, and the priest was fantasizing that after the secret kingdom of the dragon, everything would be different, the country of Shiva would finally surpass the others. The man frowned, imagining the main character with his partners, and decided that he could start with them, because this was a space in another dimension, isolated from the real world, and after death you can't return, so you need to kill them several times so that they really die. The Lord silently looked at the giggling Atal through the sphere. He disconnected from the stream and muttered that he could only sympathize with him, because who would have thought that someone was eavesdropping on such thoughts? The Lord narrowed his eyes, wondering how to thank him for this, and then remembered Bijin, the conqueror of beasts of the seventh transformation, who with his current strength would not be difficult to kill. The hero straightened up and wondered what Lucifer was doing. The woman was still bowing, and he wondered if she was tired of this. The brunette blushed and excitedly muttered that the master was pretending not to notice her, like a true sadist, and she no longer had the strength to contain her delight. The devil smiled happily when the master called her. She teleported to him, asking if he was pleased with her work. The Lord looked at her and said that he would reward her for destroying all the enemies. The girl grinned and exclaimed that the fact that she managed to please him was the greatest reward for her, and she did not dare to ask for more. The Lord raised his finger, calling for energy, and declared that this was a royal favor that could not be refused. A bright light engulfed the devil. Lucifer stuck out her tongue, happy that her body was filled with the power of the Lord, and asked for more. The hero waved his hand and replied that it would be if he distinguished himself again, but for now, let him go, and after that, the interlocutor disappeared. He put his hand to his head, noting that it was indeed tiring to roleplay in front of a god-level boss, especially with her difficult personality, but it was nothing compared to the power of the Lord of Original Sin, because even the slightest manifestation of his darkness subdued Lucifer, and what kind of power would this become when the weakness passed? Suddenly, a bright pillar of light appeared in front of him. Euphemia opened her eyes and stared at him, so the hero immediately recognized her. The priestess looked at the system window in shock and exclaimed, could it be that the punitive expedition squad, which gathered the best from all over the continent, was completely destroyed? She came to the statue, realizing that the situation was out of control, and she could no longer stand aside. A bright light appeared in her fist, and the woman asked the deity for a blessing. The blonde extended her hand, asking for the Eye of Insight to be given to her, so that she could see the phenomenon from the abyss of demons and help spread the light. A glow appeared above the priestess, and the Eye of Insight increased to the Eye of Truth, allowing one to see through everything in this world. Euphemia hovered before the Lord. She pointed her staff at him and asked if this was the Lord of the Abyss, the master of the terrible power of darkness. The interlocutor leaned on his hand and asked what brought the high priestess of the temple here, and she was surprised that he knew her. The hero stood up and said that he knew that her squad of fighters intended to conquer this abyss to fulfill a world task, but those insignificant creatures were destroyed by Lucifer, which is why she came. The Lord flashed an eye and asked how he should greet her. The woman frowned, thinking that the last time she used the Eye of Insight, the enemy seemed to be still dormant, but now he was awake, and perhaps this was what caused the mutation of the abyss. In front of her was a huge sinister entity, and the priestess noted that the feeling from the overlord was completely different, and even the Eye of Truth could not penetrate. This level was definitely higher than the divine. The woman opened a portal, deciding that she needed to retreat and reconsider the strategy with the invasion force. The overlord created a purple sphere on his finger and asked if she really thought she could come and go as she pleased. A huge hand appeared behind Euphemia. It grabbed the woman, who did not have time to react. The hero looked at the woman, wondering what items could be obtained from the strongest high priestess of the temple, but it was a pity that the experience points would be wasted. The blonde slipped out of his grip like lightning. The demon narrowed his eyes and muttered that it was not for nothing that she was the most powerful and mysterious high priestess of the temple. She was not so easy to capture. A red rift glowed in front of him. Euphemia teleported away, falling to her knees, exhausted. She was breathing heavily, sweat pouring down her face from the realization of how terrible it was. The woman straightened up, thinking that, fortunately, the power of the temple forcibly teleported her back, otherwise the consequences would have been sad, and at that moment Raya approached her, clarifying if everything was alright. Euphemia did not turn around, answering that she was just a little overtired, and asked how the invasion force was doing, to which the interlocutor said that they had already gathered and were heading to the holy city. The priestess turned around and said that she would tidy herself up in the room, and that she should stay here and let her know if anyone came. A violet eye watched her from behind the statue, and the hero was surprised that it was possible to penetrate back to its source through Euphemia's energy. The eye flew after the blonde, and Yang thought that he had only seen the High Priestess in textbooks and the news, because she had never left the holy city, and the thing is that she apparently cannot do this, otherwise she could compete with Lucifer. The guy imagined how the devil tied Euphemia and fantasized that if the woman was killed along with the invasion squad, it would be possible to impose a soul seal on her and control her. But his dark power was able to penetrate the real world and remain unnoticed, which means that the power of the temple is not so great. He flew around the statue, noting that at the moment all the movements of specialists around the world are registered by divine statues. And if nothing has changed, then this is the central node uniting all the world statues. The hero opened his eyes wide, releasing energy, and decided to try to use the dark force to subjugate the divine statue and replace its data, because then no one would notice his rapid progress. After a few minutes, the goddess's silhouette was still shining, and Yan realized that it was completely useless, and the dark force, as soon as it penetrated inside, encountered very strong resistance, which immediately threw it back, so it was good that the alarm did not work. He turned his attention to the priestess Raya and thought that he could try to take control of her. A purple beam shot at the girl, and she jumped. She grabbed her head, feeling something invade her body and mind, falling into the darkness. Raya had now become a succubus, who smiled excitedly and muttered that she wanted a master. The dark entity shuddered, and the hero was surprised that he not only increased the girl's strength, but also changed her race. So was she now a monster or still a specialist? The golden statue behind him began to glow. The eye turned, checking how it reacted. A bright beam shot into the sky from temples in different cities. Flashes of energy were observed all over the earth. The world was filled with notifications that the Lord of Original Sin had enslaved a specialist with the power of his essence, and the first demon priest had appeared, opening the demon faction, and now the specialists who would fall into the abyss and be 100% enslaved by the power of the devil would no longer lose their minds, but would become members of his faction, who could also upgrade their class to divine. Clouds were floating across the sky, but there were system windows everywhere, reporting the opening of the demon's city, the appearance of the demonic divine statue, and now the demon's task was to prevent humans from killing their lord until he completely recovered from his state of weakness, and the successful completion of the world mission by the human and demon factions would determine which path the world would take. The sign said that the victory of humans would allow the ladder to be built to the deity, and the victory of the demons would allow the Lord to descend into the world, and the abyss would merge with reality, creating an era of eternal night. In addition, the passage between the human world and the elven kingdom was completely open. The warriors in the temple looked at the screens and exclaimed, "What kind of update is this?" The girls frowned, suggesting that it looked like they wanted to pit humans against each other, but as if anyone would want to become a demon in principle, and Yu encountered that there were many in the world who would do anything to gain power. Yu put her hands on her waist and said that the cool people at the top had already received 2 weapons of resistance to sins, and apparently, fulfilling the world mission of humans is not that difficult, so there is no need to switch to demons. But Yu suggested that this gives an opportunity to survive for those who are completely absorbed by demonic power, so that they do not turn into mindless and insane creatures. 2 men stood on the second floor, and the girls moved to the side, deciding that this update would not greatly affect the game, but it is interesting what the opening of the passage to the Elven Kingdom will lead to. Yu looked at the long-haired man and said that this situation had long since gotten out of control, and at the moment they could only keep the citizens calm as much as possible until they received instructions from the Holy City. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and asked if these demigods could really give in, because his informant on the other side said that completely different people had received the weapon of resistance to sins. The old man frowned and replied that if this happened, it would be the worst-case scenario, but he could only hope that this would not happen, otherwise the upgrade mission would be impossible to complete. Temple in the Holy City. The demonic eye looked at the system window, and the hero thought that he did not expect that his fleeting experiment would provoke such a large-scale event. He introduced Lucifer and decided that now they could not even break through the 100th level of the abyss that she guards. So how could they kill the Lord of Original Sin? So this mission was impossible for today's people. The eye narrowed its eyes and noted that under such circumstances, many might think that it would be impossible to complete this mission, and then joining the ranks of the demons might become a very attractive option. Raya was spinning around in anticipation, and Yang remembered that now, by choosing the side of the demons, it was possible to preserve one's sanity, and the divine level would open without completing the world mission, so few would be able to resist such a temptation. The Lord looked at the warriors through the spheres and realized that through the soul market felt that at least 6 or 7 top specialists were thinking about this. It was even unexpected that Lucifer had knocked them down like that. The protagonist imagined himself in front of the demonic statue, deciding that he could simply activate it and receive a quest to change the level. Then it would be possible to avoid observation from the Temple of Changing Professions, and this would also ideally solve the problem of pumping speed, and it would be possible to increase the level, collect all 7 types of weapons of resistance to sins. and go on to commit the first murder of the Lord of Original Sin. I narrowed his eyes, wondering how using the sin resistance weapon would deprive the Overlord of his power, so if he were killed, would he be able to resurrect him using the system while maintaining his power? The system immediately explained that the Overlord of Original Sin would be the one who wielded his power, so the hero would become a new one, and at that moment, a new boss of a higher level would be selected for him to temporarily replace him. I froze, imagining space, and Yang thought that this was already beyond his imagination, when someone exclaimed that a demon had appeared in the temple. Euphemia waved her hand, ordering them to seize the demoness, and the two warriors ran forward. The dark entity appeared near Raya, deciding that there was no point in lingering any longer, and Raya was glad that the master was here. The blonde held out her sword and warned them not to try to escape. A powerful beam was directed towards the opponents. When the smoke cleared, there was no one in the hall. The paladins decided to look somewhere nearby. The priestess sank to the floor and ordered them to return to their posts, as the demons had already left. She lowered her head, realizing that the Lord had somehow sensed her power and came here, so his power far exceeded her expectations. The Lord was transported into the abyss, and Raya clung to his leg, saying that she wanted to give birth to little demons for him, while the hero thought that this was not an escape, but just a tactical retreat. The Lord raised his head and shuddered in surprise. In front of him stood the city of demons that was mentioned in the announcement. 3 creatures stood in the street, discussing how they suddenly woke up and became demons, but otherwise they would remain only walking corpses, so this is even better. The hero pointed his finger and ordered Raya, as the first priestess, to restore order, and she obediently flew forward. He stopped near a large tree in front of the new people, while Yang thought that these warriors who reached the depths of the abyss were still worth something, and it would be difficult for one demon priest to control them. The Overlord rubbed his chin, remembering Euphemia, and noted that only strength mattered. Like an invincible holy great priest in the human world, their demon temple also needed one. He teleported to the throne room. The Overlord released some energy, deciding that it was time to meet the new king of original sin, and summoned Envy. The red-haired Livia appeared in front of him and greeted the ruler. She smiled and thought that this insignificant Lucifer was basking in the favor of the Lord, and now it was her turn to show herself in all her glory. The hero looked down on her and appointed her as the first great priestess of demons, who should control the priests, control their temple, making this power serve him, after which the woman willingly accepted the order and left. The Lord opened the broadcast from the city, surprised that they began to build so quickly, and when he killed the Lord of Original Sin, these human resources and infrastructure will remain at his disposal, so it feels like playing a city-building game. Livia stood on the dais, ordering the demons to move and not to forget that the great ruler gave them a new life, which they must dedicate to him. Raya clung to her and admired that as soon as she got down to business, these guys immediately calmed down, after which the woman replied that naturally it is necessary to pet these newly made mongrels well, otherwise they will not understand their place, so the priestess must learn this too. The red-haired girl frowned and was glad that the ruler had entrusted her with such an important task, and Lucifer could sit at level 100. Notifications about the appointment of the great priestess of demons, the ruler of the faction that would soon have knowledge of the Red Moon, appeared in front of the devil, and together with her ruler she would resist the invasion of this world. Livia looked questioningly at the system window, as she had never seen such a thing before. She pointed at it and asked a passing demon if he saw it, but the subordinate answered in fear that he did not see anything. The servant looked at her and muttered that he had heard something about experts who had completed a 5-star transformation mission being able to encounter the Red Moon, but it was unknown whether it was true or not. The red-haired woman pushed the man away and looked at the statue and assumed that it was coming from her, but she would have to ask the Lord. The woman closed her eyes and asked for an audience with the Lord, but he did not answer, and she thought that he had fallen into hibernation again. Livia retreated into the darkness, thinking that almost every time the master fell into this state, it was impossible to wake him up, and this was terribly disturbing, because she wondered when he would reach the peak of his power again and lead them to attack the human world. Holy City Temple. The priestess approached the round table. She looked at those present and thanked them for taking the time to come, because lately, due to special circumstances, they often gather, and she should apologize for that. Augustin closed his eyes and asked to get straight to the point, because they all knew perfectly well why they were here. The blonde frowned and said that everyone had already received information about the world update, and today they would primarily discuss 2 important points: a change in the demon faction and the opening of a portal to the elf kingdom. But above all, she hoped that, no matter what, they would not join the demons, because this would undoubtedly be an act of betrayal of humanity, and would ultimately lead to destruction. The knight crossed his arms and said that this was certainly true, but for a moment he even doubted it, and his comrade agreed, saying that Lucifer was an unbreakable wall, and behind her was the terrible Lord of Original Sin, so this task seemed impossible, and it was easier to go over to the enemy's side. Poker turned his head and said that the previous battle had left them all deeply traumatized, And in such a situation, the sudden upgrade seemed like it was hitting their weaknesses, a real devilish temptation. The woman looked at him and noted that he shouldn't be so pessimistic, because there was still the path of the alliance, and he agreed that this was the main reason why people were still holding on, otherwise, riots would have started long ago. The priestess gestured with her hand and said that the entrance to the elf kingdom had always been one way, people could not get in without permission, and if they could complete the alliance's task and open the entrance, it could bring them great benefits. Tang folded his arms and reminded that in order to complete this task, they first needed to defeat Lucifer, and they would not be able to cope with god-level enemies. But there were very strong specialists in the elf country, so it was worth asking them for help. The man frowned and added that Lucifer was the strongest of the original sins, and defeating her meant defeating all the others, and as soon as they collected 5 artifacts of the weapon of resistance to sins, the mysterious owner of the remaining 2 would side with them, because his goal was to overthrow the Lord of Original Sin, and in this their interests coincided. The others looked at each other and agreed with this plan, but Poker added that they had better establish contact with the kingdom of the elves as soon as possible, since time does not wait, and while most are waiting, there is a risk that someone will be the first to decide to go over to the side of the demons. Euphemia raised her staff and replied that she foresaw this, so she agreed with the elves in advance, and someone exclaimed that she was not the high priestess for nothing. A projection of the court magician Alan Lorent appeared in front of them. He looked at those present and introduced himself. The brunette frowned with displeasure and was indignant, saying that there was nothing cool about level 160, but the girl stopped him and whispered that the Lorents were a very influential family in the Elven Kingdom, and it was better not to anger them. Euphemia approached the prince and thanked him for answering their request, and also asked what Her Majesty's opinion was. The blonde licked his lips and noted that the rumors were true, and the high priestess of the human temple was simply beautiful. The interlocutor looked at him with disdain. Augustine's eyes flashed with anger, and the others hastened to calm him down. The elf handed over a scroll and said that he would read out Her Majesty's decree, since they were happy to help people in their fight against the Lord of Original Sin, but there were conditions. He unrolled the parchment, and declared that only elves were allowed to visit the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit, and that Princess Lilith had to be found and returned, and finally, the Temple of Job Changes had to donate 60% of the collected crystal cores of the Red Moon to the Temple of the Elves. The heads of the people frowned upon hearing this. The members of the Round Table rebelled, outraged by such appetites, and it was easier to go over to the side of the demons and cut the throat of the impudent elf. Atal's eyes widened and he exclaimed that the kingdom of Shiva would not agree to them taking the treasures of the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit into their hands, thinking that Bijan had managed to tame the dragon with such difficulty, and the legacy of the ancient devourer should not go to anyone else under any circumstances. The priestess knocked with her staff and called for silence. The elf closed his eyes and noted that the level of education of people left much to be desired, and then asked the woman's opinion, who replied that the temple had no objections to the second and third points, but the first affected the main interests of the guilds of different countries, so it was better to think it over again. The interlocutors opened the system windows, and the prince said that it was necessary to tame the dragon in order to get into the secret kingdom of the spirit, so which countries had the right to do this, to which the woman replied that she had already sent the relevant materials about the conquerors. Alan grimaced and agreed to let the rest into those lands, except for the owner of the black dragon, whom they must deliver to the kingdom of the elves. The man slammed his fist on the table. Tang glared at him and asked if this demand was really directed against Longxia. He approached the blonde, who replied that they had no reason to attack any human country, but he was not obliged to provide a reason. Tokugawa smiled tightly and told the warlord to cool it, saying that it was a small price to pay compared to gaining such a powerful ally as the elves. Atal jumped up and exclaimed that all of humanity was at stake, so their country had to make some sacrifices. He pointed at the man's back and stated that if they were unable to get the elves' help because of his actions, they would never defeat the world boss and would have to go over to the demon's side, and his country would be at fault before all of humanity. The redhead crossed her arms and noted that this was too much, and Augustin asked where his friend was going. Tang loomed over Tokugawa ominously, who muttered that he was looking at him strangely. A fist flew into his face. Everyone's eyes widened, looking into the people of Longxia what to do. The man bowed to the priestess, saying that they were willing to take responsibility and make concessions so that their conqueror would not go to the secret realm of the dragon spirit, but they would not hand him over to the elves under any circumstances. He turned around and added that that was all, he still had things to do. Tokugawa frowned, sank to the floor, and muttered that it was painful. Atal also narrowed his eyes and thought that he would still have a good time, and that revenge would begin with his dragon conqueror. The protagonist sat in a chair, looking through the sphere at what was happening, and mentally resented the fact that the 3 kingdoms had gone against him. The brunette stood up abruptly, surprising the maids. He grinned in anticipation and thought that anyone who dared to challenge the monarch's authority should be severely punished, and even the blow of the god of war Tang was too weak for them. Yan stood, literally burning, and the maid asked what was wrong. The man turned around and asked with a smile to continue the massage, noting that he accidentally released a little of his true power, but now he needed to be more careful so as not to arouse suspicion. He sat down in a chair, and the three girls began to knead him. The brunette frowned, thinking that something was wrong here, and if the position of Shiva in the kingdom decided to ask the elf later. The girl put out her hand and answered that these guys do not care about a care. His death is more likely to be advantageous. The hero raised an eyebrow and asked the reason, and the interlocutor, throwing her head back, explained that even among the elves there is no unity. They look so nice and polite, but behind their backs they plot and fight for power. The brunette narrowed his eyes, imagining the ancient devourer, and thought that, apparently, the elves were afraid of the one who once brought them boundless horror, and because of this they treated all black dragons with hostility and caution, in which case their inflated demands became understandable. They simply did not want the legacy of the ancient devourer and the nameless hero to fall into the wrong hands. Especially the black dragon, they needed only them to participate in the exploration of the secret kingdom. Jan grinned and decided that he would not allow them to carry out their plans. The girl actively shook her head, refusing when the hero said that the elves wanted her to return. Lilith puffed out her cheeks and reminded that the guy promised not to kick her out, especially since she did not want to return to that place, so the interlocutor quickly agreed. He stroked her head, thinking that the princess was burdened with the curse of the royal family, so the elven court was clearly not looking for her with good intentions, and even his conscience would not allow him to send her back to that terrible place. The guy frowned and realized that the only problem was that the elf had already shown herself to everyone when he subdued the black dragon, and she would be easily recognized, so he needed to hide the girl before that or come up with another plan. Yang's eyes widened when he received a new message from Tang, and he reminded himself to put on a show here too. The hero went outside and greeted the guest, wondering what brought him here. The man closed his eyes and hoped that he would be able to remain calm, because this time, he might not be able to enter the secret realm of the dragon spirit. The guy raised his eyebrows in mockery and asked why, since he had subjugated Athos, and the interlocutor explained that this was the demand of the country of Elves, who also wanted the warrior to be handed over to them, after which the hero clarified whether the leader had agreed. Tang looked at him and reassured him, saying that they had made concessions, but within reason, so no one would agree to give him up, and the brunette was even touched by such a reaction. The military leader put his hand on his shoulder and added that the state would definitely compensate the young man for such a loss, and Jan replied that he believed him. The guest headed for the portal, and the hero said goodbye to him. The guy grinned and thought that, according to his calculations, tomorrow would already be the opening of the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit, and he was interested in whether those two specialists of the 9th transformation from the kingdom of flowers and Shiva were ready to accept the surprise he had prepared for them. The Minji family estate, the kingdom of flowers. There was a red dragon lying in the garden, and its mistress said that her father had told her that the black dragon tamer would not be able to go with them, unfortunately. Asuhi looked ahead and muttered that she had so wanted to take this opportunity to talk to him, and the dragon was relieved that he would not have to fight such a wild boy. At the same time, the state of Shiva. 2 men were sitting in front of the statue of the deity, and one of them was telling Bijan that this was his and the whole country's chance, and that he should, as soon as he got to the hiding place, immediately suppress the rest of the dragons with the help of a stone tablet, and kill them if necessary. The man in the red hood was sitting in the lotus position, answering his uncle that he was looking forward to tomorrow, although it would be better if the boy who tamed the black dragon were there. Dragons with riders from the kingdom of the elves were flying across the sky. Eric, the 3rd prince of the elven kingdom at level 220, narrowed his eyes and muttered that he didn't expect 3 humans to tame dragons. The rider next to him looked at him and said that it was unknown what means they used to achieve this. But it didn't matter, because in any case, once this expedition ended, they would no longer be dragon knights. His brother licked his lips and said that when they conquered the human world, the Lorent's family would have a huge territory with countless women to enjoy. Verlia and Asuhi flew on their dragons, unaware of anything. Alan chuckled and said that he couldn't wait to have fun. The girls looked at the riders flying ahead, discussing how disappointed they were in the elves and should stay away from them. Tokugawa glanced at the blonde and asked her not to be nervous and stay calm. The redhead gave Verlia a thumbs up and reminded her that if there was danger, it was better not to be a hero, because life was most important. There was a seal glowing on the ground, and there were people and a green dragon nearby, and the inhabitants of Shiva were discussing that the elves had thrown a lavish show and brought a lot of people, apparently afraid of Tang. Bijan jumped on the winged lizard and said goodbye to his uncle, and he asked him to show her what their country was capable of. Asuhi grimaced and said nothing when Alan flew up and offered to join his team. The green dragon disappeared into the portal. Atal grinned and thought that 6 brand new fat rams from the country of the elves were an unexpected surprise, and they must think that they would have no equal in the cache. But his nephew had a stone tablet of dragon subjugation, so he would be able to destroy the rest and get 8 giant dragons. Suddenly, a powerful blow split the earth. The man rose from the ground, muttered that the mage had used a forbidden spell and also killed people from the elven kingdom. He raised his head and shouted that he had really gone mad. Augustin raised his staff and looked down at him. The wizard swung his weapon, sending more energy charges. An explosion was heard between the rocks. A black dragon was hovering above, and its rider thought that it was very nice to have the strongest specialist of the 9th transformation under complete control. The protagonist grinned, holding the sphere in his hand, and decided that Augustin would now fight for him. He stood on Athos's head. The brunette's eyes flashed and asked the lizard to follow his nature and devour everything. An explosion was heard under the mage. Tokugawa ran out of the smoke, lamenting that he had gone mad and needed to be stopped. He approached Atal and suggested that they act together. Atal turned his gaze to him. The man suddenly attacked the samurai, but he managed to block the blow, surprised that this was also a traitor. The brunette's eyes widened and he realized that his opponent had gone crazy, after which the force suggestion was activated. The opponents swung at each other, intending to kill. Blades flashed in the air. The warriors collided their forces, destroying everything around. The protagonist grinned and thought that the duration of this technique was only 1 minute, so they should make a lot of noise until he disappeared. A shadow from a tail flashed above the wizard, and immediately the control ceased. Augustin shuddered and asked what was happening. The ground smoked under him, and he exclaimed that things were bad now. Clouds of smoke rose up, and the man exclaimed that his body and mind suddenly stopped obeying. Tokugawa froze when the opponent noted that someone was clearly controlling them with some kind of technique. Atal frowned and said that his instincts as a priest of the divine sign were not wrong, and someone was controlling them, just like the magician, but who could it be? The three of them stood in front of the golden gate. Augustin frowned and said that no matter what happened to them, but he seemed to see a black dragon fly into the secret realm of the spirit, and the interlocutors assumed that this was the work of Longxia. The magician narrowed his eyes and replied that it was definitely not Tang. He kept his word. Especially as a warrior, he could not take control of them, because such power can only be possessed by someone who is mentally much superior to them. The men looked at him and agreed, and Tokugawa asked if it could be Yang. Atal glanced at him and reminded him that a low-level specialist of the 4th transformation could not control them, and the interlocutor became embarrassed. The leaders stood together, and the mage noted that since they had begun their campaign against the demon abyss, strange events had been occurring one after another. He frowned and said that because of this control, they had killed the elven royal guards, and now they were about to be reborn in the temple of their country, so the entire court was about to find out about it, which could affect their relationship. Augustin turned around and noted that they would not be able to interrogate Yang, since the secret realm was already closed, so it remained to contact the elves themselves and see what they would say, to which the others agreed. In the secret realm of the dragon spirit, rays of light rose from the ground. The riders flew through the sky, and the girl asked if her lizard was afraid, surprised that this place was home to monsters that even dragons feared. Bijan sat on horseback, suggesting that this must be the remnants of the aura of the ancient devourer, and even after so much time, this fear still sat in the blood and souls of others. The elf prince grinned and offered Asuhi to fly with him, but she refused. Eric looked at his kinsman and asked if he really wanted to do it right on the dragon, to which the other only grinned. The elf took out the fang of an ancient dragon, saying that only it was capable of suppressing the fear in the lizard's blood before the ancient devourer, and people do not have such a thing, so it is easier to manipulate the tamer who does not have a dragon. Bijan clutched the tablet in his hand, thinking that they were celebrating too soon, because they would soon fall into his trap. The women shuddered, feeling the vibration, and Asuhi noted that it was a roar. A black dragon was hovering above. The protagonist threw his sword over his shoulder and counted the riders, exclaiming that it looked like a grand party was coming. Bijan's eyes widened, feeling his green partner tremble, and he was horrified that even the stone tablet had no effect on the black dragon. Eric's eyes widened and he asked what was going on, because he was forbidden to enter here. Alan gritted his teeth and muttered that humans were a vile and insignificant race that did not keep their word. The dragons began to twitch in the air, and the elves shouted to the prince that the lizards were in a panic and would not be able to fight, but he replied that the black dragon tamer was just some 4th transformation trash that could be shot down, and he would deal with the beast himself. The warriors rushed at the protagonist, following the order of the master. Jan swung his sword, cutting down the opponents, and replied that only they would die here, after which notifications poured in about the killing of elven soldiers and receiving 521,000,000 experience points. The princes frowned, not understanding how a man of his level could kill 4 warriors in a split second. Eric sweated, realizing that this guy was dangerous, and he would have to use their trump cards. The monster opened its mouth. El found himself inside a demonic trap, demanding to be opened. The prince frowned, noticing that his comrade could not do anything, so he needed to run quickly. A projectile flew at his head. The blonde plopped down on the ground. The protagonist loomed over him, holding a sword. He stepped on the elf's face while the latter was trying to protest that he did not understand what he was doing to the prince. Yang grinned, flashing his yellow eyes, and said that if he was offended, he would take revenge 100-fold even on God himself, so Alan would die. The brunette began to systematically strike, and only the screams of his victim could be heard. The hero looked with a smile at the approaching horsemen who threatened to finish him off, and was surprised that they were in a hurry to die again, having barely resurrected. The lizard opened its mouth and breathed out flames. The ground below caught fire. The girls covered themselves from the shock wave, not understanding why the elves' dragons suddenly came to life, and Asuhi noticed their eyes. The lizard's pupils glowed yellow, and Verlia noted that some kind of spell must have been used on them to forcibly control the mind, but such techniques usually have irreversible side effects, and if the elves decided to do such a thing, it means they intend to kill Yang. A white dragon appeared behind them, whose owner laughed and noted the good work. Alan bared his teeth and shouted that this was so that the guy would not dare to be arrogant anymore. Something flashed on the ground. A powerful purple beam instantly incinerated the prince. The riders nearby recoiled and shouted to stay back. They all exploded in the sky, and the black dragon looked at them from below. The demon trap rushed through the air, and Eric asked in panic where he was being taken. The protagonist flew ahead, answering that they were heading to where he could finally destroy the source of the problems. The girls were amazed that the hero withstood this attack without blinking an eye, and even easily counterattacked, so the elves will have a hard time. Their dragon sweated and froze in fear. The green dragon hid behind a rock, and its rider thought with horror that the long-eared ones were destroyed in the blink of an eye, so Yang's belonging to the human race was questionable. Bijin turned pale, realizing that he could not win openly, so all that remained was to wait for the moment and attack from an ambush. Golden rays flashed in the forest. Alan gritted his teeth, exclaiming that he died again, and this guy was just a monster, but after 2 defeats they had lost too many levels, and they could not kill him. He took out a scroll and added that nothing could be done, and the entrance to the secret kingdom was already closed, so they needed to use the return. The blonde's eyes widened when something tore the artifact in his hands. The protagonist dropped the weapon and asked if they really wanted to leave without his consent. The brunette grinned and moved towards them. A demonic trap fell down, and its captive asked to pull him out quickly, but Yang advised not to waste his strength in vain, because he could not break free even with the 7th transformation. Alan smiled tensely and asked what he wanted. Something hit the ground behind the prince, and the guy replied that he probably wanted his life. Blood splashed on the frightened elf's face. The hero reminded that he was going to kill him, and even bragged that he made Longxia give him up, so why such a change in mood? Alan knelt down and replied that they simply did not know him before, and now realized their mistake, so let them go, please, but the interlocutor said that it was too late. The brunette jumped off the dragon and said that, thanks to Akare, he already understood that they were real hypocrites, so why let them go alive, after which the prince guessed that in front of him was the killer of his kinsman. Yang looked at him menacingly, and said that he would kill them again and again until their levels dropped to 0, and they could no longer be resurrected. The blonde recoiled in fear and screamed. The protagonist swung his sword, killing the first. Then he struck another, and the opponents shouted that people wanted an alliance with the elves. The body of another long-eared one dissolved, and Alan shouted that then there would definitely be no alliance, and people would not be able to kill world bosses, would not be able to complete world missions, would not be able to open reincarnation to the divine level. So did he really not care? The brunette raised his sword and said that he did not care. He brought down a powerful blow on the ground, and immediately 3 notifications appeared about the final murder of 3 elves. Yang turned to the trapped prisoner and told him that he was the only one left, to which the blonde called him names, saying that he was only capable of mean tricks and that he didn't have the courage to fight fairly. The hero moved his fingers, opening the crypt, and said that he would let the enemy die consciously. Eric summoned a sword enchanted with the element of storm, and exclaimed that the guy asked for it. He jumped up and swung the blade several times, using a storm strike and shouting that he must die. The blonde frowned, summoning a storm. A destructive tornado fell on the forest. The elf jumped back and said that the guy deserved it, but then noticed the treacherous silhouette. Yang shook himself off, having lost only 10% of his health, and noted that the attacks of the 7th transformation are really impressive. They are much stronger than those of the silver dragon. The man sweated, shocked that his blow had almost no effect, but that was impossible, and the guy was not a 4th transformation, and not a human at all, but a boss in an innocent form. The protagonist swung his sword and congratulated his opponent on the correct answer. Blood splashed onto the ground, while one after another, notifications of Eric's murder appeared until he was completely dead. Bijin peeked out from behind the corner, exclaiming that even a surprise attack would not be able to harm such a monster. He turned around, deciding that he should go back and tell his uncle and father so that they could deal with it themselves. But Yang was already standing in front of him. The black dragon patiently watched as his master killed Bijin. The girls ran up, realizing that the notification from the dungeon was true, and everyone was dead, and Verlia asked why he killed not only the elven scum, but Bijin as well. The hero wiped the blood from his face and replied that Shiva had secretly planned to kill them all here, and they simply had to get ahead of him, so it could be considered self-defense. The brunette passed by the girls and explained that the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit was not a paradise for leveling up, because there were dangers lurking here that they could hardly even imagine, so he advised them to stay put and not wander around anywhere, otherwise he would not be able to guarantee their safety. The hero mounted the dragon and soared into the sky, adding that they would see each other again. The black lizard flew forward, and the guy muttered that he had just killed 6 elves of the 7th, 6th and 4th formations, in addition to Bijan of the 6th transformation, and in total he received more than 30 million experience. Although compared to the current accumulated, this is like a drop in the ocean, and the items, devices and equipment received are quite valuable, but let them lie for now, since they are not needed. He looked at the sword and read its characteristics, noticing that it had also become stronger, but for some reason the value was even, although the gain from absorbing 7 dragons should be much greater. The brunette noticed a notification with a task to kill a dragon of the Scorching Sun level to complete the evolution, and realized that he had reached the limit of the first stage of absorption, and this task would be quite difficult, but there was no need to rush. Jan took out the pendant, assuming that the nameless hero buried here was its first master, and it began to glow, confirming this. The dragon quickly flew over the forest to the location of the ancient devourer. There was a thick green fog everywhere. The guy squinted, muttering that he could not see anything. Athos did not stop, and the owner encouraged him, noting that the artifact showed the direction. Finally, they broke out of the fog. The brunette looked up with interest. In front of them lay the skeleton of a huge dragon, the true form of the ancient devourer. The protagonist grinned and said that it was so gigantic that even the black dragon seemed tiny in comparison. So who was this nameless hero who managed to defeat it? Athos shuddered and opened his mouth, and Yam said that they would witness the continuation of the legend together. Suddenly, they froze in midair. The hero grabbed the lizard, falling down, and asked if there were any rules prohibiting flying. They landed on the ground, and the fog began to thicken around again. The young man stood in front of the remains, muttering that this was the hand of the ancient devourer, and perhaps they needed to climb up it, some kind of interesting ritual. Eyes lit up in the fog. Jan was surrounded by skeletons of dragons, and he assumed that these were the ones he had killed earlier, so there might be a necromancer nearby. A pillar of fire dispersed the fog. The brunette pulled out his sword with a smile and thought that this could be another test from the ancient devourer and the nameless hero. He jumped up sharply. The guy swung, hanging over the enemies. The skeletons were cut by the hero's precise attack. The remains began to glow, regenerating, and Jan exclaimed that, as expected, they can resurrect. The black dragon landed behind the owner, and he said with a smile that this was not the first time he killed a bone dragon, and he would do it as many times as necessary. The head flew off the last skeleton. Athos opened his mouth with a roar, and the hero threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he did not fully understand the meaning of this test, but it was passed, although it took a lot of strength. The partners began to climb to the top. Something appeared in front of the guy, and he asked what this time. The brunette jumped to the side. Jan grabbed the ledge and exhaled, muttering that he got away with it. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked how that was possible. Athos froze in place after the enemy's attack. The silhouette touched the ground. A black figure with a sword stood in front of the main character. The guy grinned and noted that there were only surprises one after another here. The enemy sharply thrust the blade into the edge of the cliff, but the hero managed to dodge. The man turned around, flashing red eyes. Jan continued to jump with a smile, holding on with one hand and dodging attacks. He jumped, shooting a purple beam when the opportunity arose. Red eyes lit up behind the dark figure, and the brunette assumed that this was an attack by an ancient devourer, and there was a feeling that this was not a fight, but a well-thought-out trap, a narrow space, attacks that hit everything around, a ban on flying and finishing off enemies, so that one involuntarily recalls one legendary master of creating games from the Kingdom of Flowers. The protagonist raised his sword above his head and released energy, saying that he had been taming the black dragon for a long time, and it just disappeared, and now the owner is furious, so he will not stop until he tears out a couple of huge bones from it. The figure extended his hand and said, "Flame, qualification test, he is passing the test." Athos's body was engulfed in magic, and the guy noted that it began to slowly recover, and apparently, the concentration of the blood's power is determined in this way by constant burning, but if he does not withstand it, he will die forever. The hero turned to his opponent and clarified whether he was the famous nameless hero, but the interlocutor asked him to introduce himself. Jan looked at him and said his name and country, but he only asked the question again. The brunette sweated and thought that the opponent felt that the guy was the Lord of Original Sin, and this is incredible. The silhouette raised his hand, and a red sword flew into it. The hero followed the enemy's rapid movement with his eyes, but did not have time to react. The blade pierced him through, radiating a glow. The enemy with the red sword stands in front of the protagonist. Yang leans on the ground and wonders why he does not feel any pain, and even his health points do not decrease. The shadow in front of him points his sword and asks if the correction was successful. The protagonist abruptly attacks him with his sword, shouting that although he does not quite understand the whole situation, he will finish him off first. The shadow deftly dodges the blow. The protagonist blocks the counterattack. They both break away. The rivals continue the battle with blades. The shadow suddenly jumps above the protagonist. Yang looks ahead in surprise. He holds a red object in his teeth. Yang deftly strikes the enemy. He holds the red sword with a grin and says that he probably did not expect it, because after the enhancement, even his teeth became better. The shadow stands without a sword and hears that it is not easy to defeat him, because he is a legendary hero. Yang holds the weapon with a smirk and claims that the opponent has no weapon and his fighting power has significantly decreased, so victory is only a matter of time. The enemy suddenly sits down on the ground. He looks forward and says that he realized something. Yang holds his weapon in his hand. The shadow declares that the sword is now his. Red energy hovers around the handle of the blade. The shadow looks at the protagonist and tells him to go and kill Chloris. Yang looks at him and does not understand who this is and if he is somehow connected with the legend of the nameless hero. Could it be that? The protagonist looks at the red sword. The notification says that a new user has been detected and the degree of resistance to corrections is being checked. An error has been detected, then success. The mark is bound, an unknown number, a modifier, and the weapon's characteristics are unlocked. The next window says about the equipment of the superior, the crimson blade, about the damage of the mark that has no owner. The guy wonders why all the information is unknown and what is superior. Is it a higher level than an artifact, and what is a check and who is a modifier? The protagonist looks at the window with the inscription that the correction absorbs red moon crystals to carry out a correction attack with a charge of 152 units. He asks if it really absorbs crystals to carry out an attack. The guy is holding a red stone in his hand. Yang presses his finger on the button to charge, stating that he will try first. He holds a large red sword. Its threads bind the crystal. The window says that the charge is already 153. The guy wonders that one crystal is equal to one charge. The protagonist looks at the sky with a smile and notices the roar of Athos. A fierce dragon flies from above. The guy asks about what apparently he coped with, specifying what happened to the former pale flame. The monster looks at the owner. The notification says that the black dragon Athos absorbed the dark flame, thereby preventing the immortality of those ghostly creatures. Yang thinks about monsters and realizes that this feature makes him associate with necromancy, and it turns out that the black dragon turned into a necromancer, or rather a dragon necromancer. The protagonist stands surrounded by creatures and declares that the bone dragons have also risen, and along the way they have become minions of Athos. Yang thinks about all the dragons and declares that if he allows the black dragon to absorb various elite monsters and bosses, then he will have a powerful army of the undead, and this is not an ordinary necromancer, but a Lich King, and with such a legacy it is impossible to lose. Bone dragons stand in front of the protagonist. At this moment he does not understand when the numbers next to them appeared, because they were not there before and perhaps they are somehow connected with the Crimson Blade. Yang holds the sword and intends to check this by activating the fix. He stands in front of a bright flash. The window says that this fix led to an increase in the degree of infection with Crimson, and this fix led to an increase in the degree of infection by 0%, while the charge is equal to 111 units. The protagonist stands with a weapon in his hands and declares that this is complete destruction at the level of direct rules, and even the undead, which can be resurrected, most likely died instantly, and this is simply unthinkable. He wonders why the notification appeared twice, and the second time showed 0%. Yang looks in front of himself and realizes that the previously nameless hero also tried to use the fix on him, but it did not work, and maybe there is something special in him that is not connected with the system. The guy with a serious look asks the system if it has any clues. He realizes that there is no answer, and he will figure it out later. The black dragon stands next to the protagonist, who says that Athos has received the inheritance, and he has received a godlike artifact, and although he did not receive experience points in the secret realm of the dragon spirit, the benefits he received still exceeded expectations. But now the red moon crystals are too rare, and the only way to get them is a random invasion, and perhaps the Temple of Job Changes knows more information, and he will need to find a way to get this information. And now it's time to leave. The red and white dragons are lying near the giant pink seal on the ground. Asuhi is standing next to the other heroine and asks if the exit has opened. She replies, why all of a sudden? The white-haired girl tells Verlia, who is standing on the dragon, that she should go first. She asks in response if she is waiting for Yang. The white dragon stands next to the red one and asks what happened. He declares that it is definitely him. A huge black dragon approaches the heroes. He advises Athos to calm them down. The monster stands next to the white and red creatures and growls at them, making it clear that they need to be quiet. Verlia sits on one of them in surprise and notices that they are not moving. Asuhi realizes that the black dragon has become even bigger, which means that it has received new power in the secret kingdom. The protagonist got off his pet and walking towards them. He declares that they both worked hard and now the secret kingdom is unlocked and they can leave. The guy watches his friends with a grin and declares that he hopes that they will not talk about this and that it will be better for both him and them. Asuhi stands opposite him. Verlia is riding a dragon behind her. The white-haired one assures that there is no need to worry and they promise not to tell anyone what exactly happened here. She sits awkwardly on the red dragon and says that she sees in his eyes that he is a good person and she would like to talk to him again, but apparently this time it is not meant to be. Yang listens to this in surprise. The girls enter the portal. Asuhi waves her hand and shouts that they will see each other again. Yang smiles and asks about the fact that apparently in her eyes he turned out to be a good person and yet she is very strange. The protagonist looks at the portals in the sky and says that the situation outside is a little more complicated, and it will definitely not be possible to just go out. Something needs to be thought of. Yang introduces a pink-haired girl and says that judging by his assumptions, since missions for factions appeared in the world and people became demons, it is logical to assume that demons should also be able to somehow join the human faction. Yang stands in the middle of the blue space and exclaims that this needs to be checked. He orders the system to immediately start a parallel reincarnation. The picture shows a large castle. The guy notices that there are more and more demons in the abyss. A huge red monster sits on a throne. A notice states that the one-way entrance properties of the demon abyss have been nullified and the demons in the abyss are now free to leave it and move to another world. The monster exclaims that he thought so. The villain looks furiously at the blazing fire and states that if these are just normal demons, then after leaving the abyss, they will most likely only become a source of experience for humans. He wonders what if this is the king of original sin. The villain calls out to Lucifer asking to hear his call. The girl with horns kneels and says that his servant has come at the call of the master, and she feels that his power is returning and glory will be restored. The large monster sits on the throne and calls out to Lucifer, asking if she can now pass through the gates of the abyss. She replies that she must try. The picture shows a frozen castle. It is written that the action takes place in the Siberian northern plains at a temperature of -30 degrees. The guards stand guard, equipped with armor and holding spears. One of them asks another how long he thinks they should be there. He answers that even if the demons come, they will turn into ice cubes. Lucifer approaches them and states that her strength is exhausted. The guard takes the spear and asks if it is a demon, because they can pass into the outside world. The other orders to quickly inform the great priestess. The girl in a calm voice states that it is quite noisy here. Lucifer frantically walks forward. Streams of red energy are visible around her. The girl approaches the ice castle. She walks in boots and says that at least the possibility of passing through the gates of the abyss has been confirmed, and they need to return and report to the Lord. The red monster sits on the throne opposite the assistant, and states that although she was unable to pass through the gate of the abyss, her powers have weakened to the semi-divine level. He thinks that this may be due to the fact that the ladder to the deity supplement has not yet been released and the human world cannot accommodate the emergence of the divine level yet. The monster lord calmly looks forward with burning eyes, realizing that even in this case, Lucifer is far superior in characteristics and abilities to the 9th transformation semi-divine level specialists, and outside the secret realm of the dragon spirit there are only 6 or 7 such fighters and dealing with them is easy. He states that he wants her to go to the mortal world and punish the disobedient in his name. The girl kneels and says that she obeys. The villain points to a photo of the protagonist, and states that she needs to bring a person who will be his guide while he sleeps, and seeing him is like seeing a king. She asks again. The picture shows a purple portal. The events take place shortly before. The man in the blue cloak exclaims furiously that Tang has broken the agreement, and must explain why the protagonist entered the secret realm of the dragon spirit, and why after his appearance they began to attack each other, and even their elven allies. The interlocutor stands with his back to him, and declares that he has nothing to explain, because he himself does not understand how this happened. The warrior in white and gold armor points his finger and claims that the honor of the royal guard must not be tarnished, and as soon as this man comes out, he will immediately deliver him to the elven royal court for questioning, and as for him, he must also go with him to give an explanation and he has time to think over his excuses properly. Tang turns around with a smirk and declares that if he wants to interrogate him, they will see if he has enough strength. The warrior loudly exclaims that since he does not want to admit his mistakes, it is better not to get angry, and if he does not like their actions. Verlia stands next to Asuhi, and says that they are back. She asks why everyone has such serious faces. Tokugawa and his assistant surrounded the girls. He asks why only them and where the main character is. The other asks where the elves are and where they went. Verlia stands next to the white-haired girl with a serious face and tries to explain something. She picks up and says that they were separated from the very beginning and only she and her sister teleported to the same place, but soon got lost. Asuhi stands next to them with an innocent look and says that in the end they not only did not find any treasure, but also almost died and she does not know what happened. But after a flash of light they were teleported again to the entrance to the secret kingdom and they found that the entrance was already open and the others came out of there, which means they will probably come out too. The warrior in shining armor thinks that if everything is as she said, it means that someone managed to get the inheritance of the secret kingdom and then everyone else should have returned to the entrance too. But for some reason there is still no one and did something happen there? Tokugawa at this moment agrees with the girl. The guard holds the sword and orders them to return with him to the elf kingdom for questioning. The man stands in front of the girls and asks what he is going to do. The other notes that they are their people and it is not for him to interfere. The warrior points his finger in rage and shouts if they continue to stop him, there is no need to think that they will make an alliance with them, and if something happens to the third prince, and the eldest son of the family, then they will not be well. The unknown hero smirks and states that Mr. Augustin and Tokugawa need to take into account the big picture. Unlike the young talents, their task is to complete the world mission and open the path to ascension to the divine level, and they are the ones who bring hope for the future. The Eastern warrior in a mask tells them with a smile that one can imagine what will happen if they lose the elf allies. He asks when the Lord of Original Sin descends into the world, which of them will be able to resist him. The warrior stands opposite the interlocutor and clarifies that only he has the desire to conclude an alliance, and he will inform the queen of his sincerity. He asks if he is a citizen of the state of Shiva. He agrees. Tokugawa thinks that he is a scoundrel and has no shame. The characters suddenly see a dark aura in the blue sky and do not understand what is happening. The girl steps on invisible steps in the air. The shocked heroes look up and exclaim that it is the king of pride, Lucifer. Not understanding how she got out of the demon abyss, she in turn asks who it brought, calling them worthless. The mustachioed man in the blue cloak exclaims that something is wrong, because the aura on her has weakened. He looks at Lucifer. A pop-up window says that she is a half-divine tier. The characteristics are completely unknown. He says that although all abilities are still hidden, there is no doubt that her power has dropped to the semi-divine tier. The heroes stand and watch the demon's actions. The man urges them to put aside their differences and join forces and defeat her, because this is a unique opportunity. She replies that this is a meaningless fight, but they can begin. The fighter flies forward to attack. The hero orders Tang to lead the attack, and everyone else to help them, saying that the peculiarity of this boss is that only those who have already killed the King of Sins can damage her. Tokugawa begins to cast a spell and states that they are counting on them in this case. The window says that the samurai virtue skill is used with an effect in which allies in the radius of action receive an increase in physical attack of 20% and restore a percentage of health per second for 30 seconds. The guy in the mask thinks that they will try to help first, but if it becomes too dangerous, they need to leave, while a notification appears about the use of the blessing of the spiritual beast, which increases the magical attack and defense of an ally in the radius by 15%, and also increases their maximum health by 10%. The mustachioed man deals a powerful blow using the thunder and lightning skill. Tang releases fire using the fist of all-consuming destruction. A large explosion occurs. The blast wave spreads through the air. Surprised, Lucifer notices that she is injured. The heroes exclaim that it works and she is not so invincible. You just need to press and destroy her. The fierce girl looks down and declares that the pathetic bugs, although a little surprised, but do they seriously think that such blows will somehow harm her? She begins to shine with purple light, releasing dark energy. The window says that the skill of darkness mastery is used, which affects all enemies within a radius of 500 meters in a barrier, reducing all characteristics by 50%, while the heroes are sucked into it. The mustachioed man fearfully wonders why it does not work on the three of them. Asuhi runs to the flying gentleman and exclaims his name. Verlia shouts for Master Augustin. A bright beam of energy appears from the backs of Verlia and Tang. The protagonist with an orb in his hand orders to activate the soul mark. Tang looks at him in surprise. He takes the hands of two girls and flies high, telling them to follow him. Yang looks at the sky and says that this should be enough to buy some time, while wishing Tang a safe journey. The protagonist looks at Lucifer and says that it looks like everything is ready there too. She in turn clarifies that this person is the guide the ruler spoke of. She lands down. The girl in black approaches Yang and says that she does not know how the ruler could choose someone like him, because even calling him a bug would be an exaggeration. He in turn laughs and says perhaps. The protagonist looks at her with a serious expression and urges her to put aside her arrogance, because he needs him to help take one person. Lucifer looks ahead in shock. While Yang walks away, she feels that for a moment she felt the aura of the ruler and says yes. The action takes place in a house during the daytime. The girl is watering the bushes and humming a song. Dark energy fills the sky. The watering can falls to the ground. The girl is lying on the floor and looks up in fear. Lucifer is standing next to Yang. A huge hand grabs her. The girl calls her to follow her. The shocked victim screams to let her go, not understanding why she is being grabbed. The protagonist hangs in the air while she is taken into the portal. The dark energy gradually disappears. The mustachioed man sits on the ground and states that they failed again. Tokugawa notes that the difference is so great that it is simply impossible. He looks ahead in surprise, asking if anyone has seen Tang. All the heroes are sitting on the ground among the trees. The man replies that he has not seen. The guy in the mask looks at them and says that before he was sucked into the dark space, he saw Tang, and it did not affect him at all, as if Lucifer did not initially consider him an enemy. The interlocutor asks the beaten Atal what he means. He replies that he has a terrible guess. He stands with his arms crossed and tells the heroes around him that maybe Tang and Lonxia betrayed humanity and allied themselves with the demons. They don't believe it. The mustachioed man shouts in rage that it's impossible, because he's not that kind of person and would never betray humanity. Atal turns around with a smirk and tells Augustin that he knows he's always been on good terms with Tang. But now is not the time to cover for him, because he's sure that many people saw the same thing he did. The guy sitting by the tree says that he also saw that Lucifer showed no hostility towards him, and that's very suspicious. The other one wonders if he really betrayed them. Atal throws up his hands while Augustin asks that when they were waiting outside the dragon spirit's secret realm, didn't they start killing each other for no reason? The masked guy replies that this power is simply impossible to explain. After all, who is now able to control them without being noticed? It is not possible for a human unless with the help of demons. He asks what the result was, saying that Yang, who was originally forbidden to enter, successfully entered the secret realm and he benefited from it along with Longxia. Augustin seriously states that indeed, controlling him without him noticing, this power definitely cannot belong to a semi-divine level 9th transformation specialist. Tokugawa seriously shouts that it is not so. He stands in front of them and states that not only Tang, but also Asuhi from their country and Verlia from the Eagle Federation. He clarifies that Atal suspects them of conspiring with demons. He is shocked to realize that these two girls are so weak that he completely forgot about them. The masked fighter turns around and says with a smile that it is Tang, and he probably wanted to take possession of the secret realm of the dragon spirit for himself, and that is why he kidnapped them. The interlocutor says that this could well have happened. Atal, crossing his arms, thinks that although they do not know what exactly Tang did, but now he has one death less than them and his level and strength are much superior to theirs, so they need to think of a way to annoy him. Now that he is missing, only these two girls know what happened in the secret realm of the dragon spirit, and if they stir up a conflict between them, then there will still be an opportunity to get the secrets of this realm, and he will not allow anyone else to disrupt his plans for the rise of the Shiva state. The man waved his hand and suggested that the others think carefully. Tang's behavior raises a lot of questions. Something is clearly wrong with him, although it is hard to believe, but such a possibility does exist. Tang appeared behind Atal just as he was saying that there is no time to hesitate, they need to find him now. A fist flew into his cheek. The man extended his hand, saying that if he dared to slander him even once, he would arrange for him to be quickly resurrected right here. The impact caused the man to crash into the ground, breaking it. Augustin pointed his finger, shouting that Tang should give them an explanation, why he was not sucked into the Lucifer barrier and why he suddenly disappeared. Where was he just now? The man replied that he had nothing to explain. If they doubted, let them go to the sacred city, let the high priestess judge. Verlia walked forward, saying that His Excellency Tang carried the two of them non-stop to the border of Longxia, only stopping there, immediately turned back. Asuhi added that at that moment he looked very strange, as if someone was controlling him. Augustin looked ahead, thinking that since Tang himself suggested going to the holy city, the probability of his connection with the abyss demons is small, because everyone knows that the high priestess can recognize lies. Tokugawa thought darkly, did that young man Yang from Longxia get involved with the abyss demons? They both thought of Yang. But then the image was split as if by a hammer, because the men simultaneously thought, is this guy who just achieved the 4th transformation so strong that he could do such a thing? The heroes walked along the road. Words were heard that if so, it remains only to go to the holy city and ask the high priestess to solve everything, at the same time deal with the bodies of the elf kingdom. Atal was lying on the ground beaten, thinking that he would make Tang pay. A girl stood by a tall statue, asking if everyone is sure that they are connected with the abyss demons, and that they knew absolutely nothing about the forced control over them. The heroes confirmed. Tang looked ahead with confidence. Words were heard, which meant he really did not lie. That was why he was so confident, not a drop of doubt. Euphemia turned to the side, saying that since they had no questions, then they. She turned to the girls sitting on the thrones and asked, everything they told about the secret realm of the dragon spirit, was it the truth? Verlia glanced sideways at Asuhi, thinking that everything was lost. She did not know that the high priestess had such an ability. The blonde thought that it was not that she did not want to help Yang hide the truth, but the high priestess simply did not leave a choice. Augustin pointed his finger, asking Verlia how she dared to deceive him. Tai asked Asuhi what she was hiding. If she did not tell the truth now, he would not spare her even if her father begged. Tang thoughtfully looked ahead, wondering if all these events were really related to Yang. He imagined the girls, thinking that he had thoroughly investigated his past before, asking everyone from his classmates and former guilds, even the words of his temple, and they all spoke of Yang the same way, talented, strong, peaceful, not at all like a scoundrel. Even if he assumed the worst and admitted his connection with the abyss, he still did not mix him and those girls. Imagining the guy standing with his back turned, he thought that if it turns out that Yang really is somehow connected to the abyss, how should he treat him, destroy him or not? Euphemia turned to the girls, saying that since their concealment was better revealed, it no longer makes sense. Moreover, their attempts to hide the truth can lead to the opposite effect. If they do not want to talk here, they can go with her to the confessional, tell everything there, she will decide what to do next. Verlia looked down, saying that if the high priestess can recognize a lie, which means that everything will become clear. The blonde said that they thought about the same thing, and the girl asked to let them go to the confessional. They will tell and that's it. They followed the priestess to the exit. Atal was standing behind. 10 minutes later, Euphemia came out with a staff in her hand. She pointed them at Atal, asking if it was true that he planned and ordered Vishnu from his state to kill all the participants of the secret kingdom. The man raised his hands and thought that it was impossible. How did the high priestess know about this? Is it because of those two girls? Did they really capture Vishnu? No, it was impossible. The white-haired girl looked at him resolutely, saying that according to Asuhi and Verlia's testimony, and in the secret realm of the dragon spirit, Yang revealed Vishnu's plan and killed him. Both of them did not participate in it. Therefore, now it is necessary to determine whether Yang is guilty or all the fault is Vishnu, that is, Atal. He just needs to answer her question yes or no. The masked man froze in fear when Poker asked behind him, wasn't Yang only the fourth transformation? How could he kill Vishnu? Who was the sixth? Katarina said that this is not the main thing now. The main thing is that Atal is bad. How could he build such intrigues with his back? The man frowned, could not say anything. The girl clutched the staff, saying that as the supreme sacred priestess temporarily transfers the right to execute the sentence to Tang regarding Atal from the state of Shiva, a sentence is passed, 3 death sentences and the place of imprisonment is appointed a sacred city. The term of imprisonment will be determined later. Tang was burning with anger, saying that it turned out that these two girls were fine only because he wanted to blame it on Yang. Atal leaned on one knee, saying that this was slander. Yes, he had such a plan, but he did not conspire with the demons of the abyss. Yang was not completely innocent either. He killed the elves. There was even an elven prince. If he was guilty, then Yang was too. His state Longxia was also guilty. The crime of obstructing the establishment of the Elven Union, but much worse are not traitors. A fist slammed into his body. The man said that a coward must die. Bright rays slammed into a tall statue. Atal sat on the floor surrounded by radiance. Tang attacked him again, hitting him with a shout that he was not finished yet. A bright beam hit his body. The man was embodied in radiance and again, when the warrior said to go to the dungeon and wait for the final verdict and promised that he would show him. The man's eyes widened in fear as spears appeared in front of him. The priestesses were holding the man back, thinking that everything had been revealed and that the Shiva state would soon face retribution. The only way out now was to go all in. He looked ahead, mentally addressing his brother that this was his last message before being imprisoned, to tell the Elf Kingdom about Yang's murder of the Elf Prince and arrange for the Shiva state to join the demon faction, to help him take revenge. Yang sat in front of the image of the imprisoned man and thought that the Shiva state wanted to join the demon faction. Wasn't that suicide? Looking at the image of Atal locked behind bars, Yang mentally said that even with his cunning, he could not have imagined that he was the lord of the demon abyss, and every step he took only brought him closer to the edge. The brunette snapped his fingers, thinking that if the Shiva state joined the demon faction, he would be able to dispose of it at his own discretion. He would gladly accept this generous gift, and he would have to take full responsibility, because in the end he himself achieved this, and there was nothing to blame him for. The guy remembered the image of the elves and thought about their kingdom, then except for Lilith, all the elves he saw were imbued with arrogance. Each of them imagined himself as a representative of the highest race, putting on an arrogant and contemptuous expression on their faces. From the outside looking in, one could decide that each of them had the power of Lucifer. The boy walked with his hands in his pockets and thought that he was just a dying breed that once had a god level. When he ascended as the Lord of Original Sin and completed the ascent to the gods, he would definitely show these arrogant elves who the real master is here. Then what should he do to enslave another elven race? Hearing him say that the meeting was almost over, it was time to get down to business. Yan walked towards the figure with many arms and wings and thought that due to the events in the secret realm of the dragon's spirit, and the fear of attracting the attention of the holy city, he had not raised his level for a long time. Now he can finally stop worrying and fully focus on reaching the semi-divine level. Livia stood with her hand on her hip and asked why the Lord chose him, such a weak one, as his guide. She really did not understand. After passing by, the hero replied not to ask questions and just follow the order. The girl frowned. But she still touched her chest with her hand and agreed, thinking to herself that the Lord's decision was really not something they could understand. Rather, they should improve their relationship with the guide. Why did Lucifer get the task to return the guide? She could have done it too. It was very offensive. A system window appeared next to the demon's figure, that the level was being checked. Level 100 would reach the limit of the 4th transformation, a task for the 5th transformation, and also a task to increase the level. Yan looked up with a smile, saying that the process was the same as in the Temple of Rebirth. So he could also create a VIP room in the demon temple? He imagined a diagram of what was happening, thinking that he had already thought out the process. First, you need to let the strongest demons do 5-star transformation tasks in the demon temple. And if everything goes as it should, then they will most likely face the invasion of the Red Moon and will be able to get crystals by killing withering monsters. Then, as the Lord of Original Sin, he would force them to hand over these crystals to him. Why are Red Moon crystals so rare? Because too few people do the 5th transformation quests. If he could mass-produce 5-star transformation specialists through certain manipulations, wouldn't he be able to get a huge amount of crystals? He imagined himself as a rich man, a whole bunch of red crystals, and thought that this is not to mention a huge source of income. The problem with charging that very cheat weapon of the Crimson Blade would also be solved. Using the power of correction, it means crushing everything in its path. Perfect. Next to the statue, information about the 5-star quest for the 5th transformation appeared. Double harvest. You need to kill 10 demons for this transformation. Kill 10 transformation specialists who are not demons. Teaches job promotion. Secret demon weapon. Transition to the legendary level. Increase stats by 50%. Updates skills and additional free stat points. Touching his chin, Yang thought, as the saying goes, the more words, the more deeds. This task looks difficult, and in fact it is not easy at all, and it will only get more difficult. Those who can complete the 5th transformation task at this level are already considered the chosen ones, in killing the experts of this transformation. Being the 4th, this task is not an easy one. This is in order to further widen the gap and select the chosen ones, the real gods of the chosen ones. With a smirk, Yang thought, as for him, killing the 5th transformation expert is an easy matter. He will first walk through the demon abyss to complete the first task. The light towers of the temple in the Shiva state. The man walked from side to side, asking why there is still no news. It drives him crazy. The guy with stripes on his face clenched his fist, saying that as long as Vishnu obtains the legacy of the ancient devourer, no one can stop the rise of the Shiva state anymore. Then they can surpass Longxia and the Eagle Federation and become the strongest country in the world. They may no longer need an alliance with the elves. It will be enough to kill the Lord of Original Sin and complete the world task. He smiled when he heard the notification sound, and said that he would check the news. A system window appeared in front of the shocked Amino. He read that Vishnu failed and was killed, and mentally exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The man trembled as he said, "How could this happen? His most outstanding son, his talent in subduing beasts is even higher than his. While he was growing up, he definitely had hope of being promoted to the 9th transformation. But how could a scum of the 4th transformation kill his genius son?" Sweat was pouring down the man's face. He said that the case was solved. There was definitely a great danger to bear back. The Temple of Reincarnation would soon knock on the door. He had to make a decision immediately. Amino stared ahead tensely, thinking that joining the demon faction was tantamount to betraying humanity. Once started, there was no turning back. But Vishnu should not die in vain, now that it had come to this. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming that it was they who framed him. Under the clear sky, a tower stood tall in the holy city. Euphemia tapped her staff and said that Atal had been arrested, taken into custody. Now they should discuss the matter of that guy named Yang. It remained so, and a blue cloak said that he could still believe that Yang with the 4th transformation was able to kill Vishnu with the 6th. But to kill the Elven Prince, this is too much, isn't it absurd? The girl exclaimed that she was telling the truth and asked to believe her. Augustin turned his head, saying that it was not that he did not believe, because there was confirmation from the High Priestess. But this fact is too strange. Let him tell what the situation was then. Verlia imagined the demon that devoured the Elven Princess, and said that then Yang would have used some object that completely paralyzed. She had never seen anything like it. Eric, he was absolutely sane, but he could not do anything, not move, not use objects, not use skills. They do not know how long this lasted, but while they saw him, he remained in this state. Poker turned to the girl and said that it sounds like a state of captivity, but for a low-level specialist against a high-level one, the damage and control time should be greatly reduced. As I said, the level suppression effect is generally a corollary fact for each specialist, and that is why very few people even try to challenge a higher level. Augustin looked ahead, saying that this rule does not apply to Yang now. Either he hit his true level, or this item is extremely powerful, so much so that it can ignore the level suppression effect. Tang furrowed his brows, saying that no matter what method Yang used, at least he simply counterattacked instead of causing harm without reason. He believes that he is innocent. Tai averted his gaze excitedly, saying that he may be innocent to them, but to the Elf Kingdom, he is definitely guilty. The huge winged statue heard the words that yes, Yang may not have done anything wrong, because it was self-defense. But the Elven Kingdom does not think so. One of the principals died in the secret realm of the Dragon Spirit. If they do not give them an explanation, what will happen to the subsequent alliance? Suddenly, a girl ran into the room, shouting at the High Priestess that things were bad. She offered her palm to Euphemia's ear, who asked what happened. The girl slammed her staff on the floor, saying that there was an emergency. The meeting was temporarily suspended. Resolutely waving her hands, she said that Atal was persuading the Shiva state through Amino to go over to the demons. A warrior crawled on the ground at the entrance to the abyss in the territory of the Shiva state. The warriors lay behind Amino, who was walking, thinking that since they couldn't become the strongest through inheritance, and so on, they would join the ranks of the demons, and when they became strong, they would return and take revenge. The great Lord of Original Sin would protect them and give us enough time to grow. The man smiled resolutely, saying that when they returned from the abyss, then the waters of the Ganges would flood their states. The man bowed, turning to the priest, who asked how the situation was. Touching his chest with his hand, the guy replied that 20,000 people had already been moved. All of them were legendary level specialists and above. They were moving in an organized manner deep into the layers of the abyss, maintaining a certain rate of infection. More than 1,000 people had already completed demonization. They were heading to the city of demons. After its completion, they would no longer make active attacks. The second man ran, shouting to the priest that trouble had come. People from the Temple of Reincarnation had arrived. They had already captured a whole group of people. Many of the commoners had succumbed to the persuasion of the people from the temple and did not want to go into the abyss. Amino turned around in shock and asked again. The man was breathing heavily, hearing the question of whether there were still Brahmins and Kshatriyas who had not been transferred, and heard that 70% of the Brahmins had already been transferred, and 60% of the Kshatriyas. Waving his hand, the priest said that they were transferring the Brahmins first. The remaining Kshatriyas along with the commoners who were still loyal to us should hold off the people from the Temple of Reincarnation to buy time. He lowered his angry gaze, thinking that the commoners from the lower castes would not be able to resist the Temple of Reincarnation, so they would have to sacrifice some of the Kshatriyas. Turning around, he said that sooner or later he would return everything. Clouds floated above the entrance to the abyss. He said that they would disappear into the abyss now. Purple vines with thorns intertwined in the demon abyss on the 20th level. The blue-skinned demon smiled. One of them threw his hands on his head, saying how good it was. After turning into a demon, his basic stats increased by about 4%. The second said that his increased by about 6%. The next said that he was curious about what the demon city would be like, and another asked if they thought there were succubi in the demon city, and was told that if so, he would definitely have a good time. The guy with horns smirked, saying that he heard that the Rebirth Temple had allied with Longxia to attack their state. The damned people were probably jealous of their rapid development. The second one replied that it was okay. When they gained strength under the banner of the powerful original Sin Kings, they would counterattack and crush those people from Longxia. The third one said that he heard that the Elf Kingdom was very good to their Shiva state. If they formed an alliance, their position would definitely be very high. The man took a step. The demons looked at the guy's figure and asked who he was, and heard a suggestion to guess. The attack ball flew towards the hero. There was a flash of explosion. Jan with 100% health stood in the smoke, saying not to panic. He was a guide from the demon city, and was here to guide the newly arrived specialists to the demon city. The changed guys stared at him in shock, asking again. Yang smiled, saying that it was true. He was one of the first experts to turn into a demon, and the demon high priest had instructed him to come and escort the new arrivals to the demon city. The blonde smiled and said that he should lead them. Then the boy asked to follow him. In the center of the hall was a dark statue with wings. Yang said that in this demon city, as the demon faction grows and becomes stronger, new cities will appear around it. This place can be compared to the Temple of Reincarnation in the sacred city of the human world. This is the sacred statue of the demon, and also the only resurrection point for the demon faction experts at present, and they can also resurrect here after death. The demon said that it is not bad. This abyss is much more interesting than he imagined. Standing behind, he asked the hero, "Are you from the Flower Kingdom in Korea or Longxia?" Yang turned around and replied that he is from Longxia. The fair-haired man said he was glad to meet you, and the one-horned demon asked if there were any rules in the demon city. For example, were specialists forbidden from attacking each other? Yang touched his chin, saying that there was such a thing. The high priest punishes for attacking each other in the demon city, saying that the punishment will be terrible. The fair-haired demon frowned, asking what was outside the demon city. In the abyss there are probably no such restrictions. Yang grinned, confirming that in the abyss there are no such restrictions. The law of the jungle reigns there. The demon crossed his arms in satisfaction. The comrade asked in surprise what he was doing. Yang was wiping his blade with a cloth, saying that he was going to punish the unfaithful dog. The blue-skinned guys tensed up. A bright beam cut off the head of the fair-haired man. The mustache demon exclaimed that he was mocking them. Let them kill him. A bright beam of attack cut off the heads of several more. With a slight smile, Jan looked forward. The young demon fell to the floor, saying that he had gone crazy. Wasn't he afraid of the punishment of the demon high priest? The hero replied that an attack in the demon city would indeed entail extreme punishment, and the demon high priest would faithfully abide by the rules. The hero's body was surrounded by an ominous aura. He said that here he is the rules. Blood splashed. The demons resurrected in the glow ran under the scream. Run quickly and tell Mr. Amino about this. The guys looked at Yang surrounded by the glow, who said that since they came, let them stay. A surprised cry was heard from the flash. The system reported the current progress of the quest, destroying the demon faction, killing the 5th transformation specialists 5, specialists not from the demon faction 0. There was a purple flame behind the hero. He thought that there were enough people from the Shiva state for him to complete the quest for reincarnation. He would continue the hunt to try to complete the quest for upgrading to the 5th transformation within a day. Jan stood in the hall in front of the statue and thought that the people from the Shiva state continued to arrive in a continuous stream. This was enough for him to complete the quest for transformation. There was purple power in his palm. The purple flame burned nearby. Heading away, the guy decided that he would continue the hunt, try to complete the quest for upgrading to the 5th transformation within a day. The girl took a step towards the dying flame. Livia thoughtfully touched her chin, thinking that this guide chosen by the Lord seemed to be not so simple. He only had the 4th transformation, but he was able to kill those who had the 6th. But why did the Lord choose him? Was it really so that he could help speed up the awakening of the Lord? But how did they also become like this? How can he do this? There were sharp thorns in the space. There were demon bodies on the ground. The system reported that the task to promote to the 5th transformation was completed. The hero said that next it was necessary to destroy 10 specialists in this transformation not from the demon camp. He touched the system window with his finger. Turning away, he thought that in the deep layers of the abyss there were probably still a significant number of unconverted aristocrats. Killing them would be enough, but here's the catch. He imagined the diagram with the figures and thought that after death they would return to the temple of reincarnation of the Shiva state, that if they began to spread rumors about him, it would cause trouble. In order to successfully complete this task, it was necessary to guard the entrance. He turned around, addressing Livia, and asked, "Is she here?" The girl leaned on the wall, saying that she did not expect him to feel her. This is not bad, what does he want from her? The hero smiled. Surrounded by radiance, he extended the blade, saying that he, as a guide, orders her to publish the task. Let the demon specialists and demon runners go to the deep layers of the abyss, and they also have 10 unforgiven aristocrats of transformation. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. With a displeased look, she touched her chest and agreed, thinking that he was just a weak guide, but he already dared to order her. But still, this is the order of the Lord, so she will obey him. System windows with the task appeared in front of the demons. The second said that it seemed that their boss did not like these newly arrived Brahmins. The third called the brothers, regarding the newcomers. Who is the boss here? People ran away from the attacking demons. The guy shouted what they were doing. Didn't they join their faction? The demons apologized, but asked to die. Bright rays appeared. Aristocrats were resurrected next to the blue statue. Someone said that these demons were crazy. The second added that now they will have to overcome the protection of the Temple of Rebirth again to return to the abyss. The third added that there is probably serious security there now. How can they get through? The man stood by a large elephant statue and asked what if he captured a few shooters as human shields. The second one said that it was a great idea. The temple soldiers would certainly not dare to kill innocent hostages. And the third one said that humans were just expendable. They should be proud of being sacrificed so that they could return to the abyss. Bright beams cut through the red space. Heads flew off. Yan held the weapon, saying that at first he felt a little ashamed, but now he understands that by killing them, he makes the world a better place. He turned to the others and said that he would continue in the same spirit. An hour later, he stood surrounded by many bodies. The system reported that the task to promote to the 5th transformation was completed. Blue rays appeared in front of the hero, and the system reported that the promotion task was completed. The hidden promotion task of the Song of Darkness was revealed. After the blood blessing ritual, a powerful force brings a deadly temptation. Those who seek power fall into the abyss, trying to acquire even more powerful power. It is necessary to go to the 60th level of the abyss to single-handedly kill the original demon boss. Obtain the crystal core that fell from this boss, containing a piece of the power of the original Sin King of Wrath. Take it to the sacred demon statue and complete the fusion. Yang said that this is great. A hidden task has finally appeared. He looked down, saying that this is a bit like the previous hidden leveling task. Then the given element was the essence of the blood of the earth dragon from the abyss, which he replaced with the essence of the blood of the black dragon of wrath. He smiled slightly, saying that it would be possible to directly use the dark primordial power of the Lord of Original Sin to influence. I wonder what the effect would be. The bodies began to glow, disappearing. Leaving, the hero said that he would first look at this boss. On the ground lay the skeleton of an animal. The demon ran away from the running dragon, shouting that it was better not to mess with him. On the ground sat the horned primordial demon boss, an angry roar, a star-level abyss. Looking down, he asked, who is he that dared to challenge him alone? Yan threw a huge sword on his shoulder and suggested to skip all these opening speeches. He was in a hurry, so let them just attack. The demon roared, saying that he was too arrogant. He would pay for his insolence and ignorance. A bright beam flew forward. After 5 minutes, the beaten demon lay prostrate, with a face saying that it was impossible. How could he? Compared to the silver dragon, he is more tenacious, but this is all he can do. The hero held a sword nearby, saying that that's all. A bright beam appeared from the boss's mouth. Dust rose up. The demon said that he did not expect it. He still has one last trump card up his sleeve. This is an attack that deals real damage. Ignoring defense, he cannot avoid imminent death. He is doomed to die. Among the dust, the hero's question was heard, is he not tired of it yet? The demon's pupils became narrow from shock. Yan stood in the settling dust, saying that doesn't he know the law? There is smoke, no damage. His health was 98%. The demon's face was in tears. He asked which of them is the boss? A bright beam appeared from the hero's attack. There was black blood on his cheek. Yan said with a smile that of course it was him, meaning himself. The hero walked past the body of a huge boss. He had a purple crystal in his hand. He said that it meant that this was the same core of the demonic crystal that was discussed in the hidden quest. He would have been happy before, but now he was completely uninterested in it. A bright flash flew up. Yang jumped up, saying that in order to get the dark power of the Lord of Original Sin, you need to go down to the very bottom of the abyss. He stood on the nose of a huge dragon and continued that now he cannot. All that remains is to grant power to the kings of Original Sin, and then ask them to pass it on to him. The dragon flew to the Radiance. The guy said that the time for adventures has not yet been updated. You will have to wait until tomorrow. A huge castle surrounded by lightning. The castle had many towers. This is Yang's mansion in the demonic city. Lilith stood opposite, exclaiming that he finally returned. What kind of place is this? The hero replied that this is the main demonic city of the demon abyss. The girl blushed, asking how he, a human, could. Yang pointed his finger at the demons standing behind the girls, saying that the reasons were a little confusing. He heard that the elf kingdom had started looking for her again, so he just brought her to another place. Not to worry, she was safe with him. They would help her with everything. The girls said that she could contact them if she needed anything. The elf sat on the sofa, saying that since he said so, she believed him. She touched the guy's chest, saying that sometimes she wondered if Yang was really a human. Everything he did seemed so unimaginable. Lilith's cheeks blushed. She said that she had no other thoughts. It didn't matter whether he was a human or a demon, she didn't care. Yang smiled and patted her hair, saying that she was silly. Of course he was a human. He was just doing something that mere mortals couldn't do. White clouds floated above the high castle of the elf royal court. The elf rested his head on his hands, telling Taesai that he had gone to the human world to accompany Prince Eric and the others. The one sitting on the large golden throne asked why he had returned now. The elf queen smiled slightly. Taesai trembled in fear, saying that Prince Eric had failed to return from the secret kingdom. The floor cracked from an indignant cry. The queen asked what he was saying, what had happened to her son. The elf in the green cloak told the leader that he had better tell everything. What about young Master Alan? The trembling elf bowed, saying that he did not know the details. He had just been negotiating with people outside the secret kingdom. When he was suddenly killed by the King of Pride, the truth can only be found out from these people. The queen's power caused dust to rise. She said that she had one too. What use was it? The mustachioed elf bowed his head, saying that she should accept their condolences. The leader was guilty, but the most important thing now was to deal with the treason of the human world. And Her Majesty shifted her gaze, saying that the minister must enter the human world and shake an explanation out of them. Otherwise the longbows and staffs of the elves would enslave them before the demons destroyed their world. The minister standing next to the other agreed. In the center of the room was a golden circle. Euphemia looked away, thinking that Pandora's box of Shiva's kingdom had finally been opened. Someday the other countries of the world would see what benefits Shiva had gained by joining the ranks of the abyssal demons. Then who could guarantee that they would not follow suit? Then the world would be in chaos. Who would resist the invasion of the Red Moon? She closed her eyes, imagining the monsters. Behind ran a girl, shouting to the high priest that the people of the Elven Kingdom are outside the holy city. She asked, "Is it really that fast?" The foot lifted off the floor. The purple cloak fluttered. The elf rushed into the room, asking if the people are willing to pay the price for their stupidity. The golden table froze. The elf said that he had no time to waste talking to them. Let them hand over the murderers of the Prince Eric and Alan. Turning, the minister said gloomily that if they refused, help would be replaced by slavery. Those sitting on the golden thrones simultaneously exclaimed what he meant. Euphemia asked Lorent to watch his words. She calmly looked forward, saying that as far as she knew, although the Elven Temple allows you to go to the divine level, the last transformation happened 200 years ago. In these 200 years, that divine level may have already fallen as an undisputed race. Isn't he too confident? Lorent, the 9th transformation elf and great archmage, put his hand behind his back, saying that she was right. But even so, they still had one demigod warrior who was level 500 and 2 strong warriors above 450, and unfortunately, he was one of them. The heroes were shocked to hear this. Tang clenched his fists, asking, "So what? This is just level suppression. If it is not a god level, there is always hope to win by defeating the strong in battle. They have shown the world many miracles in the history of Longxia. If their world of elves is unwilling to join them in the fight against the abyssal demons, and instead intends to invade their lands, then they can try." The man with a mustache remained silent. And then he shifted his gaze, saying that if it was only a matter of level suppression, they would indeed have the ability to perform a miracle. But if he told them that they possessed 2 artifacts and could equip them, then what would they do? Both remained silent, and he said that they were very smart. The elf turned and said that as the head of Taesai told him, the state called Shiva was more trustworthy. Which of them was their representative? Euphemia held the staff, saying that the state of Shiva no longer belonged to their human world. They had given in to vice, choosing to join the demons of the abyss. The elf remarked that he thought that humans were very united. Frowning slightly, he asked who was sincerely inclined to an alliance and willing to hand over the murderers. Tai walked past the throne, saying that he knew the murderer was Yang from Longxia. Tang turned around furiously, asking how dare he? A cry was heard from the frozen table, that he was the representative of Lonxia and the strongest person here. He, using his strength, abandoned the decision to send Yang to their world. The elf towered over the man, ordering him to tell him where Yang was. He said that he had nothing to say. A glow of magical energy appeared in Lorent's palm. He asked, "Does he want to die?" Euphemia looked displeased, saying that he can try. The minister put his hands behind his back, saying that he heard that there are other survivors from the secret realm. Where are they? Tai pointed his finger at the girls, saying that they can ask them about Yang's crime. Asuhi walked up to Tai, addressing him. Verlia turned to Augustin, but he remained silent. The elves were standing next to the girl. Lorent said that since no one knows where Yang is, he will take these two for questioning. Is that a problem? Asuhi looked scared and thought that once they got to the elves' kingdom, they can no longer predict what will happen, and mentally asked Yang what to do. White clouds were floating near the castle. Livia, who was standing by the purple vortex, said that this is the holy city of the human world. She stood in the portal, saying that sometimes he kills, sometimes he saves. This guide really knows how to use people. Yang looked at Karl's image, calling it funny that the elf queen actually wanted to guide people. He lowered his head, adding that as the ruler of the abyss, he would not allow this to happen. Livia passed behind him as he told her to go and teach them a lesson, and at the same time bring back the two girls. A smile appeared on the hero's face, saying that he was eager to see what the special power of the King of Envy was capable of. People were gathering in the Great Hall. Tokugawa quickly turned to Asuhi, saying that once she reached the elf court, she should tell everything about Yang, because it was time to repay her homeland for everything she had done for it, and not to think of angering the Lord and Queen, otherwise she would become a criminal of the Flower Kingdom. Verlia gritted her teeth as the blonde thought about how she had once been highly valued, and now so mercilessly another said that the man was crossing all boundaries. Frowning, Euphemia noted that he was still the head of state, not understanding how he could do such a thing. Tokugawa looked at her, thinking that the main thing was to please the elven minister, and the rest was unimportant. Karl folded his hands behind his back, saying that he needed to go back and report to the queen, and that he liked such understanding people, and he allowed her to follow him to the elven world. There he would help raise her level a little. The girls behind him seemed to be frozen. Everyone left the great hall. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. They walked along the forest, when Tokugawa inquired about what the elven lord would do if the prince's killer was never handed over. The elf turned around, answering that he would be killed and another leader would be appointed. Then the man smiled wickedly, thinking that John was finished. But then he crashed into the back of the one in front. Both raised their heads to the sky. Karl frowned, thinking that he could not see the information, but his intuition was telling him something. He put his hand in front of him, realizing that it was very dangerous. The girl, looking down, told him that it was useless to resist, and from now on their abilities belonged to her. Bright rays with the use of envy spread everywhere. The aura around the elf disappeared, and he realized that his power was gone. Livia looked at her paw, calling these skills useless. Squeezing it, she decided to see how this forbidden spell would be improved. Flames spread everywhere. The fire passed by Karl's face, who noted that this was his skill, not understanding how her power was greater than his. The light became brighter. The elf covered his face with his hands. He looked down, not understanding how his spell didn't activate. A moment later, the fire completely engulfed him. Tokugawa ran away from the fire, asking for someone to save him. The girl snapped her fingers, calling him a fussy fly. A fiery whirlwind appeared in front of her. Asuhi and Verlia looked at it in shock. The redhead started shaking, and she asked about what to do, so they were left alone. Something dark approached them. Livia appeared in front of them, telling them to follow her. Frowning, Euphemia thought about how an incredibly strong energy suddenly flared up, and then Karl and Tokugawa's auras instantly disappeared. A pillar of light was visible behind the tall tower. Tokugawa was lying on the ground in front of her, saying that they were very scared. The girl asked about what just happened. Looking at her eyes in fear, he told her that shortly after he and the Lord left, they encountered an unidentified woman who not only managed to seal their skills, but also instantly killed Karl with her power. Staring intently, his interlocutor replied that such power was definitely not something that a demigod specialist of another level 9 transformation could release, and perhaps another original Sin King had appeared in the mortal world. She stood in front of the man, asking where the two girls were, to which he replied that they were instantly killed, so it was unlikely that they survived either. Euphemia then opened her eyes wide, remembering that the last time they survived was when they encountered Lucifer outside the secret realm of the dragon spirit, although they had previously sinned against Atal, thinking that he wanted to frame them for conspiring with the abyss. But now he was imprisoned in the holy city, and they again survived after meeting the original Sin King. The interlocutor looked shocked, seeming to understand what she wanted to say. Introducing Yang, she summed up that only he remained as the center of all these events, and was the king of original sin really acting on his orders. Livia looked at the two girls suspiciously, not understanding what the hero had in mind, since he brought so many women here. Asuhi looked at the silhouette of the dark castle, specifying that there was a city of demons here. Verlia asked why they were brought here. A voice came from the doorway, telling them not to be so nervous. Jan walked towards them, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Smiling, he called them girls. Both of them looked at him in shock, not understanding how he was here. Looking at Livia, the hero said that she could go. Then he looked at the new guests, noting that he could not yet explain why he was here, adding that they would be safe here. Asuhi leaned forward, as if she wanted to tell him something. Looking at her intently, Yang asked what was wrong. But the girl lowered her eyes, answering that everything was fine. She imagined him surrounded by the dragon and the others, thinking that this was a city of demons in the abyss, their lair, professing principles incompatible with the values of humanity. And if the hero was here, then this probably meant that he was also one of the demons. The girl was surprised when the guy turned to her. Yang remembered the past, saying that he saved her from that elf because she once decided to trust him to help, saying that looking into his eyes, she realized that he was a good person. A slight smile appeared on his face again. Then, seeing a large castle in front of him, he clarified if she still thought so. They stood opposite each other. Asuhi silently brought her hand to her chest. Then she pursed her lips. She looked more confident, saying that she still believed him, or rather, wanted to believe him, because he probably had a reason why he was forced to do this. Smiling, closing his eyes, the guy said that it was great and thanked her. Verlia sighed with relief, thinking that even the king of original sin listened to him, and therefore it was better not to contradict. She saw her happy friend, surprised that she thought he was a good person, and concluded that the hero saved them from the elves after all, and that was enough. Dark clouds floated above the house, and he told them that they would live here for now, and when everything calmed down, he would return them. The clouds stopped, becoming darker. The elf crossed her arms in displeasure, saying that the hero had brought two beauties again, probably deciding to start a harem. Yang touched her face, surprised that she was jealous. But the girl hugged the pillow, saying that since she appeared here, he was always busy, and he had no time for her at all. Although she did not mind that he brought other girls here, she just wanted him to devote at least a little time only to her. The guy spread his hands, saying that after such words there was no escape. He slammed the door, adding that today he would only be with her. A small candle was burning in the corner. Its flame was getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, it went out completely. Later, he sat on a chair, thinking that tomorrow he would obtain the dark power of the original Sin King, after which he would be able to complete the 5th transformation, and judging by how much experience he had now, he would be able to immediately level up to the maximum and begin the quests of the 6th transformation. But frowning, he thought that now everything in the demon abyss was going according to plan, the number of elves was a threat, and he might have to wait until the cooldown of the original Sin Lord's abilities ended, resurrecting anger, scouting the situation. Standing up, he also thought that if the elves' combat power was lower than he expected, then he could let the original Sin Kings take over the elf world. Then he would kill the original Sin Lord and become the ruler of 3 factions at once. He raised his head, realizing that humans and demons would be able to live in peace, and the elves were doomed to be slaves. Then, going to the window, he said that he couldn't wait to see their faces when they received the gift from the abyss. Yang smiled ominously, adding that he almost forgot about those people from the Shiva state, and that the aristocracy should have almost all moved here by now. He put on his clothes, adding that as a civilized person who always repays his debts, he should also pay his price. White clouds floated above the high tower. Euphemia looked serious, thinking that all the evidence pointed to Yang, which meant that he might really be related to the Lord of the Abyss. She touched the statue, making inquiries about the records of his profession change. A system window appeared in front of her, and she said that all these 5-star transformations might be difficult for ordinary specialists, of course, but if the hero really was the incarnation of the Lord of the Abyss, then it would be easy for him, and perhaps the priestess who was responsible for his profession change before knew something. A bright beam rose above the heavenly city. In the case of this light, Ling appeared, surprised that this was the summoning of the sacred statue, because this had never happened before. The light almost disappeared. Euphemia walked towards her, saying that she was the 3rd holy high priestess. Several feathers flew in the air, and she demanded to tell her everything about Yang. Ling looked at her in amazement. She folded her hands in prayer, asking that even the high priestess knew about the hero, and promised to tell him about his heroic deeds in detail. Euphemia was very surprised to hear this. Ling lowered her head in embarrassment, saying that their meeting took place in the city, and then he was an ordinary warrior, and no one could imagine what great deeds and miracles he would do in the future. Her interlocutor closed her eyes, listening to this. Standing up, the girl also told her that every time the transformation of the ideal 5 stars crushed the aloe of withering, subduing the black dragon. She blushed again, saying that even the eldest daughter from the pavilion could not resist him in the literal sense. Ling looked up, saying that was all she knew, asking if her interlocutor was happy. The girl waved at her, hearing no answer. Euphemia stood with her back to her, realizing that she had fallen in love, and this was bad luck. She turned to the interlocutor, asking if there was anything else between them that she had not told, demanding that she swear by the name of the sacred statue that she was not hiding anything. Ling reminded her of their closeness. The girl put her hand to her head, saying that everything was fine, asking that if she saw the hero next time, let him tell her that she wanted to talk to him. Frowning, she hoped that she was imagining things. Standing near the statue, she thought about how killing Carl could affect the elves' attitude, saying that even she could no longer see the future, asking the Lord to protect the people and help them survive this disaster. Dark clouds gathered above the castle. Several people gathered inside. Someone asked the high priest if he had heard that demons from the abyss were hunting them. Someone said that there must be some kind of misunderstanding, and he would personally demand an explanation from the high priest. A demon appeared in front of them, asking one of them if he was Amino, and the man replied that he was. Then he immediately extended his hand to him. The demon, moving him towards himself, said that in the name of the high priest, he was accused of disrespecting the king and was sentenced to death. The others looked at him in confusion, saying that there must be some kind of mistake. Amino swears that he has never shown disrespect to the great monarch. The man himself also said that he had never said a single disrespectful word to the great monarch, and they had mixed something up. The demon looked him straight in the eyes, saying that this was the will of the great monarch, and if there were any objections, then let him go to him and say so. Then he threw him to the ground, ordering him to be taken away. The others watched him being taken away, wondering what to do. Dark clouds floated over the demonic temple of Job Change. Livia stood near the throne, ordering to bring the blasphemer who did not respect the monarch. The demons led Amino, who asked to believe him, saying that he hated people, asking for a chance to become a brave demonic warrior. But he was slammed face down on the floor. The demon brought everyone down on one knee, saying that the blasphemer had been delivered. The girl put her hand on her belt, clarifying that it was he who dared to insult the monarch. The man tried to justify himself, saying that he had done nothing that could offend him. She frowned, outraged that he dared to talk to her. Her blows sent Amino flying. He flew back and crashed into the wall. Jan stood there, surprised that the man did not understand why he was sentenced to death for insulting the monarch, offering to raise his head and ask the answer. Amino raised his eyes with difficulty. He frowned, saying that it was impossible. The hero kept his hands in his pockets, saying that they were meeting for the first time, and introduced himself as the man who currently holds the title of the Lord of the Abyss, the guide to the Lord of Original Sin, and he can be considered the crown prince of the demon abyss. He grabbed his face, adding that like his brother, he once planned to kill everyone in the secret realm of the dragon spirit, including him. Then he let go, saying that after their plan failed, they all betrayed them and joined the demons, calling it a cunning move. Amino looked at him pitifully, not understanding how he knew all this. Had he really been followed all this time? Yang turned around, asking him about how he had planned evil against others. He had assumed that he would one day suffer retribution, telling him to go to his son first. Amino was very scared. He sent his snakes at him, saying that he would kill him. But Livia repelled them, calling him impudent. A fire appeared on the tip of her finger. She said that the attempt on the Lord's guide aggravated his guilt, and his skill was perfect for torture, so he could enjoy himself. But a scream was heard from the castle. Bright flames were visible at the entrance. The snakes bowed their heads. 2 demons stood behind the hero, hearing the order to pull him out and finish him off. Jan looked at the girl, saying that all new and demonic specialists from the state were to be defined as an inferior race, used as servants. He stood by the throne, thinking that it was the turn of the elf kingdom. Frowning, he also thought that Tokugawa would also pay for everything. Carl stood at the White Castle. As he passed by, the soldiers announced that the man had returned. He restrained himself, thinking that the woman had incredible strength, and no human in this world had even a fraction of that. Frowning, he also thought that, recalling her appearance and manner, one would think that she was a demon from the abyss. He stood at the entrance, thinking about what to say to the queen, because she would definitely be furious. Green foliage was visible above the throne. The queen held her head in her hand, saying that the minister had finally returned. In front of him, the stairs to the throne rose. The man fell to his knees. Trembling, he lowered his head, saying that the prince's killer had been identified, and it was Yang, a young man from the human world, and he had subdued the black dragon. The other cloaked elves were surprised, saying that such a thing could not be. The others looked down, wondering what the queen would do. She broke part of the throne. Its fragments fell to the ground when she asked about where that person was. Carl trembled, answering that originally there were 2 survivors in the secret realm of the dragon spirit who may have known the truth, but on the way back when he was accompanying them, they were attacked by a strong demon, and he could not cope and died in battle, and the fate of the 2 survivors is unknown. The woman looked down. Sweat was pouring down the man's face, and he said that abyss demon was incredibly strong, and if he was not mistaken, then he was from the ranks of the kings of original sin. Among the crowd of elves, questions were heard about how even the minister was killed, and most importantly, that the king of original sin was able to leave the abyss, enter the human world, Because if so, they will not be able to use the human world as a springboard to get to the world of elves. One of them spoke clearly, telling the queen that if the minister was to be believed, the power of the abyss demons could exceed all expectations, and he proposed to speed up the conclusion of an alliance with humans in parallel with the search for the prince's killer, in order to first deal with the threat of the abyss demons. The elves stood next to the throne, saying that they agreed. The queen, taking a deep breath, said that since all loyal subjects agreed, then in the name of the holy goddess of nature, she agreed to temporarily forget about personal quarrels and conclude her fate in order to stand together against the abyss. The woman, looking down, nevertheless noted that they must continue to investigate the prince's death, and the blood of the killer would be the price for the blood of the royal family. Karl sat at the foot of the throne, hearing that in the name of the holy goddess of nature, let the glory of the queen ripen in other worlds. The queen frowned as she thought that the elves had killed 95 black dragons in the dragon country so far. They had died out even earlier, and none of them had inherited the blood of the ancient devourer. A smile appeared on her face as she thought that the dragon that had been tamed by a human was unlikely to have the luck of possessing the blood of the ancient devourer, meaning that it would be easier to kill. The monster sat on the throne, saying that the long-forgotten feeling of strength always brings pleasure. His eyes glowed brightly as he said that he would soon become as strong as that. He then clenched his fist, noting that any great power must ultimately come from within, otherwise it is unreal, so in just a little while he would regain his former power. Something very bright appeared in his hand, saying that the appearance of Livia and Lucifer was of great interest to both humans and elves, and that both sides would probably refrain from taking action for the time being, and that he would be able to quickly improve his strength during this time. The bright object was surrounded by chains. The system said that this was the armor of the Fury King. He thought that 100,000 diamond-rank demons, 1,000 starlight-rank demons, 100 shining moon-rank demons, 10 scorching sun-rank demons were not a small number, and even a semi-divine-ranked expert would have to spend a lot of time and effort to defeat them. He raised his hand, saying that the power of the original Sin Lord was enough for one moment. Then he clenched his fist. A bright light appeared from the high tower. The beast said that the Supreme Lord was watching them. His hand stuck out from the portal, and he demanded that they sacrifice their lives to him. A system message about the number of demons killed appeared in front of him, and he noted the strong efficiency. The chains on the object were destroyed. So a dark sphere appeared in the selection. He called Lucifer. The girl appeared in front of him, asking about what orders would be. He handed the sphere to the girl, ordering her to pass it on to her guide. Looking at her intently, he also asked about what she thought of the guide. Lucifer lowered her head, saying that this was a choice that she had no right to question. The demon looked at her, thinking that everything was as usual, and not the slightest insolence towards him. This was a striking contrast to how she behaved with others. Livia approached him, saying that she had a matter that required his attention, and asked for an audience. She knelt down next to Lucifer. When he clarified that he was talking about resisting the Red Moon invasion, she replied that this information came out of the blue. She was also confused, asking what this Red Moon meant. He looked at the puzzled girls, thinking that the demon abyss had never encountered the Red Moon invasion before. Otherwise they would have at least known something about it. He threateningly pressed them, thinking that the Job Transfer Temple already had a well-established system related to the Red Moon, and he would just borrow it, and wanted to explain what the Red Moon was. But he glanced to the side, noticing something. The demons looked at the gate in front of them, not understanding what this blinding red light was. People ran away in terror, screaming that the Red Moon had descended. A glow appeared in the sky. Lucifer raised her head, asking what it was. The gate above their heads was getting bigger. Monsters were coming out of the portal. One had many sharp teeth. Lucifer held a dark sphere in her hand, calling people pathetic. A stream burst out towards the monster, but it didn't even stagger. Looking at this, Livia gritted her teeth. She sent lightning towards it, indignant that the other girl couldn't hit it. She frowned, realizing that this was how they acted, and it didn't feel like she was fighting a ghost. The red-skinned man stood up strangely, thinking that even the attacks of a god-level boss were useless, and it turns out that the legend that only the chosen hero can defeat the Scarlet Expectation is true. A red sphere appeared in his hand with the thought of what to do if the hero took possession of the Demon King. The monster's eyes began to glow brightly. It was surrounded by a red sphere. Lucifer looked at the bright flash. Lightning appeared from this flash. Then there was an explosion. So the silhouette of an eye appeared. He looked down carefully, thinking that this time it would not be like the last time. The demon stood in the middle of the bones, thinking that either this was the world beyond the gate, or some kind of mental illusion. He looked behind him. There he noticed a large eye, thinking about the monstrous pressure, and it was incredible that even he, as the Lord of the Abyss, felt a slight heartbeat. The voice became brighter. The demon fell to his knees. A blue sphere appeared in front of him, and calling the mental illusion despicable, tried to remove it. Then he found himself among the stars, noting that everything was over, and called it an unexpected find. He saw the throne ahead, thinking that he never thought that there was someone stronger than the Lord of Original Sin in this world, And was that why the Temple of Reincarnation was so afraid of the red moon, wondering what kind of world was hidden behind this endless scarlet gate? Both girls were kneeling, saying that they had noticed strange changes in their souls, worried that the sovereign might have been subjected to scarlet desecration. The demon sat on the throne, calling it unimportant, deciding to continue the previous conversation first, and he would pass on the knowledge related to the red moon to them. Green torches were burning on the walls. Both looked confused. Lucifer repeated the words about the red moon invasion, scarlet expectation, and the red moon crystal. Livia said that there was too much information, it was difficult for her to process it all at once. The demon looked at them, saying that practice would say more than thinking, and he had already used all his power to sweep the entire abyss with his gaze, and that scarlet power actually penetrated the darkness of the abyss, meaning that now the demons who had completed the first birth perfectly could also cause the red moon invasion events. Livia frowned slightly, but she seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. The one sitting on the throne told her that she, the demon high priestess, should spread the news of the red zone, and if that scarlet gate appeared, she should kill the heretics that came out of it and bring him the red moon crystals, and anyone who brought 1,000 crystals would be granted a thread of primordial power. He folded his hands, thinking that he couldn't imagine how vast this world was. The Lord of Original Sin is far from the limit of his abilities, and one day he will definitely surpass this scarlet creature, reveal the greatest mystery of this world. The sky turned red. Euphemia, frowning, said that not even half a month has passed since the last red wave, but it has appeared again, and now there is also the abyss, world bosses, and a whole bunch of problems with the elf world one after another. The girl sat on her knees, mentally asking the Lord to tell his faithful servants when the true Savior will appear and lead them out of this hopeless future. Yang opened the door, saying that he has returned. The elf immediately rushed to him. She cried, saying that she had a nightmare about how the red moon with a bloody mouth swallowed him. The hero put his hand on her head, surprised that she did not believe in him at all, and why she did not dream about how he destroyed the red moon with one blow. The girl replied that she was simply worried about him, because she was the only one she could rely on. Lucifer, with her eyes closed, said that the guides seemed to be busy. The elf hid behind his back when Yang said that he was indeed busy and might be even busier, so she should say what she needed faster. Lucifer handed him the sphere, saying that this was what the Lord had told her to give. He took it in his hands, thinking that she had not even looked back, which meant that the hero had made a terrible impression on her. The monster was drowning in lava. Part of its head was destroyed. Another one extended his hand forward, saying that the red moon crystal was his, and he blamed this thing for the Lord's primordial power, becoming a god. Bright traces amazed him. Lucifer hung in the air, indignant, because he dared to challenge her king. She took the crystal in her hands, not understanding why the king had chosen this guide, because not only was he as weak as an ant, but he was also obsessed with the era, which dishonored the dignity of the king. She saw her reflection in it, remembering that the Lord had said that for every 1,000 red-faced crystals that were brought to him, one could receive a reward in the form of a thread of primordial power, and she must make every effort so that the Lord would reward her. A gate appeared behind her. Smiling sheepishly, she said that the massacre was beginning.